dominance of U.S. military space systems. Air Dominance and Long-Range Strike looks at the future of air and missile forces in a more contested operating environment. It examines the role of stealth, unmanned systems, and autonomous systems, how these capabilities can be integrated to enable new operational concepts, and options for the air and ground-based legs of the nuclear triad. Commercial and Civil Space explores international partnerships in space, efforts to reduce the cost of launch, advances in commercial space technologies, and policy issues that affect civil and commercial space programs. The goal of the Aerospace Security Project is to provide innovative, insightful, and timely analysis to help educate and inform decision makers. As new opportunities, threats, and technologies emerge, smart policy decisions can ensure the United States continues to lead in the air and space domains. Welcome to the Aerospace Security Project.
The divided Korean Peninsula remains one of the largest sources of uncertainty and potential conflict in a prosperous and growing Asia. Unification of Korea will be one of the biggest changes to the geopolitical landscape and is seen by the world as a dark tunnel. Opacity among regional powers creates confusion. Misunderstanding impedes smart planning. False assumptions could cause costly strategic blunders. But CSIS believes the potential for growth, prosperity, and peace of a united Korea is immense. How can we maximize the social, humanitarian, and economic returns of a unified Korea while avoiding conflict? Beyond Parallel is an unprecedented and comprehensive resource for bringing transparency to the many challenges and opportunities of Korean unification. Beyond Parallel investigates the broader implications of unification, but also the specific issues that Korea and the world face. These critical issues are explored through expert analysis, satellite imagery, and cutting-edge methods of data collection. Welcome to Beyond Parallel.
Hit-to-kill ballistic missile defense is the ultimate precision guidance challenge. Many elements of a defense must come together to achieve a long-range intercept. One of the most important and difficult parts is known as mid-course discrimination. After a ballistic missile launches, its engines burn hot and can be detected by infrared satellites. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, the missile engines burn out and it reaches its peak velocity. At this point, the missile's payload, a warhead, usually separates from the rest of the body. The warhead is also accompanied by the flying junk pile of debris created by launching a missile, as well as by decoys or other countermeasures designed to complicate the missile defense job. All of these objects move together through space as part of a threat cloud. So for a missile defense system to successfully destroy the warhead, its various sensors must first discriminate it from among the various other parts of the cloud. The key to successful discrimination is the sensor architecture. Sea and land-based radars provide one picture of the threat cloud. Lower frequency radars are able to track the threat cloud, but have trouble distinguishing within it. Once cued, higher frequency or X-band radars provide much sharper images of the objects within the cloud. But radars are limited by their vantage point and by their technology. Multiple phenomenologies can provide a more complete rendering and classification. Air or space-based sensors provide still other perspectives with greater persistence, potentially allowing for birth-to-death tracking. And infrared sensors show not just objects but their heat signature, especially low-orbit satellites looking sideways, comparing the objects against the coldness of space. Currently, U.S. homeland missile defense is dependent upon only terrestrial radars. This places a large burden on the sensor network and makes it harder to identify the objects. That in turn means that the defender has to engage more of the objects in the cloud so as not to miss the warhead, either by firing more interceptors or multiple kill vehicles atop a single one. After the interceptors are launched, they receive imagery of the threat cloud, which algorithms compare to a threat database to help pick which objects should be engaged. All this is fused with the kill vehicle's own observations using onboard sensors to make the final determination for intercept. Finally, they maneuver into position to collide with the several targets that could be a warhead. The discrimination challenge is hard, but not insurmountable. An efficient and robust discrimination system should include a mix of sensors with different technologies from different domains on land, sea, air, and space.
Currently, India ranks 54th on the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index, more than 20 spots below manufacturing competitors like China and Malaysia. This is a major challenge for Modi's Make in India initiative. For example, India's truckers report that 15% to 25% of travel time is actually spent waiting at the heavily enforced state border checkpoints. They pay as much as $1.1 billion a year in bribes to state officials. The main problem is that India does not have a single national market. Its 29 states and 7 union territories each have their own system of sales taxes. As a result, internal borders look more like international ones. The version of the goods and services tax sitting before Parliament isn't perfect, but it will cut down on transit time for goods, paperwork for businesses, and could add 0.5% to annual economic growth. A seamless national tax environment will help Indian commerce flow more quickly.
I believe in strong alliances, clarity in dealing with our rivals.
What is the very last
and I take the oil of Iran. And
Populism, border walls, retrenchment, and protectionism. While foreign policy is often overshadowed by economic concerns, contrasting visions of America's role in the world have played a major part in the recent election cycle. This contentious campaign season saw some of the basic tenets of U.S. foreign policy since the end of World War II called into question. Does this heightened acrimony over key aspects of U.S. international engagement reflect trends toward isolationism? It may seem unprecedented, but it is in fact not new. Today's controversies are continuations of debates that have lasted for decades. While support for the nation playing an active part in global affairs has remained strong since 1947, public opinion on key components of U.S. international engagement, such as defense spending, has waxed and waned over the last 70 years in response to economic trends, military interventions, and domestic priorities. In the first decades of the Cold War, America was committed to international engagement as a part of its strategy of containment against the existential threat presented by the Soviet Union. The U.S. experience in Vietnam, however, created an aversion to overseas military engagements that lasted from the late 1960s through the 70s. During the 1990s, the collapse of the Soviet Union led the U.S. public and policymakers to again question defense spending levels, foreign aid, and forward military presence. Many thought the limited interventions of Desert Storm in Kosovo would serve as models for future military operations. Then came September 11, 2001. Our response to the events of that day have largely defined contemporary American foreign policy since. First came the long wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Their unsatisfactory outcomes left much of the public and policymaking elites disillusioned with large-scale military engagements. The result of that disillusionment has been an increasing reliance on small footprint forces for a variety of contingency operations, including in the global war on terror. At home, the most severe recession since the Great Depression exacerbated America's growing reservations about global engagement. As the economy recovered at an anemic pace, income inequality ballooned. Fewer were able to reap the benefits of our globalized economy. Opposition to free trade and large-scale immigration grew. Now, 8 years after the recession and the more than 15 after 9/11, views on the desirability of America's international engagement strategy are fractured. For the first time ever in 2009 and again in 2013, most Americans responded that the US should mind its own business internationally and let other countries get along the best they can on their own. This comes at the same time that more people are concerned about major domestic terror attacks than in 2002, just months after 9/11. Do these polls reflect temporary reactions to the state of public affairs? Or is there a genuine trend toward retrenchment in the American public? Democrats and Republicans now disagree on the benefits of free trade, alliances, and multilateral approaches. Divergences in threat perceptions and approaches to international engagement have also grown between the American public and policymakers. As history shows, this is not a new debate in American politics. Yet, as distance from World War II and the Cold War grows, the rationale for a U.S. foreign policy of engagement may be growing less clear to younger generations. If the new administration decides that sustaining a strategy premised on deep international engagement is best suited for the advancement of American interests, it will have to do a better job of communicating the rationale for those policies to create a foreign policy the American public can get behind. If, on the other hand, the new administration seeks to chart a new course for American foreign policy, it will have to find avenues of consensus among an increasingly fractured public.
The supercontinent of Eurasia is home to 60% of the global economy and 2/3 of humanity. It's been called the geographic pivot of history. For over 4 centuries, Eurasia's economic focus has been the maritime passages that surround it. But during ancient times, many of the world's most important trading routes ran overland. Today, regional powers are putting forward competing visions for reconnecting Asia. Roads, railways, and other infrastructure projects could revive overland routes. They could forge new maritime connections, and they could reshape the global economic landscape. The stakes are high. Last century's infrastructure projects fueled development, but also competition, and even conflict. Today's efforts could echo well beyond the region.
And the basic reality is that the division of the world into kind of totally separate, autonomous entities and other areas controlled by sometimes foreigners is coming to an end. We are getting one interconnected world.
But critical questions remain about these massive investments. What's driving these projects? Will they connect in an economically meaningful way?
What does that foretell? What does that mean in terms of political ambitions and how people will look at the region differently, and will they behave in a different way?
The Reconnecting Asia project provides new tools for answering these questions, beginning with what's really happening on the ground. Use this interactive website to track the evolution of Asia's infrastructure network at the project level. Explore the who, what, and why behind these megaprojects. See tomorrow's supercontinent through the eyes of regional powers. Make sense of it all with expert analysis that uncovers the trend lines behind today's headlines. This is reconnectingasia.csis.org.
China is rising. Its economy is now the second largest in the world. China is the world's largest trader, having surpassed the United States, and Chinese military capabilities are expanding. In just a few decades, China has moved from the periphery to the center of the international system. But what does that really mean for the world? In some ways, China is a developed country, yet in other ways, it is still developing. China's transformation is often misunderstood, and the future of Chinese power is uncertain. Power itself is a nebulous concept. Power can be relative, it can be absolute, it can be perceived and anticipated. So how can we decipher power? Through China Power, CSIS unpacks the complexity of China's rise by analysing the key components of Chinese power. What are China's strengths? What are its weaknesses? Does China's rise present a threat or an opportunity? Or both? What questions are you asking? Join the conversation at chinapower.csis.org.
The war in Syria represents a new low for the international community. We're seeing a war without law, as well as seemingly a war without end. It's very, very striking that we're living in an age of the bombing of UN convoys, never mind the targeting of hospitals.
So we were so surprised and shocked when we saw our colleagues covered with their blood and giving their last breaths. I don't know how to describe that. It's so hard emotionally. It's like you are losing one of your precious in front of your eyes.
We're witnessing a profound surge of violence against civilians, against health workers, patients, facilities, humanitarian convoys across a full spectrum of countries that is really shredding the accountability and protections that are contained in the Geneva Conventions.
The attack on Kunduz was a sustained attack over an hour, despite the fact that all the parties knew us, had our GPS coordinate. We must say that it was our biggest loss in terms of lives. 42 people died, 14 of our staff.
This was a tragic mistake.
This is a period when there's the danger of vacuum around the world and a danger for the abuse of power by states that are strong enough to do so. The international sense of conscience and consciousness that led to the responsibility to protect in the early 2000s has certainly been eroded.
People are struggling to respond. They're building clinics and hospitals in underground bunkers. They're documenting these attacks and publishing them. They're taking measures to the UN Security Council.
Stop bombing hospital. Stop bombing health workers.
But up to now, these measures have not had much effect in deterring attacks. But many courageous individuals and groups continue the fight. This is a fight that's going to last well into the future.
We believe that war stopped at the door of our hospital, and we want to preserve that. And we want to preserve access to healthcare in war zones. That's a battle that's worth to fight.
I have huge confidence in other people and a degree of confidence in myself that has sometimes helped me take those crazy risks that I took.
And what accounts for that degree of confidence in yourself?
Love.
Love?
Yeah. Yeah. You have, I mean, I'm sorry, this is outside the economic field by a long way. But yeah, I very strongly believe that you can, love generates confidence. If your parents love you, if your siblings love you, if your spouse, companion, whoever, or your children love you, it gives you that level of confidence that helps you move to the next step or do something else which is harder, bigger, or further. Yeah.
That's very, very smart and very powerful. Wow.
While much of the world focuses on terrorism in the Middle East, violent extremist groups have expanded their ambitions and reach in Africa as well. In the Western Sahel, Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb has produced or inspired a proliferation of extremist groups that continue to destabilize the region. In the areas around Lake Chad, Boko Haram, with its origins in northeast Nigeria, has left tens of thousands of civilians dead and displaced almost 3 million people. The security vacuum in Libya and the presence of Islamic State and Al-Qaeda deepen the risks to the Sahel region.
There has been a lot of turmoil and trouble with these radical elements, which you find in this arc of instability from North Africa to Afghanistan.
Military intervention by regional forces, France, and the UN have weakened these groups and reclaimed territories they once held. But the drivers of militancy and the complex social, economic, and political environment that fuels these groups remain very much intact. Unless this understructure of vulnerability and criminality is addressed, extremist violence will remain.
Good morning, everyone. And welcome to CSIS for our first ever Cyber Disrupt Summit. My name is Denise Jung. I'm the director of the Technology Policy Program here at CSIS and a senior fellow. We are very pleased to be hosting you today for a day of very dynamic, substantive, timely conversation about strategies, policies, and technology practices that will be disruptive to the current status quo and improve cybersecurity. We'll have a day of keynotes, panels, TED Talks, and a live, interactive debate at the very end just to cap things off. I also do want to take a moment to thank our sponsors. This event would not have been possible without support from the Smith Richardson Foundation, Tanium, Symantec, Forescout, Intel Security, and Raytheon. It is also my honor to introduce Fran Townsend. She needs no introduction, of course, but Fran is former Homeland Security Advisor to President George W. Bush. She also served as Deputy National Security Advisor for combating terrorism from 2003 to 2004. She has spent 13 years in the U.S. Department of Justice in the administrations of Presidents H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, and George W. Bush. Ms. Townsend is currently Executive Vice President for Worldwide Government Legal and Business Affairs at McAndrews and Forbes Incorporated. And of course, we all know Fran from her frequent appearances on CBS News and CNN. She's also a member of the CSIS family, having joined our Board of Trustees in 2005. So please join me in welcoming Frances Townsend.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming out. The weather cooperated with us, so I am pleased you're all here. I apologize, we're off to a little bit of a late start. You know, I remember back to when I sat in Tom's seat and we were grappling with the cybersecurity challenges, and they've only magnified, and frankly, the threat is far worse today, and goes to the fundamental security of our federal infrastructure and our information security. It's clear that the Trump administration knows that cybersecurity is a central challenge both for domestic and foreign policy. It is a key issue for our economic health and our national security. And so I couldn't be more pleased to introduce Tom Bossert, who is now the Assistant to the President for Homeland Security and Counterterrorism. I had the privilege of working with Tom when I was at the White House, and he comes to the job now with exactly the right experience. He was my deputy. He was the Deputy Assistant to the President for Homeland Security, where he advised President Bush on Homeland Security, counterterrorism, and the continuity of operations. He worked on the Comprehensive National Cybersecurity Initiative, our nation's first effort to build better cybersecurity, elements of which we still use today. Tom can tell us about how the threat landscape has changed since the CNCI, what the challenges in cyberspace does for that the United States confronts today, and how the administration's cybersecurity strategy will address those threats. Please join me in welcoming Tom Bossert.
Thank you all very much, and I apologize for being tardy here today. It's entirely my fault, not Fran's, which is a flip reverse of our normal responsibility with one another. A few lighthearted comments first, if I could. I've now inherited Fran's old office, and for Fran and Lisa Monaco, my predecessor, that was a comfortable environment. For me, it is the shortest office in the White House, and I'm the tallest staffer occupying it. So for those of you that haven't been to the office, please, over the next however many years I'm privileged to serve President Trump, make it an effort to stop by and visit me, and I will be glad to host you there, provided there's no ethics bar on that visit. If there is, don't come. Go talk to Fran, and we'll take care of our cybersecurity together as a nation. So let me introduce a few thoughts, but let me start by thanking the hosts here and thanking a few others. So Fran was fairly modest there. Fran has been responsible for my series of promotions in my career. So I would observe first that I've been a policy director, a senior director, a special assistant to the president, a deputy assistant to the president, all under Fran Townsend. And now I've had the privilege to be an assistant to the president, Homeland Security Advisor under President Trump. So I am quite privileged to be here, but I'm quite privileged to be in this job. I think that's the most important thing for me to convey to the public today. I take this responsibility seriously. I'm here for the mission. I'm not here for me. I've now achieved everything I ever want to achieve in life. I am done when this job is done with public service, and I take it very seriously. I don't get too caught up in all of the public misoginations about who's doing what with whom. Right now, I work for the president. He's given me clear guidance. There is no problem with that guidance, and I want to start by telling you what that guidance is. I see some friends in the room. The guidance to me started in terms of priorities before I took the job. And for those of you that haven't seen the now leaked draft executive order, I'll address that directly, but it starts with a commentary on us operating our federal networks on behalf of the American people. That is President Trump's view. That is his personal view. That is a view that he communicated to me in the interview process for this job. That is not a platitude. And he doesn't view it kindly that we have bureaucrats viewing this as a responsibility among others and questions about priorities. It is an absolutely solemn responsibility, and from his perspective, if we can't do it better, he'll be very frustrated. So to me, I want to introduce some priorities, and those priorities start with those things that we can control the most and the most directly. And the most directly controllable thing for President Trump and I to control are federal networks and their data. So federal networks and data is the first priority for us. I'll walk through some details there on how we plan to address that. And priority 2, only by function of it having to be number 2, are critical infrastructure. But not all critical infrastructure is equally critical. And so we will focus in on the most critical of those things, what some of us refer to as Section 9 entities. And then 3, we need to tackle the notion of securing our nation and the American people. And cybersecurity is an area where we talk about it quite a bit, but we have not yet gotten serious about a serious deterrent strategy. And so the idea from my perspective is to take the cabinet, bring them together very seriously as we negotiate with our foreign enemies and frenemies and enemies, and figure out how we're going to share information responsibly with our allies and how we are going to deter our adversaries. That is a stated objective. This administration will take it seriously, and we will be looking for achievable ideas to that end. I think that needs to be stated out loud. So that's the theory of my case. Let me go back and prove a little bit of what we intend to do. I'm excited about it. I think we can achieve it, but we cannot achieve it without partnership. Partnership with you, partnership with industry, partnership with the owners and operators of infrastructure, and frankly, partnership within our governments, state and local governments, and even internal to our federal enterprise, which is designed, as many of you know, with interagency as a noun. So my job here is to make sure that that becomes a coordination function and not a noun. I've given my speech away. Let me come back and thank Jim Lewis and Denise Zhang in addition to Fran Townsend. Denise and Jim have been leaders in this field. I'd like to thank Chairman McCall and Senator Whitehouse. They've been leaders in this field. They've led this effort. They've led recommendations. They've led what has brought us here today to this summit, a policy task force. We've reviewed that in the White House. We've reviewed their recommendations and taken them quite seriously. There have been 15 reports with 175 collective recommendations from CSIS to Mr. Donnellan and Palmisano and the Commission, Cybersecurity Commission. I've spoken to most of the leaders of those operations, summits, reports, commissions, authors of those reports. 175 recommendations all boil down to the same 4 things that I started out with as our recommendations. And I can promise you that I came up with those 4 priorities before I read 175 recommendations. And so I view it as a validation to some degree of what we've all been doing together as a group. And I've jokingly said this at breakfast, but Jim Lewis wrote a report in 2009 that I make the 16th. It's not recently released, but it's still equally prescient. And it's still, in large part, something that we should look at implementing today. That is not a criticism of where we've come or what we've not done over the last 8 years, but it's an observation to Fran's point that as I come back to this world, I feel like I have reawoken from a long 8-year nap, and I have found a world that is on fire to some degree. The cyber threat has magnified, the terrorism threat has magnified. They are the same threats, they are the same phenomenon, but they are on a scale that is much wider, much larger, with a greater cost. So, with that sombering note, federal networks. Federal networks, at this point, can no longer sustain themselves. We cannot tolerate indefensible technology, antiquated technology, hardware and software. Modernization is absolutely critical. We will pursue that. You will see details in the coming weeks and months on how we will pursue that. It is not easy, but we cannot any longer defend indefensible networks. Second, priorities. We've had some confusion, and I want to clarify it, on who's responsible for what. Federal agency heads will be held responsible and accountable to the president, as they should have been, and I believe have been for the last 10, 12 years, for their own enterprise network security. However, also, not an or, not a instead of, but in addition to, we will hold the entire federal network as an enterprise and view it as something that needs to be defended as such. We can no longer dream away the notion that we will have cybersecurity expertise in terms of capital investment and human investment resident at 190 or 220 federal agencies. It would be very difficult to achieve and sustain that, and it would be unwise for us to attempt to do it. on behalf of the taxpayer. So shared services will be a fundamental requirement. How we achieve that will require some time, and we'll come out with some details as we move forward. Secondly, in addition to modernization and shared services, we have to look at this enterprise risk in a national security holistic manner. We often talk about OPM. There's going to be a strong push to manage our risk using the framework. Most of you will have heard that before. Frankly, I think it's a good idea, but the second question is going to become, what are our metrics? We are aware that we need metrics, and I'll use that word here so that you don't accuse me of not knowing what I'm talking about. Those metrics, though, will be something that we know when we see them. OPM is a good example because we all know that now in retrospect as having been an obvious metric. We had crown jewels in a system held responsibly in some ways by an OPM director who had been in charge of her own or his own, depending on who our next OPM director will be, enterprise. However, on behalf of the federal enterprise, on behalf of our national security, additional effort, additional money, and additional defenses should have been applied to those crown jewels. We will require agency heads to communicate that information to the White House so that DHS can apply their operational observations, skill sets, and applied sciences, and that OMB can apply its financial and administrative skills, and that we can make a determination on how to more adequately deflect our adversaries and affect our cybersecurity investments. Side point here, this week I mentioned healthcare as President Trump's priority, as it should be. I think what you'll also see is on Thursday a budget blueprint. So as to not get caught up in the executive order questions that you have, I'll direct you to this Thursday's rollout. President Trump intends to put his money where his mouth is. There will be a budget request to the Hill that will reflect his view that we need greater defense readiness, but also greater security. Cybersecurity will be is part. You will see on Thursday when he releases it, it is part of his budget request. Cybersecurity will be funded through DoD and DHS. Homeland Security will be funded. Defense will be funded. This is not just simply an exercise in defense readiness. This is an exercise in protecting America. I don't want to get too far out in front with numbers, but that's a tease for you for Thursday, certainly. Said, I've got one more thank you to offer, and that is to the staff who have put this together. The staff that have put this summit together have reached out to me in small and large ways and made me understand each and every one of you and what your concerns are. So I want to take you to some of the more detailed nuances of what might be an executive order. One of them is botnets, and this is something I'm a little bit concerned about. I believe, and if the staff work is correct, this might resonate with this room, I believe that we can radically reduce the number of botnets in this country. I believe that that's a voluntary effort, and I'd like us to call for that publicly. The president will call for that publicly. We need an effort that no longer looks at the bottom of the mountain, but that rather looks in a higher topography order to get to the root cause of some of these botnet attacks. It's going to require the collaborative cooperation of companies, as you know, not only ISP providers, but companies by name. Some are social media companies, some are internet search engines, but collectively that information can be readily assessed, readily digested, and botnet attacks can be reduced. If not to zero, we can dramatically reduce their number if we put our minds to it. So this will be a call to voluntary coordination and a call to our leadership goal, and we'll provide the mechanism to coordinate that effort. And then lastly, I would invite you, Democrats, Republicans, there is no partisanship in this issue. This issue is about deterring our enemies. So as we move to Section 3 of what will most likely be an executive order in the coming weeks or months, we need to look at sharing with our allies, but we need to also look at deterring their intent. So that's how I started, deterring our adversaries. That's how I'll end, deterring our adversaries. I'm not sure how I'm doing on time. I could talk for about 20 more minutes, but Fran, if you'd like to, we can talk.
Sure, why don't we have a
details.
conversation?
Thank you very much.
Tom, thank you for that. Let me take you back. You mentioned the 3 priorities. When you talk about the federal network and modernization and shared services, give us a sense of, got a budget coming, modernization's got a big price tag across the federal government, and it's not a single budget year project. How do you think about that and getting your arms around the modernization of the federal infrastructure?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think there's three answers there. There will not be a budget that reflects an overnight modernization of the IT. I think that's somewhere around a $90 billion endeavor that's going to require more time, a little bit more thoughtful analysis. We're, I think, 60 days into this administration, so we'll get there. I think we've demonstrated quite a bit of success in 60 days, despite all the fanfare. That said, the money in the defense investments and the Homeland Security investments that I spoke of are meant to direct towards current efforts, but also renewed efforts that have never been quite implemented the right way. So that money will have to be followed by policy guidance, thoughtful leadership at the Department of Homeland Security. Secretary Kelly and others have demonstrated to me a great deal of confidence and competence in this matter. But there's some tactical parts of your question there as well. We've seen spear phishing. I think CrowdStrike and Verizon and FireEye and others have all come out with their reports, and they still seem to say the threat vector of today is spear phishing. It looks, as I looked at them, as if it's becoming more complex. There are phone calls preceding well-crafted emails, and the tradecraft is improving. The success rate is good, so those are low-hanging tactical issues. Major reforms of a budgetary nature are going to require years of investment. And so the third point there, and that's the interim midterm point, as we assess risk, which is not just a function of requiring departments and agencies to report to us their risk management activities, it's also a function of them reporting to us that risk which they're aware of and that they are not mitigating. That is something we have not done before. Reporting your known and unmitigated risk will be a requirement moving forward. We are already beginning that effort. That's going to require an obvious reaction. And the obvious reaction is, if you want us to mitigate it, and we don't have any more money to do so, how would you like us to handle it? That requires greater importance and greater investment, rather, in DHS's capabilities as a quasi-shared service provider in their function and role. But it also requires us to have the ability to meet those unmet needs. And that's a budget mechanism as much as it is an additional budget cost item. We can't predict what that will be. For those of you that are defense-oriented, we have an OCO budget. For those of you that are Homeland Security-oriented, we have a DRF. For those of you that are cybersecurity-oriented, we've had attempts in the past to develop a revolving fund. None of them have quite stuck in this application, but we do need to address unmet needs in a budgetary matter in a regular, ongoing basis as we assess risk and determine insufficiencies on behalf of the entire federal network, as opposed to some individual agency process where we hold them accountable, but then don't necessarily give them the money and resources to carry out all of their missions in addition to their cybersecurity responsibility. So that's not a call for more money, it's a call for efficiency. It's tied hand in hand with modernization. Modernization is going to have a big price tag, but in the interim, we're going to need a way to meet unmet needs with unrealized threats and unmitigated risks, if that makes sense. So that's kind of a three-part answer.
So the tricky part to this, right, is because of the way the budget process works, both internal to the executive branch and on the Hill, you're going to need the support of some of your congressional allies. You rightly called out and thanked Chairman McCall and Senator Whitehouse. Do you think you can get the support on Capitol Hill that you're going to need for the kind of budget flexibility that requires?
The answer to that is yes. I'm a little bit out over my skis to say that. I don't want to begin to list the number of senators and congressmen and congresswomen that I've called because I'll omit one. I've called out two here today for the specific purpose of thanking them for their leadership on the effort and the task force that they've led here at CSIS. But I have talked to, in my mind, and if I haven't talked to you yet and you're watching this, I will call you shortly, every important and unimportant, and there is no such thing, member of Congress, Senate, House, their staffs, appropriations committees, authorizing committees, and every single person I talk to, those that understand cybersecurity and those that just read about it in the paper, agree that we need some reform. And that's the start. If they disagreed and they thought it wasn't a problem, I would say no to you, or I would say maybe. But every single person of both political stripes, some independents, some former independents that aren't in Congress or in the Senate anymore, have all agreed and they've all given me advice and they've all said that we have to do something. I've demonstrated hopefully some competence on the matter, some care and some zeal and passion on the matter, and they've committed to me, at least verbally, to helping us. Now, that puts the responsibility and the awesome task back on me. President Trump has now said this is a priority and we need to take care of it. Yes, sir. And the Congress and those that have supported have now said come up with a thoughtful approach that we can get behind and implement. Yes, ma'am, yes, sir. So now we have 2 calls to action. I need a staff and a support structure within the entire federal government. Secretaries Mattis and Secretary Tillerson and Secretary Kelly and others are going to be instrumental in this effort. But I also need the people in this room, it's not a platitude, to come up with good ideas and to shorten those 175 recommendations into things that we can achieve. And I believe that the executive order President Trump will issue will provide a mechanism within which you can plug all your recommendations. There's 3 sections and there's 3 categories of your 175 recommendations, and that's not an accident.
So tell me, you mentioned that there will be metrics associated with this. Are those, and that the cabinet agency heads will be held accountable? Are they metrics that will be made public, or is it internal metrics by which you'll measure progress?
Yeah, thank you. A couple of thoughts here. I think that I'm often guilty of having sat at your seats, and I listen to speakers and I write down critical thoughts. What didn't he or she say? Metrics is something I've always written down. So I addressed it, but I shouldn't have focused on it. The answer here is that we're going to go through a thoughtful approach that requires federal departments and agencies to adopt and implement the cybersecurity framework developed by NIST and any subsequent iteration of that document. They're going to be required to produce for us a report, and when I say us, ultimately the president, but it's going to go through the Secretary of Homeland Security, first and foremost under FISMA contemplated law and actual law, but under the contemplated construct of FISMA, the Secretary of Homeland Security is going to provide the expertise to look at that and to digest the technical construct of that. It's going to go through OMB so that they can look at it from a management perspective. And it's going to go to the president through me in most cases. And the idea there is for us to collectively render determinations on the adequacy of those mitigation strategies, those management tactics, but also then it's going to have to be done in some way that has a scorecard, right? How do we decide whether we've determined adequacy or sufficiency? We're going to have to develop metrics. So we don't have them, and whether they're public or not, I think probably not, because the idea here of defending the collective federal enterprise as opposed to the agency and department enterprises, the idea is to defend our crown jewels from a national security perspective, and that will inherently be something that we don't want to reveal to the public or our enemies. But that effort of developing those metrics has to be acknowledged as we work through that process. I mentioned OPM because it's an easier metric to wrap your mind around. I'll know it when I see it, that standard. Well, we all now know that an antiquated hardware system and an antiquated database software system holding millions and millions of important records to our national security was a bad approach. That was known and unmitigated risk, contemplated through the lens of one agency who had responsibility for their enterprise. It now needs to be looked at through the lens of the security of our nation, and it has to be examined in addition to each agency. In addition, it has to be examined at a White House level to make sure that we've got a collective.
Now, to undertake an endeavor of this magnitude, you need the right talent. Yeah. You need it at the White House, you need it at DHS and the departments and agencies. How do you go about recruiting, retaining? This was a challenge in the Bush administration and the Obama administration, for every administration. Talk a little bit about recruiting and keeping talent.
Yeah, I think it's difficult for the federal government in any field to recruit and retain talent. There's a lot of money, there's a lot of opportunities, there's a lot of fun in the private industry, so people end up through a revolving door. So I think we need to concede a managed service provider model, is the model that we're going to have to move towards. And so when I talk about managed services, I talk about managed services in terms of cloud services, but also in terms of security services. And I think that we're going to have to acknowledge that DHS is playing a little bit of a managed service role to its compatriot departments and agencies, and that they're going to have to reach out and get those resources from private industry and be receptive to that revolving door to some degree. Now, that carries with it some thoughtful engineering. That thoughtful engineering is going to have to involve some procurement modification. That procurement modification is going to have to require budgeting. So this is all an interrelated, layered risk management exercise. But I would say maybe one or two more things on that. I thank Chairman McCall, but I think that DHS needs to do a hard internal assessment of its capacity and capabilities to meet its mission. That's not a negative, that's not a criticism. It's just a thought and a recommendation for DHS as they move forward. Their leadership's already engaging in that effort. And I think some of the money and some of the resources that the President provides to the Department of Homeland Security to do that will have to be spent on human capital, not just on capital investments in things. And then lastly, I would reiterate my observation that we can't have resident in 190 or more federal agencies the same level of zeal, passion, capacity, and capability that we can have in centralized places that provide managed services. It's the job of some of us to provide cybersecurity. I'm the policy coordinator, I'm the integrator. We don't have any operational capacity at the White House, and I don't intend to ever, while I'm there, seek it. I don't think we would have the right money, the right skill set, and I think it would probably be a mistake for a lot of reasons. So with DHS and with OMB helping us assess risk, we will then task back out to the departments and agencies, and we will rely heavily on private industry. I think that's the only way to get and retain talent.
You know, today we know that the general public is entirely skeptical of the security of their own data. There are privacy and civil liberties concerns sort of at every turn, whether you're talking about large ISP providers, commercial providers, or the government. How do you address those concerns? Because without addressing them, you can't get public support and buy-in. How do you address the privacy and civil liberties concerns as you look at this critical infrastructure, federal networks going forward?
Yeah, it's really a matter of trust, isn't it? I would be remiss if I didn't reiterate the importance of privacy and our respect for it and respect for those people who demand it. It is very difficult to say that, knowing those people are very distrustful of large institutions. I joke sometimes, I don't like lawyers, I don't trust the federal government, and here I am a lawyer working in the federal government. So I'm self-loathing in some way. That said, I think that healthy distrust of large institutions, and the federal government being the largest, is understandable. But I'm going to have to work very hard by being trustworthy and by being honest and candid in earning that trust back. And the president will and others will in order to gain any kind of privacy concession. And there's no such thing as a concession in this game, but there's a concession of trust that we won't violate what people expect to be their core privacy expectations. And really, this is a matter of trust. And I'm going to do everything I can to earn that trust. Now, that said, there's policies that we can put in place that would make that easier. There are policies we can put in place that will be less aggressive in some places. But I will not sit here and promise you that we'll be less aggressive in terms of law enforcement. There's going to be a lot of debates over things like encryption, over difficult topics that have no real answer. And there will be people that don't trust me or don't trust the administration. I think that's something that they should keep to themselves and hold and reserve judgment until they have some reason not to. I have not violated anyone's trust, and neither has the president. He has kept his word, and we've implemented a number of promises. He'll continue to govern responsibly, and I will continue to help him coordinate the interagency process responsibly. But as we struggle through those issues, trust is the issue. In addition, law enforcement has a real responsibility. So now that I've said all that, let me be candid and tell you where I come from on this. We have to give law enforcement the tools they need to take bad people, whether they're terrorists or cyber hackers meant or nation states seeking to do us harm, and we need to stop treating them in a way that mollycoddles them. We have a responsibility to stop focusing on the victim of this stuff. It's not a Home Depot issue, it's not a Target issue, it's not an OPM issue. It's the issue of the person who has intentionally sought to do us harm. And we need to start turning around the messaging on that matter. And I have no problem saying that. The tools we use are directed at them, not directed at the innocent citizens of this country.
Well, that's a perfect segue into, so how do you engage, what is your view of how you engage nation-state actors? Multilaterally, bilaterally? Some are sort of our greatest cyber adversaries, whether it's China or Russia. The Chinese have offered the notion of a multilateral agreement that many view as binding US options. How do you begin to tackle this sort of at the nation-state level?
Yeah, carefully, carefully. I've got great confidence, as does the President and Secretary Tillerson, And you should know that cybersecurity is something that's very much on his mind. We will have engagements with friends, enemies, adversaries. I think norms, you need to hear the word norms come from my lips. Norms are important. They are our statement as a country, as the country that invented the internet, by the way. They are our statement that we have a certain expectation for how people will behave themselves on an open, interoperable platform that allows for innovation, free trade, fair trade, and other things that we think are important to our societal organization, socioeconomic organization. So those norms are important, and I think that's what you start with. You start by candidly telling other countries how we expect them to behave and how we promise to behave in return. And if they accept those norms and then fail to abide by them, we have a responsibility to call them out on it. And we have a responsibility to do something about it. Now, I don't want to rush to putting anyone on notice or do anything worse. What we have to do is start by establishing those norms, establishing evidence that they violated those norms if they so choose, and then taking the appropriate steps to penalize and disincent that behavior. I think that's how you do it. And I think that those countries, maybe another statement that might gain some attention here, I think those countries that are seeking data localization are misguided. And I think that that would be the ultimate logical outgrowth of any country, and we won't do this for this reason in the United States, that seeks to increasingly centralize the role of cybersecurity for everyone. If it's a centralized function on behalf of the people run by the government, you'll have tendencies surrounding data localization and the exclusion from our markets of other services and goods from other countries. Those are two things that are antithesis to our fundamental U.S. values, if you will. So I think those are the things. Those are the norms, those are the expectations, those are how you call people out as you would with any other human interaction. And then lastly, I think kind of reiterating our value set in terms of a socioeconomic trade-based doctrine or a fair trade-based doctrine is the right way to go.
So you mentioned penalizing those who don't observe kind of accepted norms of practice in cybersecurity. Is the administration willing to consider or look at the possibility of sanctions and that sort of regime to penalize those actors who don't observe those norms?
You know, I'm going to sound a little trite when I say this, but President Trump is absolutely focused on national security from an America First perspective and not in a way that is meant to harken back to some poor decisions or some historic anomaly. He is looking at this from the most honest perspective you can look at it. So if sanctions are appropriate and effective, I would have no problem recommending them to him. None. Yeah, but that's getting way in front of ourselves right now. I think there's also some very positive opportunities for us to continue constructive conversations from Asia to the Middle East to our allies in Western Europe. And I think those are very positive conversations for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the private sector, many of whom are in this room, offer a bridge, and President Trump has been quite open to engaging the private sector on public policy issues. Prior administration, President Obama had a Silicon Valley initiative. What is your view, and what's the president's view going forward about engagement with Silicon Valley on the very challenges you're facing?
Yeah, I think there's two answers to that, right? I don't want to be accused of being an institutionalist, but the first answer for me is to take all the initiatives underway that I'll say I quote unquote inherited, but that were underway through transition, and to run them through a thoughtful process so that we can analyze that which was working versus that which was not working, as opposed to that which was orchestrated by President Obama and that which was orchestrated by President Bush or that which was orchestrated by President Trump. That's not the model, that's not the approach. President Trump has not expressed those sentiments. What he said is figure out what's working and keep doing it, and figure out what's not working and quickly and without reservation stop it. And you've got my political top cover to do so. And so that's a very liberating way to operate. But I don't want to do it in a piecemeal fashion where it's Tom Bossert making those decisions. That's also not what he wanted me to do. What he'd like to do is to have us do it through a thoughtful, collaborative, analytic fashion, and that's what's going to happen. So there are some efforts underway that I suspect will have some merit and be borne out on the other end of that assessment. And I suspect there'll be some that maybe don't receive the same priority treatment, but it's not my job to render that decision, at least without perfect knowledge. I try not to render any premature conclusions. After we have a thoughtful process in place, you'll see something that's a little bit more defensible as we move forward. But on the general issue or general matter of coordinating with Silicon Valley, which is really just the way of saying that coordinating with smart people that are innovators in private industry, motivated by profit and penalized by market losses, those are great people. So we have no problem coordinating with them, whatever their political stripe. They have bright ideas and they're welcome. They're encouraged. They're going to inherit the cyber earth.
So, I heard you speak earlier today at breakfast, but share with us your thoughts about, frankly, because I don't think people hear enough from the government an acknowledgement to the private sector about the real damage and lost opportunity from DDoS attacks.
Yeah, so I briefly alluded to that. I think there's a number of ways to slice this. My instinct, the president's instinct, is not to mandate or regulate this into some kind of grinding, costly output. The idea here on botnets is one issue that we confront, just one. That one keyboard actuator, that one machine can launch one launch code that then turns thousands or hundreds of thousands of devices against one target, a bank. Strikes me as something that we should not address at the bank level. Does that make sense? So if it's a mountain, we're at the base of the mountain, and I'd like to address it higher in the topography. Obviously, the top of the mountain is that guy at that keyboard. If we can find that guy and eliminate his privileges from the internet, that'd be great. But in the interim, I think that those other component, I alluded to it, I mean, it can involve Facebook and Google and ISPs and all the players that are involved in this, not to single them out. All of them can collectively together, at least it's my technical understanding, in a voluntary way, figure a method for identifying those botnet attacks by looking at that network traffic and shunting it a little bit more effectively. I think right now our approach is to have the ISPs shunt that traffic, and there's a cost to that, right? It's happening a little bit too close to the bank. It's having a cost in terms of capacity, but it's also having an opportunity cost. And I think that there's a way for us to greatly reduce, I can't say eliminate, but greatly reduce the number of botnets in this country through voluntary coordinated effort. And this president's going to call for just that.
Tom, can you explain to us a little bit what your view is of the relationship between government actors like NSA and DHS in terms of helping critical infrastructure providers protect themselves, identify threats before they manifest themselves? How do you strengthen that relationship so it's more real time and it's more effective?
Yeah, that goes back to how we're going to address cybersecurity in general, doesn't it? So I think the first step for me, and not to sidestep your question, but my first step is, and the president's first step, is for us to ask the departments and agencies to figure out means and methods under their existing authorities or whether they need new authorities or capabilities to help the most critical of those critical infrastructure Section 9 entities, if you will, and to work with them and not say, how secure are you, but for us to work with them and say, how can we help you be more secure? Now, if I were that guy sitting at your seat, what would I be writing right now? In that category of things, I'd be writing down, well, that's a platitude, right? I understand it's a little bit of a platitude, but it's also an acknowledgement of the difficulty of the problem. And it's a little bit of a punt on the answer to your question, but it's also a recognition of the fact that we're not helping people in their cybersecurity problems by going to the bank, in my previous analogy. There's also going to have to be systems that are attached to their systems. We talk about HVAC providers that were the threat vector into large companies, right? There needs to be a thoughtful assessment of how those companies are attacked, what those threat vectors are, how cybersecurity works, and we're going to end up in a logical outcome here where I don't want us to make the mistake of being the federal government protecting everyone's cyber interests. I want us to be the federal government that helps everyone think through the cybersecurity challenge in a little bit more of a thoughtful way, higher in the topography, if we can come up with those solutions, and to encourage private solutions and then authorize them. So often the government's in the way. So it's a little punt on this issue, but it's also not a punt. If you see the direction that the president will issue, part of the first step is to engage with those companies to figure out how we can help them. But there's 5 or 6 other steps into the category of critical infrastructure that are going to be unpleasing or displeasing to you for right now. At least it won't give you what you want. But give us another 100 days or so. We're 60 days into it, and we'll have more detail answer that question.
So let me ask you, one of the big questions that's been much in the press and has been a dogged concern, again, across administrations, is how do you get your arms around and tackle the insider threat? And frankly, even if the government could solve this for the federal government, it relies on the private sector and it relies on contractors. And so this has been another decades-long persistent threat. We haven't mentioned it yet this morning, but it must be part of your thinking and something that you'll have to address.
It's been quite a bit of my thinking recently. Okay, two answers, not to be glib. The first answer on insider threat is that we have a responsibility, anybody who has an insider has a responsibility, and the federal government's one of them, to institute controls that are appropriate, to institute hiring practices that are appropriate, to re-examine them regularly. These are things that are common in their sense, but they need to be repeated regularly. And people inheriting new institutions often don't think of those rules, procedures, and hiring practices. It's important. But secondly, and this is something I care a little bit about here with some passion, we need to find the people that do it and hold them accountable and be absolutely unwavering in doing so. The people that have taken in the past things that they should not have taken, right? Snowden and others are absolute enemies to our state, period. They need to be caught, punished, and treated as such. I get head nods. Does anyone disagree with that? Let me poll the audience. If people feel like they can continue to get away with it, they will. They cannot continue to get away with it. We have this responsibility in our security backgrounds. Fran and I have signed our names on so many things now, I'm not sure what I can talk about anymore. And you've all been in that position as well. We have an affirmative responsibility in how we treat classified information, to not only treat it appropriately, but if we're aware of someone else not treating it appropriately, we have an affirmative responsibility to turn that person in. I would remind everyone in this room that if you're a good patriot, that you apply that same standard whether you've signed that piece of paper or not. If you see something, say something that's a little trite, but it applies to cybersecurity as well. And we've all seen people and we've all known people that are not applying the right standard, but we've all also suspected there might be people that, aren't exactly protecting our crown jewels the way they should. I have no tolerance for it. Neither does President Trump.
So I'll take it one step further. Let me suggest it's not only to individuals, but to those businesses that have the privilege of doing work and contracting for the federal government. They too might be held accountable, and they too might suffer consequences if they haven't done the vetting of their own employees who turn out to be the insiders who've threatened federal information and leaked it. Because while we talk about holding individuals accountable, the big beltway contractors don't want to think that they could be threatened in terms of their commercial, and that's just another potential tool in the federal toolkit.
I think that's right. When we say they, though, right, there's organizations that have a responsibility to the first part of my answer. They have a responsibility to hire properly, to institute practices and procedures that guarantee in some ways that they're not negligent in their hiring practices and their personnel practices. But then there's the person who might break those rules anyway. That person I have no tolerance for. The organization, both the government and our contractors, we have to do what we can do to maintain appropriate trust of our shopkeepers, so to speak.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom.
Thank
Please
you,
help me in thanking Tom. We're going to let him get back to work.
Great. Thanks. Thank you. Well, Tom told us earlier that in the 60 days he's been called a warmonger, an institutionalist, and a technocrat, which is a pretty good start.
I deny all three.
Yeah, but I hope you all agree that he was really a good speaker, and we got a lot of meat out of today's thing. Fran, you've been an inspiration and a leader to us for a long time. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Could I thank you very much and make one more prerogative statement here, a small thing. Please don't focus on the executive order. Please focus on our conduct and behavior. That's more important. The president's priorities speak for themselves. He's made cybersecurity a priority in his first 60 days several times, privately and publicly. And then please also, in terms of the rumor mill that we all engage in, please note that I'd like you to welcome Rob Joyce as he joins the White House National Security Council team. For those of you that speculate he'll be joining I'm honored to confirm that rumor, and we'll welcome Rob as soon as the process can work its way through. But he will be an absolute treasure for me and for us and for the president as he coordinates these efforts. So, Jim, thank you so much.
Thanks again.
Appreciate it.
This was good. Thanks, Fran. Go ahead. Okay, if I could ask the next panel to come on up, that would be great. I hope they're here. Oh. Yeah, well, that could help. Institute, and probably more of you know her from the editor of Lawfare, which is probably one of the better blogs out there for certainly our kind of stuff. So we're really grateful that she's willing to do this. I'm going to let her introduce the panel. Go ahead.
So thanks so much to CSIS for hosting this great conference today. Certainly really timely. I'm especially pleased to be moderating this panel on lawful hacking and access to digital evidence in the 21st century. I'm really sort of interested in this issue, not only because I happen to work on it personally, but because I think this is going to be one of sort of the pivotal factors that are going to shape what our relationship looks like with the government, what our intelligence community looks like moving forward. So I think this is a really an incredibly important issue. I'm very pleased to have an expert panel. I won't sort of belabor their biographies. I think there is some additional information in the program. And then we will get right into questions because I have a lot of them. So I will start with Raj Day. Raj is a partner at Mayer Brown, former general counsel of the NSA, where he was my boss. So I'm glad to finally be able to turn the tables and ask him, grill him with questions for a little while. John Lynch, who's the head of CSIPS, the Computer Crimes Division at the Department of Justice, and Joseph Lorenzo Hall, who's the chief technologist at the Center for Democracy and Technology. So we decided that we weren't going to worry about opening statements, and instead we're just kind of going to dive right in and try and keep things pretty conversational and start to tease out some of the issues that people in these various areas and with these various equities represent in the lawful hacking debate. So one thing that is useful is to sort of anchor the conversation and understand where exactly we're coming from. So we hear a lot about sort of going dark, or is there a golden age of surveillance, and is there actually even an issue here, right? Is there a problem for the law enforcement community? Is there a problem for the intelligence community in accessing digital evidence? Or is there more evidence created than ever before, and there's not actually any kind of issue to be solved in the first instance? So I'll sort of start, and Joe, maybe I'll start with you. To sort of, how do you think about this problem? How do you, what's sort of the nature of the problem for you, and do you even agree as a first principle kind of that it exists?
Yeah. So first of all, thanks for inviting me. This is probably the most rarefied panel I've ever been on. Thank you. Big fan of all of yours. So I think both those metaphors we use to talk about this are correct. Both the going dark metaphor to some extent and the golden age of surveillance. And I think they're correct at the same time. And what I mean by that is, if you talk to an engineer like myself and you say you're going dark, we'll look back at you and say something snarky, unfortunately, like, well, it's because you've been staring at the sun. And what we mean by that when we say that is that we used to create things that were born insecure, and we don't do that anymore. So these days we create very simple things that provide very strong security, and you have that layered up from the bottom up. So you do see, to some extent, the sun that the law enforcement and intelligence community had been staring at slowly getting darker, but that sun is also growing in the sense that there's so many things that were not available in digitized format until recently. And so, for example, my granular grocery shopping habits were not available. The times that I enter my house were not available, and those kinds of things can be available with the right kind of a process. Now, to sort of wrap that up, I think there's this fundamental disconnect. Director Comey of the FBI has said there can be no absolute zones of privacy. We disagree at CDT, and I think mathematics itself disagrees, in the sense that you could think of your mind as a place where you store things, and increasingly, rather than being containers or artifacts of speech, the things that we use, these kinds of things, are increasingly extensions of our mind. And because of that, your mind is a place where you enjoy absolute secrecy. We spend a lot of time in the legal process concentrating on mens rea and other kinds of things that allow you, to some extent, to try and tease out what someone was actually thinking. Well, as we build computational elements into your brain, which will happen, you don't want to see people get access to that under the existing kinds of process. And so I think that sort of gets at some of the particular issues we're worried about here.
Great. So John, sort of from the DOJ perspective, does that sort of align with how you're thinking about these things? This notion of this is more like what's inside someone's brain versus...
It kind of depends. I mean, certainly, first, I totally agree that there's both golden age of surveillance and going dark are true at the same time. And it's certainly the case that, for example, whereas 30 years ago people would communicate by a telephone call, that unless we were intercepting right at the moment, that kind of lost forever. And now people communicate by other means, and email, and we may be able to in fact go back 5 years if somebody has an email archive, and we can get a lot of information from that. That's as noted, in some ways going away. But there's still a lot out there. Where the challenge is from law enforcement's perspective, when I hear golden age of surveillance, people do talk about the shopping list or the Spotify, playlist and so forth. In a lot of cases, that's not going to be what law enforcement is interested in. We're often responsive. We're often looking for a specific piece of information, and the metadata isn't going to, sort of a large amount of metadata isn't going to be what we can either get or what's necessarily going to be helpful in a particular case, because we're looking for, the pieces of evidence that will allow us to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt, or at least get to the next step. So it's the need for us to get the targeted data that comes sometimes, I think, fuels the law enforcement frustration. And if it's unavailable, the case can fail. And the downside for that is it can skew law enforcement priorities. We end up chasing the case that we can solve and not necessarily the case that we want to pursue and is the best use of our resources. Because sometimes, and one of our problems, and I'll be candid about this, is figuring out exactly what the scope of the problem is. Because we go out to the US attorney's offices, we go out to the FBI, the investigative agencies, and we say, hey, where have you failed in your cases because of this problem? And a lot of times they don't have an answer because they hit a roadblock, they move to something else, and they're not able to say, oh, I would have definitely been able to solve this case if I just had been able to get into this guy's iPhone. We don't know. I mean, maybe not, but we're just not sure. So I do agree fully on the point that we do have in some ways advantages we didn't. Sometimes I think, from my perspective, it can be frustrating when people talk about you have all this metadata, and I'm saying, well, I can get an order for just this tiny slice, and if that doesn't help me, then I'm pretty much out of the case.
So Raj, you've sort of seen the intelligence community. You're now advising private companies. Problem, no problem? What do you think?
Well, it won't surprise you. I think both are true, and that both phrases, golden age of surveillance and going dark, are really a product of advances in technology, I think, as Joe was articulating. And I have seen it from the law enforcement side at Justice and then from the intelligence community, and now as a private lawyer working with clients who are getting more and more requests for information than ever before. And it's useful, I think, to tease out what are some of the factors underlying which phrase seems most apt to you given your situation. What seems most apt to John, to Joe, depending on where you sit. I think one factor is the distinction between quality and quantity, which I think John was getting at now. So it's a golden age of surveillance because there's a lot more information available and there's a lot more means to collect that information in bulk, for example. On the flip side is, sometimes when you want the most specific email or text to make a particular case, that's the most frustrating moment. And I think we need to think about the trade-offs as we put more pressure on the former as the latter become less and less available. Because what happens is the national security apparatus or the law enforcement apparatus has to do its job. And if there are increasingly situations where the one communication that we think is relevant to a particular task is not available, that's going to put pressure on other means to collect things around that, the penumbra, which actually may violate our values more than the first take. So quantity versus quality. Second, I think the question of authority and resources also impacts how one views this problem. Authority, are you the NSA or are you the Justice Department? Are you an intelligence agency or are you a law enforcement agency? Separately, resources. Are you at the federal level or are you a state and local sheriff? That's going to greatly impact how you view the world and whether this is the golden age of surveillance or in fact, can you actually not see what you need access to? And I would encourage folks not to think along stereotypical lines in this regard because everyone thinks the NSA, they have access to everything. You know, when I got to the NSA in 2012, well before Snowden and a lot of this public discourse, like any good lawyer, I sat down with my client and said, what is your biggest concern? What operationally is worrying you the most? And the head of then the Signals Intelligence Directorate, basically the spying part of NSA, said the rise of encryption is our biggest challenge going forward to fulfilling our mission. So that's the NSA speaking. That's not someone at CSIPs or elsewhere. So it's a problem that affects lots of parts of our establishment. And then third, I think how you view this question also depends on who are the targets you're going after and their sophistication and determination. Because if it's true that technology is the driving force, in my mind, between both of those concepts, of those worldviews, the more sophisticated you are and the more determined you are, the more you can put your activities in one of those worldviews. If you are a very sophisticated actor, there at your fingertips are the tools to make this the going dark era from law enforcement's perspective or from the National Security Agency's perspective. Everyday criminals do dumb things all the time. That's why we catch them on wiretaps. That's why we're going to get their emails going forward. But that doesn't necessarily answer the mail on the most sophisticated adversaries we may be facing.
So all of you are being incredibly reasonable and civil and pretty much agreeing on lots of things, which is not that interesting of a panel. So let's push into the areas that I'm pretty sure there will be more tension of the views. So the panel is called Lawful Hacking. I'm sure this will cause sort of Danny and the other technologists to have a heart attack, but I will give my sort of summary of what lawful hacking is. Lawful hacking, government hacking, you know, sort of pick your preferred phrase. Essentially, instead of either inserting backdoors or mandating particular forms of access, finding ways to exploit existing vulnerabilities in technology in order to facilitate lawful access, potentially with additional legal authorities on top of that. So this has raised lots of different issues and lots of different contexts. The intelligence context, clearly in law enforcement context as well. The law enforcement context is the place we really are seeing this come forward the most. We're seeing court cases, we're seeing sort of debates about that. Of course, recent disclosures from the CIA and elsewhere potentially are also showing some of the intelligence community's hand on that. So sort of briefly, where do you think about lawful hacking fitting into this picture? Is it a bad idea? Is it part of a solution, or is it really the answer to all of this? I'll sort of start with you, John, as the prosecutor.
I'm going to try to be reasonable, even despite your thing. I do think it is not a panacea. It is not the only solution to the problem. It isn't going to solve all of the law enforcement problems because, frankly, again, we are working from a targeted perspective, and we would need to have every tool available for the particular type of information we're seeking, and that's just not going to be possible. It's certainly not going to be possible on law enforcement budgets, especially if you're talking about state and local, and even if they get assistance from federal entities, it can be very difficult. So it's not going to be the panacea. It is probably part of the solution. We saw in San Bernardino and other situations where law enforcement kind of knocked on the door and said, "Hey, we need your help," and we got the responses that we got. We got sort of a, "We're not going to do that. You need to come up with your own solution." And in fact, half of the editorial cartooning community came up with just hand the phone to a 14-year-old, and they'll be into the phone. And that's kind of the naive view, and I'm sure Joe can talk more specifically about this. But this is when we talk about hacking, this is what it is. It's identifying a vulnerability, using the vulnerability, and for law enforcement, it's going to be to include getting the necessary authority to use that vulnerability.
Right. So to the extent you are able to solve, let's say, part of the problem at the federal law enforcement level, how much do you think that can be replicated down to state and local?
It's easier, I think, a little bit at the potentially at the data and rest area. If you have a tool and it applies to a certain device, the state and locals might be able to get access to that either through commercial means, which they're doing now, or potentially through federal assistance. Data in motion can be a much more difficult problem, I think, for state and local. That's always, I think that's always been the case. And on the other hand, part of what's fortunate is, I guess, that they tend to be dealing with reactive crimes, and so it is often the data arrest. It's a device that was left at the scene. It's something in the possession of someone at the time of arrest that they want to get they want to get a hold of. But it is a big problem for them. They're not going to have the resources that they need, and it would certainly be foolhardy from a financial perspective for 15,000 or 20,000 law enforcement agencies to all be chasing the same tools and so forth, because we'd just be paying for the same capability over and over again. You could get yourself into a real whirlpool of spending.
So Joe, I'm counting on you to jump in with the completely opposite view. This is catastrophic, the end of the world.
Yeah.
Go.
I'll try and be a little provocative in the sense that I think it's helpful to think about the problem and the solution. One, the problem is that complex technology is frustrating traditional law enforcement and intelligence community processes, right? It's not necessarily encryption. Encryption's a big chunk of that, but complexity itself can be provided without encryption. I think the second thing we need to be really clear about is there is no solution to this problem. There are ways to make it less of a problem, but there's nothing that is going to send you back to the good old days of clamping copper wires onto something and getting your full take stuff for whatever you want. There's going to always be stuff that's out of your control. That even exists, even if we had sort of a Feinstein-Burr or a Vance type piece of legislation that would mandate some outcome-oriented exceptional access or backdoor mechanism, you would still need to have the capabilities in law enforcement and intelligence community to crack things open, to try their best to get access to data that might be helpful to use a case. So I think even if we had a backdoor facility, you would still need government hacking in a lot of senses. And so that may be the second sort of shocking thing that I think, as someone from the NGO community and the civil liberties side, we recognize that there's government hacking going on. It's going to go on, and that it needs to be done in a way that we think is thoughtfully circumscribed. Similarly to the litigation before the Wiretap Act, there was a whole bunch of litigation. I mean, you learn about it when you learn about privacy law and things like that. Hopefully, we can be a little bit more proactive in designing sort of a Title III, so to speak, a Wiretap Act for these kinds of activities, because they do need some of these considerations that are beyond probable cause, things like minimization, predication, exhaustion, things like that.
So Raj, whenever you think about sort of lawful hacking, is your instinct to approach it kind of in your private law firm capacity, or do you go back to sort of the intelligence or DOJ experience? And how do you think about this in terms of a partial or a complete solution?
You know, I think no matter where I sit, whether it's representing companies that are on the receiving end of these sorts of issues, or NSA or the Justice Department, I tend to think that this issue of lawful hacking is really one small piece of the puzzle. And it's fundamentally interrelated with a lot of other big picture questions. But first, just to get a little bit of what John was saying, why is it only, in my mind, one small piece of the puzzle? First, scalability issues. It's not clear to me that this can solve many of our law enforcement and or national security needs. Two, it's very resource intensive. And I think folks who haven't lived in the government space don't appreciate that. But there's a lot that goes on on the national security side and the law enforcement side. And the idea that all the process that goes and work that has to go into one instantiation of lawful hacking, I can't think of a better way to put it, is a lot. And I'm not sure it really aligns with where we want state and local law enforcement, for example, to be. But third, and probably most importantly, is this question of lawful hacking, it's not clear to me aligns with where we all want to be with our values and norms generally. And so what do I mean by that? It's not clear to me how we think about lawful hacking in the context of vulnerability disclosure, another major topic that is clearly interrelated. But in other words, how do we want our government to act when vulnerabilities are when they're aware of vulnerabilities? I think we generally want support for our private industry to patch vulnerabilities. That's the entire cyber discussion. Of course, this seems to me at odds with that, and we've seen that post-Apple in the Apple San Bernardino case, the pressure that was brought on the FBI to reveal the source of how they got to the phone. So I think our norms on vulnerability disclosure are very much interrelated with this, and that is unsettled at the moment. Two, and now I see this particularly in private practice, is how do we want the private sector positioned vis-a-vis the government? Do we want an antagonistic posture, or do we want something that is more aligned? And I think that goes to core questions about how we think of the role of industry and the government. How have things gone post-Snowden? You use that as a break point, and when the relationship has become a little more adversarial. I don't know if we had a show of hands one way or the other, I think we'd be split on that. But that question seems to me core to how we think about the lawful hacking topic. And then third, honestly, in my mind, it feels a little random. The situations when lawful hacking will achieve the results we want them to achieve seems a little haphazard. And generally speaking, I'm not a proponent of government fulfilling our democratic desires in a haphazard way. That haphazardness of this is driven by technology, for example. And how much do we want our government pursuing whatever we want them to pursue based on the whims and circumstance of technology development? Maybe we do. Maybe that's the best answer we have because we can't come to agreement on anything else. But we should consciously choose that and recognize that if this is our end-all solution.
Right, so clearly there's a broader sort of ideological discussion. I think some of the tension is really about whether or not sort of technology should be the primary driver in shaping that relationship, or whether or not it should be the law, and when they're in tension, how exactly those two are going to resolve sort of consistent with our values. So there are broad sort of instincts and sort of background ideological views. Then there are the things that are sort of the nitty-gritty, right? We know that this is happening, and we know this is an issue. There are conversations that are ongoing. There's an interagency process working within the government. There's involvement in sort of with state and local engagement. There's lots of NGOs. So there's this ongoing, very rich and very complex debate that's playing out, not just within the executive branch and private sector, but also in courts right now. So one of the things I really want to sort of pick your brains about here are features of that sort of in the weeds debate about lawful hacking. So John, I'll sort of start with you. One of the ways in which I think lawful hacking became sort of more on the radar screen, obviously sort of post-Apple, FBI, and San Bernardino, but in a more sort of enduring or legal way was the debate about the Rule 41 changes. Can you sort of briefly explain what that debate was about, and whether how you sort of grade everybody in terms of the productivity of that debate, right? The rule change was made, lessons learned sort of.
Sure. The Rule 41 debate was prompted by, we got a decision out of a magistrate judge in the Southern District of Texas, brought him a warrant for getting into a machine, and the magistrate judge says, well, you can't say for sure that this was located in the Southern District of Texas, so until you can, I can't sign this, because Rule 41 and in general we have this principle that search warrants should be issued for property or persons or within the district.
With the technological background being sort of IP anonymization,
right? That was the underlying problem, was that we were in the position of saying we don't know where this machine is. In fact, we need to take this step to find out even the first thing about where this information is. And so we were really in sort of a first mover problem of you can't get a warrant without knowing where it is, and you can't know where it is without getting a warrant. And that was very frustrating for us. So we took that to the Rules Committee, which was essentially a group of judges and some academic experts, and we worked through the process. A number of the privacy groups, some industry weighed in on it, and essentially, I think the argument on the other side was this is more of a congressional issue than something for the courts. We were in the position of we needed to make the changes as promptly as we could, and we thought that the argument, or that certainly the change, was more about finding a judge to look at the request than something that was a big substantive change. But obviously there were arguments, certainly fervent arguments on the other side of it, and so. Ultimately, we got to the end game. It went up through the Supreme Court. Congress had a chance they basically have 6 months in which they could vote to strip it out of the rules, and they did not in essence, or in the end, and we finally. It is now in place, but now we have this issue with now we got to bring it to the judges, and so we're going to talk to the judges in general, and the magistrate judges about what this means. It's still, I think there are a number of open issues that we've kept open and said, honestly, this is something for judges to look at in individual applications, and I think we're going to continue to have the debate on this point. As far as how people were, to be a little provocative, I think there was a little bit of a ha-ha you lose sort of aspect to this from some of the participants. It felt a little frustrating that people were saying you can't do this and you need to go to Congress, but there wasn't really any sort of attempt to kind of raise it in any other way than we need to stop this from happening. And I think that the political climate is such that it's very difficult to get things through Congress. And in the meantime, law enforcement was just unable to get these cases even heard before a court if they were following the rationale of the Southern District of Texas.
Right, so I'll sort of open this both to Joe and Raj, because I think you're touching on something that is a really important feature of this debate, and that's sort of the who decides question. So we've seen sort of legislative efforts at very broad levels, things like the bill that Senator Burr and Feinstein have introduced. We've seen sort of the same debate over the rule change, right? Senator Wyden and others really felt very strongly that this is a matter that Congress should be debating. This isn't something that should be done through the rulemaking process. You had DOJ coming forward and saying this is about a judge's jurisdiction. This is exactly about the rulemaking process. And by the way, by saying we have to go to Congress, we're never going to get that, and we're up against sort of this challenge. More and more, we're seeing that courts are being faced with the issues, and so they are having to decide. So, in sort of the background of courts that are weighing in, sort of potentially stretching the laws in ways it wasn't necessarily intended to, a Congress that is more or less able to act on particular issues, and the real complexities here. I'll start with Raj, and then I'll sort of, Joe, I want to pick your brain about some of the application stuff as well, but for either of you, sort of who is the right body to make this decision?
I'll start, Joe. I think, in theory, if you read the textbook, in my mind, I think clearly our democratic representatives are the ideal solution for policy questions. Of course, that runs smack into the reality of anytime you say Congress needs to decide, that effectively is a winning argument for the side that wants inaction on any topic. Pick your topic. And so that is the dilemma we're faced, not just in this area, but frankly in a whole range of areas. Now, in this space of access to digital information writ large, it's hard for me to tease out how much of our dysfunction is a result of our political dysfunction, and how much is a reflection of our current state of flux on what we actually think, all of us collectively, on these issues. And I think it's especially complex when we think about, as I mentioned earlier, the interrelatedness of a lot of the hot button topics we're talking about, whether it's lawful hacking, collection of information in bulk, encryption issues, whole range of sort of questions that I would all fall into one general space of how do you access information in this age when we're trying to protect our traditional notions of privacy in a new digital world, but of course our law enforcement and national security needs are more pressing than ever. So in some ways, the process question is intimately intertwined with the substance question, because where you sit stands on what position you're advocating. And it wouldn't surprise me if either of these gentlemen in a different situation is pushing for the other institution to be the solving actor. But this isn't unusual. We're seeing this, for example, the topic of this conference is cyber. We're seeing this with respect to liability issues when it comes to cybersecurity. Increasingly, as our political system is turning dysfunctional, courts are thrust in the position of making spot solutions, which really, I don't think does us a service. One, because most of us aren't watching the dockets of lots of different courts. So the accountability question is a big one. Two, I don't trust any individual judge to solve these big values questions for all of us. So I think that raises a question. And three, we do benefit from some discussion, whether it's civil society like this, on the Hill, wherever. That discussion not only presents new options, potentially, but even in areas that seem intractable, like some of these questions, it helps us all move a little bit in our normative thinking about these topics. And that is, I think, useful in a democracy. So I don't have an answer. I think the right answer, I would hope, would have been our representatives. But I'm growing increasingly unsure that that's going to satisfy our needs.
So Joe, sort of, first, do you have sort of thoughts on the right body to handle these things? And two, to the extent you do think Congress has a role here, and I would suspect most people think Congress has, at least in theory, some kind of role here. And you mentioned sort of a Title III for government hacking. Congress historically has not always had the best track record in trying to regulate highly complex technologies or really, really complex ecosystems like the one we're seeing here. One, do you think they're the right body to do it? And two, if there is going to be legislation, how would it even sort of begin to go about capturing the enormous complexities of the actual technology, not to mention kind of the international law features that are being raised?
Yeah. So I don't know if I have a good answer to what the right body is, mostly because I don't know if that body necessarily exists. I do know features that we'd want to see those kinds of decisions be made with. And so, and it's funny, we live in a brave new world, and I think it's crazier every day how braver and newer it seems. When you see a single warrant reaching 8,000 individuals in 120 countries, right? Like that's definitely law enforcement operating at a scale that I don't think a lot of us really contemplated. I don't think you can know going into that warrant application what the order of magnitude of the people or the countries necessarily you're going to actually accidentally affect might be. And similarly, there's things that aren't even hacking, right? Like to the metadata point, there's an investigation in Arkansas where they subpoenaed all the smart devices in a home, essentially using them as a stored equivalent of a wiretap, so to speak, like an in-home bug. So that's not even involving hacking. Anyway, I think there's sort of a few things you'd want to see. There's sort of this technical facility with understanding the implications of what you're doing. And man, this is sort of 100% my life, which is explaining to folks the technical implications of a decision they're going to make in the policy sphere. And there's not enough of me, and we need many, many more folks. And by the way, no matter how old you get, you can always learn more technical stuff. Come talk to me. I can teach you some very simple things that'll keep you safe. But that's the kind of thing, I don't think magistrates or judges really are trained to do this. And in some cases, when an ex-party filing, I'm not sure they have the ability to request outside or independent kinds of technical advice that you would want. You see the FISC having technical amici and things like that, and that's really important for the work they do, but we need to see that spread down. The international concerns are extremely worrying to someone like me in the sense that, and this resonates with what Raj was saying in the sense that, we are taking our enforcement jurisdiction. We're taking what you're able to do once you've been given a warrant and doing that in countries that aren't ours, right? And so.
And just to sort of take a step back, right, we're talking about the notion of a judge issuing a warrant for a set of computers where the government doesn't know the location of those computers in lots and lots of cases because of sort of the international connectedness of the internet. The government ends up essentially inadvertently searching or inadvertently interacting with computers that are outside the United States.
I think there's a couple cases, like there's the Gorshkov, I can't say it, case.
Ivanov Gorshkov, yeah.
Yes, in Eastern Russia, where we knew where it was, and we got 5 FBI agents were indicted. I don't know if it's called indictment in Russia, whatever it is. So you start to see these things where at the same time where we're really worried about protecting our networks and people coming in and messing with our businesses and our individuals, we're sort of exploring doing that ourselves. And as far as I can tell, no one except for the UK is particularly keen on doing a lot of that themselves. So I don't know. I would like to see this being handled in a treaty-like way with some diplomacy that's backed up by our democratically elected representatives. Man, I don't think you can even start to begin thinking about a new Budapest Convention, a new cybercrime convention, let alone one that Russia and China would actually ratify and sign. So I just don't know. I am at a total loss of what kind of body should do this stuff. If I missed something, feel free to prompt me.
Yeah, just on the international front, I mean, it is the case. I think there has been a lot of concern about how are other countries going to react to this? It's certainly a big issue. In practice, when we've done these cases, especially the child exploitation ones, it has tended to be, and I was just on a panel at RSA with the head of one of the heads of the Europol's cybercrime center. In general, we've gotten the reaction, thank you. You found somebody's being, uploading tapes of a child being raped from my country, thanks. And so to some extent, I think we also have to remember that law enforcement, we have these relationships too, and we're worried about them. I mean, we care that we need to work with the Italians next time and the Germans next time, and even the Russians next time, if it's the appropriate case. And so, but we have, in a lot of these cases where we have tried to be minimalist about, we've just identified this computer, you take it from here. The reaction's been in general pretty positive. I do agree, look, we can regularize this better. I want to have that conversation. I think that's an important conversation to have.
Right, so I also work on these issues primarily in relation to sort of child exploitation, which is just an immensely huge issue. One, because it's going to set some of the rules, and two, because it's just an issue we should all care about and think about and confront sort of more frankly. One of the things that I've struggled with in terms of responding to one of the issues you've raised, which is, well, look, this is an abhorrent crime. We all agree. We go, everybody agrees, and it works out great. And what's the problem here? do we really think that we're going to be able to establish norms only around crimes we all agree about? Or do you have concerns that if we say it's okay to, sort of perform the initial search or otherwise expand sort of extraterritoriality or sovereignty here, that those other countries might say, well, we have laws against particular types of speech, or we, lots of countries criminalize adult pornography, for example. Are you concerned about that? Do you think that this is an area in which we go one step at a time, or do you think about that sort of being on the horizon? Because reciprocity is such a huge part of sort of the norms here.
Yeah, it is something that I worry about. We certainly deal with this issue, even in the mutual legal assistance relationships. We're constantly be asked about, like, hey, can you, obtain this data for us? Can you preserve this data for us? And we've come up with sort of implementing the Budapest Convention and so forth. In many cases we will preserve evidence because we don't know the full scope of the case that ultimately might not be turned over because they aren't able to make a showing of dual criminality or the request comes in and we look at, oh no, it's insulting the king. That's not something that we recognize. And in general, the information at a provider has been preserved, but we ultimately make the decision on more with more evidence. I do think it is something that you have to go a little bit step by step. There are going to be things that are easier. Child exploitation is something that is, I think, a pretty easy one. It gets harder when you get into my area of computer hacking, because then it can become, is this a criminal? Is this the nation state? Why is this country not responding to me? Is it because they are hiding their own espionage, or they're protecting a criminal? It does get harder there. But I do think we have to at least start with, there can be a core group of things that we can at least agree on that point, and we can start from there.
So Raj, the sort of the one hugely relevant actor here is going to be large private companies and large technology companies that, in a sense, sort of function as quasi-sovereigns, right? They decide whether or not they're going to respond to one country's requests or another. We're increasingly seeing companies actually placed in a situation where they cannot simultaneously comply with the laws in multiple jurisdictions. As you are starting to advise, companies that are confronting these really complex questions, how do you think about these issues sort of from that particular standpoint?
Well, I definitely think there's a disconnect between the challenge that the government faces, which is, do we portray ourselves as more of a global leader and lead the world in terms of the norms and values in the space, but not at the same time fall prey to some false equivalency where a process in the US is the same as process in Russia, because it's just not, and we don't accept that equivalency in lots of other areas. But it's tricky. The minute you say we can do it but you can't, your global leadership role is challenged. So that dilemma that the government has to face is something, unfortunately, my clients now are caught in the middle of, because they don't have the benefit of being able to lead other countries. In fact, they're at the whims of the governments in those other countries. And so is that, I think, tension that we haven't really resolved in our policy process that is forcing companies uncomfortably, but increasingly in the role of quasi-sovereigns. And frankly, they don't want to be in that role. But there's no better alternative. And sometimes it's judges, whether it's in the EU or elsewhere, who are forcing them into that role, whether it's the right to be forgotten or pick your general topic. As there's a void in our policy space, particularly at a global level, and a lack of any fundamental sense of commonality, companies are the glue, largely US global companies, are the glue that may be where some of that gets worked out in unfortunately, a painful way for them.
Just one quick comment. I think in some sense we can distinguish information crimes, where either the act or the object is a piece of information, right? Whereas there are other ones where it has some effect on the real world, and I think those are the ones where you can do real police work. And in some sense, I'm going to say something kind of silly, some of those things will take care of themselves. Like the first few people to produce sarin gas using a molecular 3D printer are going to kill themselves, right? And you'll start to see how this kinds of stuff, how the information and the various things that they're using to do this kind of stuff may proliferate. And your article about child exploitation is exactly on point. That is the canary in the coal mine of all canaries. And we don't have really good answers for how you police these things that take place in information crimes in the darkest places, right? And there's weird things that sometimes can, like for example, visiting a dark web child pornography site can be, just in and of itself in the United States, right? That can itself be a criminal act if you're viewing that kind of content. At the same time, there was an art project in Germany that would just randomly pick an onion address and buy something or look at something. And I don't know if there's a crime there or not. And so you're going to start to hit these kinds of really strange things where people that are quasi-humans, even artificial intelligence, are doing things that we consider to be criminal. Anyway.
So I will ask you to prognosticate for the next sort of 18 months or year. Clearly, these issues are going to continue to be in the headlines, be in court cases, potentially be on the congressional agenda. What do you predict is going to be sort of the most salient feature, the thing that drives this, be it a court case or something like Apple FBI, congressional action? Sort of, I'll go down the line. Raj, what do you see?
Well, I think in the absence of clear functional policymaking, which is where we are, I think the two major drivers will be technology advancement, which will obviate some questions and create more new challenges and things we're not even thinking about today. Some of the questions I think we're talking about will be OBE in a few months. So technology, and then unfortunately, I think somewhat random court cases will be driving in a herky-jerky, haphazard fashion the topics that are talked about on panels like this, the topics that take staffers' attentions on the Hill, and I'm not sure that's conducive to sort of thoughtful, methodical parsing through the various values at stake here.
I agree on those 2 points. It certainly is the case that I think we are going to continue with the random court cases. The other thing that I think is an interesting driver in the area is to the extent that there is this policy gap. You see private actors kind of taking up the space. So we talk about government hacking, and that's a problem. On the other hand, if it isn't done, you get later today we're going to have a discussion about hacking back, and and you're going to have now not government people who are constrained by the Constitution, maybe have gone to a court and so forth, but you're just going to be talking about, like, I just want to break into somebody else's computer system. That should be fine, shouldn't it? Because the government can't do it, or the government's powerless to do this. And so I think to some extent, that policy gap is going to, people are going to want solutions for the problem. And we may end up, by inaction, coming up with worse solutions, solutions that I think all three of us on the panel would say are potentially worse solutions than if we actually tackled the problem, won some, lost some, and got to a policy and got to a policy resolution where people knew how much they could do and how much they couldn't.
Yeah. So I think from the engineering and technology community, we're going to build things that increasingly pervade your lives, and we're going to build them in a secure fashion that have very, very secure defaults. And we're not doing that to protect criminals. We're doing that to protect everyone, because criminals and us walk on sidewalks just as much as we use things like iMessage and stuff like that. I do think we'll start to hit some rhythms. I think you'll start to see repeated patterns of things that tend to work and that may continue to work. So things that, like the one thing the CIA leaks have shown us is that there are places where things are decrypted and rendered to people's eyeballs where you can capture that stuff, right? It may be very difficult to scale that, or to, maybe only useful for targeted kinds of things. But I think you'll see some of that sort of repeated. I don't think you're going to see any appetite for backdoors or things like that. And I'm hoping that we'll find some small things that will provide pretty big leverage for the intelligence community and law enforcement, because we have to have the rule of law, or society has to decide to all stop committing crimes, which unfortunately is probably not going to happen.
Well, on that optimistic note, we'll open it up for questions. I don't know if there's a microphone that people are going to...
People with mics, raise your hand.
Anybody with a question, sort of just signal to me. No, we've stunned you into silence.
Someone has to have a better
We'll keep
idea
talking
than us.
if
Up
you
on the right
let us.
side.
Oh, here we go. Can we get a mic up there? Sort of turn so we can.
Hi, this is Rick Weber at Insight Cybersecurity. So you talked about Congress and where congressional action could help on some of these issues. Can you speak a little bit more on encryption? Is that one area where Congress has to step in and resolve the issue?
Does anyone have sort of?
I think absolutely not. I think encryption is one part of the technological complexity problem. I think the damage we could do to sort of the broader security equity of the American public is just so massive if we start fiddling with things that people can do. And plus, I'm just going to repeat dozens of papers when I say things like that material will always, when I can write the commands to create an end-to-end encrypted communication systems on a t-shirt, there's not a lot you're going to be able to do from the legislative front. It's a commodity, anyway.
So I sort of tend to agree that it's unlikely we're going to see this sort of comprehensive CALIA 2 sort of backdoor legislation. That said, that there are areas in which I think Congress probably is going to have to weigh in eventually on the encryption debate, and areas in which their silence sort of is itself a choice. So questions like the scope of technical assistance, right? So if we don't have mandated backdoors or performance standards, there's still a wide range of assistance that companies might need to provide to the government. There's an open legal question about whether or not they can be compelled to do that under the law. That was actually sort of the Apple FBI fight. Apple didn't say they couldn't do it. They said that they didn't think they were required to under the All Writs Act. There's also technical assistance provisions in Title III and in FISA and elsewhere. If a court weighs in and decides some of those issues, it didn't ultimately end up being concluded in Apple FBI because it was resolved otherwise. That will set a new rule, and that will potentially change the expectations of companies and of the government. If Congress is not comfortable with the choice that the courts make, they're going to have to weigh in because they're the only body that's going to be able to change the rules.
I just add, I think if what's meant by encryption is this very pinpointed question of should there be a lawful access mandate or a backdoor, depending on where you sit, that seems to me going to the hardest question right away. And it's because that tends to attract the attention because of the Apple San Bernardino case and everything else, that all the other related questions, which are actually lower hanging fruit and probably more conducive to some sort of cooperative discussion, even the Rule 41 discussion, for example, seem like far more primed for some activity if we had a functional system.
My name is Ken Rogers, National Defense University College of Information and Cyberspace. My question is, isn't the cyberspace we're building inherently porous? And I agree that we have built in multiple levels of security in many systems, but we're now entering into the stage of Internet of Things, and I haven't really seen a whole lot of attention to security on Internet of Things, and doesn't that present a whole new set of problems for us as kind of the weakest link of the system or the environment? Thank you.
Yes, so certainly to the extent that we're bringing sensor platforms into traditionally Fourth Amendment protected spaces, our homes, our offices, our boardrooms, our bedrooms, right? Those are like the real sensitive places. Those things are definitely going to be useful for either metadata, stored data, or real-time kinds of access. And you're right, unfortunately, the vast majority of stuff out there that makes up the Internet of Things is particularly poorly designed from a security perspective. There's a whole bunch of materials I can point you to that would give effectively businesses a checklist of things that would make sure that what they put out there is less bad than what they're putting out there now, and some do a really good job. I won't name any names. But yeah, I think you're going to see that, and I think that's partially what you saw with the CIA disclosures. Is like, smart TVs that have microphones and things like that are extremely convenient tapping and other kinds of intelligence platforms. I don't know how that trickles into law enforcement necessarily, because that stuff is really expensive to generate in some cases, for generic sets of targets, for specific targets, if you know what's in their home, you may have a better idea. So I do think that provides, and that kind of innovation, it's not just the Internet of Things, it's not like we're going to stop innovating after that. We tend to do this thing where we're sort of moving hand over fist to get really cool things out there, and unfortunately, until Mudge and others put out their cyber independent testing laboratory stuff, there's not going to be like an Energy Star thing that consumers can use to pick a good thing over a bad thing, but people are working on that.
And I think this goes to an issue that Raj alluded to, which is the disclosure issue. So to the extent that the Internet of Things is going to end up being a mechanism to close some of this gap or perform more targeted collection in ways that might actually alleviate some of the pressure on sort of bigger encryption standards, there is a sort of a countervailing tension of concerns about the government being aware of vulnerabilities and not disclosing them, especially in commercial products, because in theory that leaves people open to lots of different forms of risk. And so I do think it's important to see the ways in which the conversations about vulnerabilities, equities, and court disclosures and other things also is connected to and part of this lawful hacking, government hacking sort of encryption debate.
Dan Arnaudo from the University of Washington. I'm curious what you think about the rollbacks in privacy protection, especially under the proposed reforms to the Open Internet Order. It seems to me that a lot of people are talking about ways law enforcement can get at data, but not talking about ways that people can have their own data protected in different ways. Data protection proposals within Congress or other ways of ensuring that your rights are respected online, as well as law enforcement having access to your data. Thank you.
That's sort of made for you,
I'm happy to talk. Edward Snowden had this really interesting tweet about 2 weeks ago that I could point you to that sort of showed a smart TV advertising marketer and the kinds of things he could do with simple facial pattern recognition, like is engaged, true or false, eyes open, true or false, or people watching the TV, true or false. So unfortunately, some of the elements of advertisement look a lot like what spies would like to have and law enforcement would like to have. And to the extent you can exploit those features to get access to that stuff in a way that we have some undeveloped process that regulates that kind of access, that makes good sense to me. Right now, though, the things that I tell people is, you need to think about the stuff you care about and how to protect that stuff, right? And so that, unfortunately, many people in this room are poorly equipped to do that. And so my life's work from here on out is to basically make sure I can embed within you what I call a tiny technologist, to give you just the right amount of stuff you need to protect yourself. So I would recommend, if you're worried about your ISP snooping on your traffic, use a VPN, which puts a hard tunnel through your local network out to the other side. There are risks with using those kinds of tools, and unfortunately, you may not get the same bandwidth you get and things like that, but you're right. You need to think about the threats you care about, the things you need to protect, and increasingly, it's on folks like me to help you, to the extent that the market isn't solving your problems, we need to help you behaviorally do that kind of stuff.
I think one other place that there's going to be tension here is sort of almost issues of informed consent. We less and less have the ability to opt out or not interact or not produce particular types of data. We have less and less understanding as the technology becomes more complex. That gap is growing of even understanding what we're putting out there. And so there is a feature, and also interplays with the government because they rely on the third-party doctrine of just getting companies to be a little bit more responsible in explaining to people what is being done with their data, how they can avoid it if they don't want it to happen, sort of building in some of those choices and sort of just kind of basic information. I think we have time for one more.
Hi, Rebecca Lewis from American University. I'm really not trying to pick on Joe. I know you just got a bunch of questions at the end,
Please.
But I wanted to follow up on something you said in kind of your 18-month. You talked about hitting a rhythm and a stride and kind of having repeatable, secure defaults be more common. I'd like to hear from you and the rest of the panel, too, about any policy or legal solutions that might speed that process up.
We're almost out of time, so I'll let you. Joe will have to speak for everybody.
Well, I won't, but I'll try. So for example, when you use a battering ram to gain entry into a physical home, if that home is a residential home or a hospital, You know that by doing that, you're pretty unlikely to level the whole neighborhood at the same time. I think we're going to have particularity in the way that will really hone some of these techniques, and that you'll start to see the DOJ, for example, being able to be a little bit more forthcoming about what they're doing without, describing a battering ram doesn't allow you to protect yourself much better in the physical world now, whereas in the cyber case, that's where we're at right now. And so I think what you'll see is more generic types of things that the DOJ can say, hey, we use this thing that we've used in plenty of other cases, and we'll develop our own pushback against how far that goes.
Great. Well, on that, thank you so much to the panel. That was a very enlightening, interesting discussion. Jim Lewis is going to moderate the next one. I think we are on to should we wait for norms? So we will leave the stage and let you guys move on to the next one.
Thank you.
Good afternoon or good morning. I guess it's good morning still. My name's Jim Lewis. I work at CSIS. This is my favorite panel of the day, and not just because I'm moderating it, but because largely because I'm moderating it, but because I picked the two speakers, and I wanted it to be this way. I wanted a conversational approach with two of the true experts in the field. So this is going to be a good discussion. The thing that started us off was a question about, what are the roles of norms? Where does norms fit in with deterrence? What do we want to think about when we think about norms and deterrence, and maybe a more active U.S. approach to cybersecurity? Active might not be the right word. Let me introduce the two panelists. If you don't already know them, you probably do. To my right is James Miller, Jim Miller, we all know him. President of Adoptive Strategies, a consulting group, a really busy fellow. We're so grateful that you could make some time.
Very glad to be here.
Good. Senior fellow at the Belfer Center. Belfer Center is just scooping up talent, and also at Applied Physics Labs, which is one of the real centers of excellence here. And before that, I think he had some defense job. I don't remember exactly what it was, but what defense job have you not had?
I've not had plenty of them. Last job was Undersecretary for Policy.
Yeah, Undersecretary for Policy, where he really did a great job. And now, of course, just finished chairing or co-chairing the Defense Science Board's second report on cyberspace and deterrence. So very timely that you're here. To my left is a complete stranger to me, Chris Painter. Chris is the coordinator for cyber issues at State. Before that, he was at DOJ, and before that, he was a federal prosecutor in California. And which was the case you did?
Mitnick.
Mitnick,
but also the first botnet attack.
Also the first botnet. Mitnick is a good one, but Chris has been doing this for even longer than the two of us. So known internationally for talking about cybersecurity. What I told them was no opening statements. Let's just start with a conversation, a Q&A back and forth. So let me ask you about the question that we got from a colleague, which is that have we gotten the balance between norms and more assertive actions in cyberspace right? Jim, I don't know if you want to start?
Be glad to start. So I think that the two are very closely related. In other words, we need norms to provide a benchmark or a baseline from which we establish a deterrence posture. And it's natural that we would have to evolve that over time. This is it's a new domain, and the government and the private sector as well are sorting through these issues. But I do think it's time to have a clearer set of guidelines, including declaratory policy, and including things like, as part of that declaratory policy, a statement that if we are attacked in cyberspace, we will respond. The question is not whether, but how. And so I do think that there are specific steps, some of which were outlined in this Defense Science Board Task Force report, that we can take to strengthen our deterrence posture. But norms are foundational, and there's more to be done in that regard. I think the work on peacetime norms has been very helpful. We need to have a clearer understanding, first within our own government, of what is a threshold for the use of force or for armed attack, and then think about what that escalation ladder may look like and what norms associated with next steps would be.
Great. And just as a footnote, in the 2015 Group of Government Experts report, there is a line that says that people shouldn't attack critical infrastructure consistent with their international obligations. And that is Diplo speak for peacetime norms. Because for some reason, I can't remember who somebody wouldn't agree to say peacetime. It was one of our two favorite countries. But that's been an important step forward. Chris, I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, so I mean, I think I agree with Jim. And actually, this builds off what Tom Bossert said this morning. The idea, and I go beyond norms, I call it a framework for responsible state behavior in cyberspace. And with that framework and what essentially the rules of the road are, even if they're voluntary below those very high thresholds, which includes, importantly, the international law applies in wartime. So things like the law of armed conflict, et cetera. That may seem self-evident to people in this room, but I will tell you some of our frenemies did not agree with that and wanted an entire new structure for cyberspace and wanted really to be able to disrupt, I think. And so having that as a core building block is important. But also what the rules of the road are. What are the norms we're trying to promote? And this is not an endless number of norms, but there are things like, Jim mentioned, not attack critical infrastructure. There are rules we're willing to live by, or at least guidelines, because they're voluntary at this point. We think every country should. But the next step, and part of this, so that's the base of deterrence, the next step then is working with like-minded, and it could be a large group of like-minded, to make sure that there are consequences, and to make sure there are consequences for those who transgress those understandings. And I think that is exactly where we're going. It's good to get agreement among all countries, including countries who pose challenges, China, Russia, and others, to those rules of the road. But if there are transgressions against that, you want a like-minded group to do it. And I think one of the things in this, I very much liked a lot of things in the Defense Science Board report. I think it really does reflect what we're thinking of. You need to have, in my view, in our view, a schedule of consequences, because even if we say we're going to react to a cyber threat, and we've said this in some documents before, the fact is it's likely not going to be a kinetic response. So you have to then have a schedule or a thinking process of what are the other responses you have. What is that toolkit? You need to be able to share that with your international partners so they can work together and build a kind of a group that can act together to sanction that bad behavior. You need to be transparent about that. There are a lot of challenges in that, but I think that's really exactly where we're going. So it's being more muscular, but at the same time basing it on these understandings.
So I think some people would say that we haven't completely populated the norms environment. We don't have all the norms we need. You don't want too many. You don't want picayune norms that focus on specifics. But at the same time, we have not also populated and you both mentioned it, I don't know what you want to call it, the response ladder, the consequences ladder. When you think about that, and that's come up repeatedly in recent events, how do we respond to things that are not clearly the use of force, but are clearly a violation of our sovereignty and a coercive action? So when you think about, based on your work on the DSB, what would you think of as good responses to that things that fall below the level of the use of force?
Three quick points. First is a reiteration of the idea that if we are attacked in cyberspace, or if we suffer what we called in the report a costly cyber intrusion, by that I would include the theft of intellectual property over 10 plus years by the PRC, the Russia campaign associated with our recent election, that we will respond. And then the second part of that is that we will have a playbook, not a cookbook, but a playbook of responses. And the third element is to tie that to a campaign plan that's associated with each of the possible cyber adversaries, in particular Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. You can have others, including non-state actors as well. But thinking through in advance what that campaign plan looks like, what we're trying to accomplish, and what key thresholds may be is incredibly valuable, and it will help us be less reactive. That process has started. I think it needs to be accelerated, and the development of options needs to be not only cyber, but diplomatic, as we've seen occur, the expulsion of 35 Russians, for example. Economic, the full set, and so it needs to be a national playbook. It should include offensive cyber actions, and as the escalation ladder, if you will, rises, then it should also include military options.
This came up, and I'll turn to Chris, but just to follow up on that. This morning, I think the Justice Department, actually now, the Justice Department is announcing the indictment of a number of people, including some Russians who, some of the names are very familiar to us all. What would a playbook look like? Because what we learned from working with other countries is a one-off does not do it. So you need a campaign. So when you say campaign, what are you thinking about?
Right. So you're exactly right, Jim. The idea of a campaign plan is something that you are implementing on a day-to-day basis. And it includes everything from the messages that are sent publicly to private messages, communicating to allies and partners and to potential adversaries as well, to the development of capabilities across the range, and including, as you noted, diplomatic and economic and so forth, the full range. And that it includes specific actions. And one of the objectives is so that at the point at which you have a hack or that is an attack, we have literally thousands to millions of intrusions and intrusion attempts. Not all of them are attacks, but at the point at which you have an attack, senior policymakers have thought through the range of responses that may be appropriate for this type of attack. They've signaled some of that to our potential adversaries and to our allies and partners, so it's not a great shocker about the general nature of the response, and so that we have strong international support of what we do, and we're a possible coalition response. And then so we're ready to pull the trigger on that response, whatever it may be, in a swift way, so that there's not a long lag in which the resolve of the United States and our allies is questioned.
So I mean, I think I agree with much of what Jim said. I think when you look at deterring behavior, two key concepts come. I mean, first of all, you need agility. You don't have agility if you don't pre-plan. If you don't look at all the options, and I agree, the options range from diplomatic options to economic options to law enforcement options to military options and cyber ops options. So you have to have those all thought out, and you have to be communicating that to partners so that you get agreement. Even if they're not acting with you necessarily, they can support you or understand it, and I think that's an important thing. So to get there, though, to have that kind of deterrence, what you really need is acting very quickly. Now, there are challenges. There are attribution, other challenges, to be sure. They're not insurmountable, but I think we have to be much more agile in doing this. And you have to have credible capabilities. And so developing these are exactly right. That's exactly where I think we need to continue to go. And then build that larger coalition to take it forward.
Jim, could I add, we've been talking about deterrence by response or deterrence by cost imposition. Deterrence by denial is fundamental as well. Yep. And in fact, what we do to increase the defensive posture of our critical infrastructure and to improve its resilience not only reduces the opportunities for potential adversaries to take action against it, but also boosts the credibility of our responses. If we've taken due diligence to protect our electrical grid and other critical elements of our infrastructure, it's going to be a lot more credible for us to take stronger action in response to attacks.
And this, I used to say this in my role as a prosecutor and with crime. I mean, it's one thing, you have to both lock the doors and have consequences for the actors who break down the doors. You have to have both of those. And so hardening the targets is a key part of it. What we're trying to do internationally, though, in building and being, talking to our allies and partners and even more like-minded, is you're trying to shape what the international environment looks like. You're trying to set expectations. That goes to the norm development again. There are expectations out there then when people transgress those expectations, you can work on it, you can respond, but then you also get understanding of your allies and close partners. And again, I think a lot of this was reflected in the DSB report too. So I think, and what Tom Bossert said this morning.
So I'm going to push back a little bit on that one because I hope that the WikiLeaks treasure trove wasn't a surprise to people. I think it was for some folks. But what you should have known from that and what you should have known from Snowden is there is no technological defense, particularly against advanced opponents. So hardening the target, it doesn't really do it for me. Right?
Yeah. So
what do you do then?
So two things. First, I agree with respect to Russia and China specifically. We don't have the technology available today that could harden our critical infrastructure against determined attack that includes all vectors, including remote access, potential close access through insiders, and so forth. Right? I don't think we could ever expect against the most capable actors to get there. At the same time, I guess I'll say A on this. Part A is that raising the degree of difficulty for them will increase costs to them of undertaking these actions, reducing the attack surface with respect to those actors. Also will make it more feasible for us to have more rapid attribution and where we can cause them to be noisier than they otherwise would be, and or to use more high-level tools rather than using tools that a first-tier, lower tier actor could use. And point B, I guess, on this is that today we're not in a position, I don't believe, where a North Korea or Iran could broadly threaten our critical infrastructure. They obviously have shown the ability to do individual attacks. We need to raise the bar over time because it's no more tolerable for us to be vulnerable to a North Korea or Iran catastrophic attack in cyberspace than it is with respect to nuclear weapons or anything else. And as they continue to develop capabilities, as they're able to purchase capabilities on the black market, we do need to be raising the bar with respect to these actors and terrorists as well.
Yeah, and I'd say, look, it's an old adage, you raise the work factor for the people who are trying to attack you. And that doesn't get rid of the most sophisticated, most dedicated, most persistent actors. But it does raise the bar and it allows you to concentrate on those actors more. And so, that's not going to necessarily deter the really dedicated nation states, but then that's when you have to have the response tools and you have to work with others to do that and communicate that this is unacceptable.
So I used to know a lot about catastrophic attacks, and they were really hard to do. So what do you really worry about catastrophic attacks? I mean, what would a catastrophic attack look like, and who could do it?
So today I think a catastrophic attack by a mid-tier or lesser capable actor such as a North Korea or Iran, or by a non-state actor is incredibly remote. I think it's highly unlikely. It would have to be, from their perspective, a lucky and then subsequently probably unlucky action. And with respect to the more capable actors, I think two things are happening today. One is that while cyber is offense dominant today, the offense is accelerating at a pace that is faster than our defensive capabilities or our resilience. And so the gap is growing. And so I do foresee down the road a realistic possibility that our critical infrastructure and key elements of it could be held at risk by cyber. And the most likely scenario for me is not cyber alone, but cyber combined with some limited so-called kinetic attacks, whether by special forces and so on, or by insiders and so forth, as part of a campaign. And I think that we have to expect to see this against military capabilities at the very front end of any conflict against a major power. And that if we want to effectively deter that kind of conflict and deter any intimidation that would be aimed at preventing us from supporting our allies and partners globally, then reducing those vulnerabilities is a valuable part of that.
Let me develop that one a little bit and then bring it back to Chris, because it's hard to see in this. Some people would argue that we actually have been relatively effective at deterring exactly the kind of attack you're talking about, that no one in their right mind is going to go after critical infrastructure or the idea of landing a special ops team in the US. Boy, that would be a good way to become a glow-in-the-dark kind of event. what we've seen is that our opponents have concentrated, I believe you could make the case, on things that go below that threshold.
Yeah.
And so the question would be, and this turns out in some ways to what Chris does, both at State Now and earlier at Justice, how do you deter those below the threshold attacks? And the threshold is the squishy legal definition of what would qualify as a use of force or an armed attack.
So just on the first question, I mean, we haven't had the big cyber 9/11 or Pearl Harbor, whatever phrase you want to use. And I think there's lots of reasons for that. And I also think, interestingly, in the attribution issue, the sustained attack you would need to actually take down infrastructure for an extended period of time is easier to attribute because it's harder to hide that. And there's also reasons large nation states aren't going to do that because there's a lot of ties economically and other things. You see, you'll have rogue nation states that are more problematic. So what we do see is a lot of the below that threshold. I agree with Jim. I mean, this is partly why we embarked on this idea of saying, look, we pretty much know what we're going to do above the threshold. We have lots of options there. What are our options below the threshold? And this is where you have to look at your entire toolkit, including your cyber toolkit, to be able to respond and have a credible response. And sanctions are part of that. Law enforcement indictments are part of it. Rallying allies and also directly telling the other side this is unacceptable. But also looking at everything you have. I mean, people tend to think of cyber too much as cyber versus cyber. And you almost, I think everyone in this room knows, you almost never respond to a cyber event just by a cyber event. You use everything you have. And this is an ongoing thing I think needs to happen. It has to happen generally within the government, but also I think in the military too. It's not to think of cyber as this special thing, but to integrate it as part of our both tool set for response, but also thinking about it in terms of what are we trying to achieve, and let's use all the tools we have, including the cyber tools. So that's exactly what we need to build more of, Jim. That's also where I think we need to be more agile and quick, because the quicker you respond, the more that sends a message that something's unacceptable. And you have to have those capabilities, just not here, but also with our allies.
So I just add, I believe we have three distinct sets of cyber deterrence challenges, and norms relate to each of them. The first is what Chris was talking about, what you're referring to, Jim, and I could describe as a death by 1,000 hacks. It's actions that are taken in peacetime, to which we want to respond, and to which we would prefer to have a posture in place that would result in deterring them. And it includes the North Korea attack on Sony Entertainment. It includes the Iranian DDoS attack 2012 to 2013 on Wall Street, and the Russian and Chinese caustic cyber intrusions I mentioned before. It is fundamentally important that we have a good posture with respect to those, both because we want to deter them in and of themselves, and because actions we take or don't take with respect to them then will be indicators for both our allies and partners and for our potential adversaries about what we'll do at higher levels. Very briefly, problem set 2 is we don't want to be vulnerable to the North Koreas, Irans, or terrorists of the world. And that's about defensive posture where offense is additive to that. Somewhat similar as it is to our view with respect to North Korea missiles or Iranian nuclear program. We want to prevent it. If they have it, we want to defeat it, block it, and then response, cost imposition is on top of that. The third class of problems is one that I believe we're headed towards with respect to Russia and China, and that is that they have a growing capacity to hold critical elements of our critical infrastructure at risk, and they have an ability, not decisive by any stretch today, but non-trivial today, to disrupt our military operations. And so this is a different set of issues than when we think about gray zone activities and day-to-day activities. But much of the DSB cyber deterrence report was, as you know, was about getting ahead of that problem so that we don't have another nation state tempted to undertake cyber attacks against the U.S. military and supporting critical infrastructure in a time of crisis, so that we boost crisis stability and deterrence with respect to these major powers.
I wonder if we were all thinking the same thing, because before you said Iran and North Korea, I wrote down the question of where does covert action fit into this? And the Stuxnet and the alleged involvement in the North Korean missile program. Those are covert actions. How does covert action fit into a deterrent strategy? what authorities would you use to do it? Is it a military thing? Is it a Title 50 thing? What do you think about covert action in this?
So as part of a deterrence posture and part of the credibility of the United States, I think that in virtually all cases, some response needs to be overt. Right? And so if it's not seen that we've responded to a cyber attack or very costly cyber intrusion by our allies and partners, and it's only and if we're only seen by the adversary in this instance, I think it's inadequate for assurance and inadequate for messaging that we are going to deter these actions. At the same time, a clandestine, if it were military, or covert approach, if it were if it were undertaken by the intelligence community, ought to be in the mix as well. But each of them has specific requirements, and in general terms, they wouldn't be the first item in the toolkit I would reach for, because we want our potential adversaries, not just the current leadership, which is the most important for deterrence today, the current leadership of these nations is the most important today, but we want their national security community, and we want their, where in most cases their elites and segments of the population to see it too, so that it's a broad response, it's sustainable over time, and it's understood that this is the type of response that will occur if there are attacks against the United States.
Okay. I think it's very useful to, as Jim said, it's very useful to be able to explain to our partners why we're doing something, and to our adversaries too, and say, we're doing it. Now, we've had some challenges in the past, because I remember the North Korea Sony attack, for instance. Everyone said it was North Korea. And then we came out and said it was North Korea, and all these people said it wasn't North Korea. So, and we're never going to be able, and we never will, release every jot and tittle of evidence we have about a particular incident. But I think it is important to at least be able to communicate to our partners and allies that we're doing these things, and be able to share information with them. And it does have an effect when it's a public thing. Now, you can also do things, as has been said in the past, we can have effects that are seen and unseen, but I think it's important to have some of those seen effects too, to draw that line.
Chris and I have been at a couple meetings now with Chinese officials, and in the first one they said, we don't believe you. In the second meeting they said, okay, we believe you, you were right, it was North Korea, but can you tell us exactly how you did that? And we declined.
I'd say there was another meeting we had a few years ago where we were talking about attribution. They said, could you share with us your special attribution machine where you can...
Sure, it's in the mail. Let's tilt this a little bit though, because I think one of the problems that we've had is the US has thought about this since the beginning as attacks on critical infrastructure that would have disruptive or even kinetic effect. And it turns out that at least one of our opponents had a very different doctrine, and they focused on political effect, on what some people call cognitive effect. It's in their 2010 military doctrine. What would you do to respond to or deter that sort of political action? Because it doesn't in itself justify a military response.
Right, Jim. First of all, I don't want to get into a debate about definitions and so on, but the Russian actions with respect to our last election were not fundamentally, to me, a cyber attack. They were using cyber as a tool to support an information operations or influence operations or propaganda or et cetera, whatever term you like, strategy. And we've seen Russia use that approach elsewhere, and with and without cyber elements in the past. Similarly, however, to the cyber domain and overlapping with it, if you have a Venn diagram, a big overlap, you really need to think in terms of a campaign plan and strategy about dealing with this. And fundamentally, it will include some cyber protection and it will include other steps in the cyber domain, but it also includes truth telling globally, and it includes pushing back on untrue narratives. And at the end of the day, it also includes cost imposition, and the range of actions will be somewhat different for, just as the problem is somewhat different, but overlapping. The range of actions that one would take in response, I think, would be overall somewhat different, but overlapping, and it means pushing back and reducing our vulnerabilities to this kind of influence, and also imposing costs. And I hope that there are some costs that we haven't heard about that have been imposed with respect to Russia, or that there are additional costs pending. Because what's been public so far, I don't think is an adequate deterrent to their taking similar actions either in the United States or elsewhere.
Yeah, I think that's an indicator that the Russians do not seem to be deterred from contemplating similar actions in Western Europe. It doesn't look like they got the message. And so one of the maybe waiting, knowing in early summer and not doing anything till December was a mistake. But I don't know what you want to. How would you deal with the political stuff?
So I mean, I think this goes to the larger point that people still think of cyber in this box. And I agree with Jim. This is not just a cyber event. I mean, look, we had hacking into the campaigns in 2008, both McCain and Obama's campaign. The difference is how the information was used. And information operations are as old as humankind, basically. I mean, this has gone on for a long time. The cyber people know how to respond to cyber events. But you have to bring in a larger community of people who know about counter messaging, who know about dealing with things that the cyber people are not attuned to deal with. And that means making a larger group of people who are discussing these issues and not just have those cyber silos talking about it.
And one additional point that's worth noting, there's very clear evidence in my mind from public statements made by Russian officials from President Putin on down that their view is that we have been engaged in attempting to influence their domestic politics through support of non-governmental organizations, through statements in support of democracy and so forth. And I think as you think about attempting to both establish norms and to have a deterrence posture, working to understand their perspective doesn't mean that that's the right perspective, but if you want to influence their decisions in future, you've got to start from that and attempt to either change their mind about what's been happening and and so forth, or add sufficient cost that even given that they have that perspective, they would still desist in the future.
It also goes back, to my agility point. I mean, we need to be agile and timely in responding to any threats we're seeing, because that always is going to have a larger deterrent effect if you do it soon after the event happens.
Yeah, in one of the meetings that we were in with the Chinese officials, they said something along those lines, which is, what are you guys complaining about? I mean, you're always interfering in other people's politics, and now it's been done to you. And to be honest, there's a little bit of truth to that. Putting aside the who's right and who's wrong, you can see from their perspective. And maybe one way to think about that would be then to say, looking now at the Europeans who face a very similar set of threats, what should we do to help our allies? Where does helping our allies fit in this particular instance, but also in a larger deterrent strategy?
I'm glad to start, but I think that
Chris,
we've got this.
Mr. Ally here.
I think this is a challenge that is being faced by a number of governments in Europe. It's something where we are working with our allies. It's important for them to understand what the risks are. But again, this is not just a cyber incident, because the cyber is just the enabling part of it. It's thinking about the full way you would respond to these incidents. And so it is important to work with our allies on this.
I just add 2 points. I agree with Chris. I'd add 2 quick points. One is that we may have gotten lucky in this instance because of the way that our electoral process works and the way in which the technology is state by state, locality by locality distributed. It's possible that when President Obama said something to the effect of "cut it out" to President Putin, that was that had some impact. But fundamentally, the technical side was important, and our inherent resilience, not by design, but by just fact, is important. I think talking to on the technical side to our allies in Europe about their posture on the technology side and providing assistance to those who request it on the technical side is an important part of it. And second, I think if we frankly acknowledge that there were times where, in retrospect at least, where we wish we'd responded earlier, wish we'd gotten the news out, had better incident response, better communication internally in our case, between the FBI and campaigns and so on. Just walking through the types of mistakes that were made. So not so much in this case from the technical side, but from organizational process side, I think would be valuable for our allies and help them sort of red team their own posture a bit and make it a bit more resilient. And related to that, statements that they make that are credible about responses to any intervention. and that they are prepared to back up would be valuable as well.
So one of the things we've tried to do in the last decade is bring cyber into the allied relationships with NATO, with Japan, with Australia. How important is that for deterrence, and where does norms fit into it? I mean, can you have this discussion of cooperating on cyber defense, or I guess what NATO calls is active cyber defense, since we can't say offensive cyber operations. How much of that do you need for deterrence? Where do you need norms to be able to make progress on that?
So let me say kudos to the work that Chris and his team at State have done, and partnering with other parts of the government as well. I've been very pleased to see the progress, including the inclusion of cyber in successive NATO summit documents. There's some sorting to be done. The NATO strategic concept now has, for decades, as you know, had conventional nuclear, and then added missile defense at 2010 summit in Lisbon. And now cyber is sort of knocking at the door, and it's not clear where it fits in that strategic concept. So I think there's important work to be done that can both strengthen the posture of our allies and the alliance broadly, and help us have a stronger deterrence posture. Similarly, for work with other countries as well. And I think it's a big deal, and but it doesn't stand alone. In the same way we're talking about gray zone activities and influence operations and so on, cyber's got to be thought of as substantially overlapping with that activity. And at the point at which there's either intimidation or coercion or movements toward potential conflict, cyber will play fundamentally then too. And so working that through internally in the U.S. and then working it through closely with our allies and partners, I think is fundamental to
And I'd say this has been a core thing of discussion in every international meeting we have. So NATO certainly, I think NATO showed a lot of development over the years. Back in the Lisbon summit, making cyber part of the strategic concept, and how that's integrated, I agree with Jim, is still being worked out. But every year there's something, now cyber being a domain that they just mentioned this last time. So I think NATO is making a lot of progress. Now, different countries within NATO have different capabilities, and so I think they're trying to draw everyone together within NATO is helpful. But we've also done this in our bilateral, we have these all of government cyber dialogues. So we have them with Japan, with Korea, with India, with a number of European countries, Germany, France, and others, the Nordic and Baltic countries. And in every single one of these, we talk about the normative framework, certainly the stability framework, but we also talk about, the threats we're facing, how we can deter those threats. That's become a topic of conversation at the very highest levels of these conversations. I will tell you, and Jim will remember this, like 10 years ago, we did have a lot. We had the CNCI at the end of the last administration. We had a number of directives. We had a cybersecurity strategy in 2003 that I worked on. All those things were important. But it didn't make enough of a difference until these countries really wanted to talk about it on a high level, and they do, and they're worried about it too. So if we can make that common cause, and this goes back to what I said in the beginning, if we can get more countries to sign on to this understanding of where we're going and join with us, that makes us stronger. And so I think that's been a critical part of what we've been doing. The all of government dialogues also have another benefit. Some governments, even our own occasionally, are very siloed about things, and if you bring your entire government, including your DOD, and DHS and DOJ and Commerce, it forces them to bring all of their government, and they actually talk to each other, and you have a much better conversation. I've seen that have progress over the years too. But this idea of deterring this conduct and dealing with these threats is something we've really been focusing on. And I will tell you that when we had the Iranian attacks on financial institutions, for instance, we use these networks to call up people and say, look, can you help us? Can you use whatever tools you have to mitigate this harm? Is one of the efforts that we had in this, and to mitigate them.
Just a very quick comment, and that is, as you look at the Iranian attacks, not just on the United States, but on Saudi Aramco and Rosgas and so forth, we've been in conversations with the Gulf Cooperation Council states for some time on missile defense. Slow progress. Not as much progress as I would like, to be blunt. We've begun those conversations on maritime security, and we've begun them on cyber. And because, Chris, I know that you're engaged there as well. I wanted to be clear that it's also critically important in the Middle East.
It is, and certainly with Israel as one partner, but also Aaron Hughes is in the audience, and I went out to talk to the GCC, and there's a GCC cyber group now, and that's very important.
Good. So one of the reasons we're having this panel is that you hear the charge very frequently that norms are inadequate, and that in particular voluntary norms are totally insufficient, and we need something else. And so of course I'd like both of our speakers to opine on that subject, but more importantly, there's a kernel of truth behind the criticism. We need to think about how we strengthen norms. So what would you do if you were going to do that, if you were going to strengthen things? If you were going to take what will be for some time, I think, a voluntary approach and make it more effective?
4 quick responses. One is to build on the good work that's been done through the UN governmental group of experts, and to continue to be more specific and to broaden agreement on those norms as well. 2 would be to look for norms associated with specific actors. So I believe we're going to have a different set of norms associated with crisis management relative to Russia or China, relative to an Iran or a North Korea, and we need to think through some of those norms as well as we get from a day-to-day situation to the darker side of gray, if you will, in crisis. The issue that I'm concerned about is that one side may think that, for example, a broad attack against the other side's military in cyberspace is not highly escalatory, or that it, right? Or because if it works, then the systems won't function and so forth. If it doesn't work, it may not even be noticed. So there's potential for there are incentives for early employment in a conflict, very early employment in conflict, and potential for either different interpretations or for cascading effects. So working that through with the other major powers is fundamentally important, and determining where we want to be with respect to other states is fundamentally important. A third area, and it goes back to the military side, is analogous to a code of conduct in the maritime domain or code of conduct in other domains. And some people consider these norms, some not so, but it includes, as Chris referred to before, rules of the road, and this is to reduce the chances for inadvertent escalation and conflict. And again, a different approach with respect to different actors, although common, I think there's a common core. And finally, I actually believe strongly that the United States, and then working with our allies and partners, we need to do that campaign planning and work that through in a wargaming context to see where we believe the thresholds may be, and then to begin to focus on those. It took a long time for us to determine maritime code of conduct and evolve over really centuries. But I think that it's an interesting model to look at, and that we need to turn the cycle on that through our own planning, but not just a linear plan, but gaming that understands and attempts to improve our understanding of how both our allies and partners and our adversaries may think about it.
So first, I'd like to say, do a shout out to Michelle Markoff, my deputies in the audience, who leads our group of governmental experts work, and I often call the mother of norms. So
the mother of all norms.
But second, I want to say that first of all, I've heard this before, and the fact that people violate norms does not in itself mean norms are not valuable. I mean, that's not people violate all the time norms in the physical world. Doesn't mean we don't have rules of the road. I mean, it's an important part of it. And people also, I think, don't understand that norms are not the silver bullet. I don't like to just say norms, because it is this larger framework of state behavior that includes confidence building measures, includes international law, includes these voluntary rules of the road. That's part of the framework. Part of it is having a response. We can certainly respond to an incident that we think is unacceptable, even if there's not an agreed norm on it. If we think that this is something that's unacceptable, we could do that, and we will do that. But it does help condition the international environment to get our allies and close partners to join with us to sanction conduct we don't like. If I think about it, and this is something Michelle's often said, not slavishly looking at the exact framework, but the Proliferation Security Initiative is a good example. You get countries around the world who agree with you on fundamental level, and they work together to sanction behavior, and they're agile, and they can do it quickly, and it's not necessarily formalized in the beginning. I think that's what we're moving toward. Now, the other thing I think it's worth noting is that people keep throwing out, largely I think to get attention, this idea of, hey, let's have a big cyber treaty. And that's happened recently, in fact. And yes, it gets a lot of attention. There's a lot of news stories and stuff, but it doesn't make any sense, because what is this? There's lots of reasons. For one thing is, what is a cyber treaty? What are cyber arms? How do you control dual-use technologies like that? None of that makes any fundamental sense. And it's also not surprising that the governments who most push the cyber treaty are the governments of Russia and China. Indeed, a lot of the work we're doing in terms of this framework started out, and Jim will remember this, and Michelle certainly does, as a response to Russian and Chinese proposals to have such a treaty. And so we proposed this this framework of voluntary norms of international law, which I think in the long run is going to be much more effective in actually getting somewhere. I don't think a treaty will ever be negotiated. I think it's going to be a proxy for controlling content and safeguarding the stability of some countries that are worried about content. But this idea of starting this discussion and then voluntary over time will be accepted by people when you get this larger group. It's a longer process, but it's a process we're working on now. And I think this is where I want to accelerate in talking to our partners about what we're doing and what the consequences are. It goes back to that consequence discussion and what the matrix of possible responses might be.
So I want to leave time for any questions we might have out in the audience. If you have a question, hold up your hand. Boy, that was quick. We've got 3. Why don't we do 1, 2, 3, and then are there more that I can't see? No, I think that's not. Well, if we can start up here, why don't you start with David there, and then we'll work our way down the row.
Thank you. Chris, I want to take what you just said and go a little further. No treaties, but a lot of interest in coalitions of the willing and trying to get things together. Would you see some sort of a compact with those of the willing, starting with the Five Eyes? Would you see something as a starting point there, as a place to build a more legal regime?
I mean, it could be formal, but also it could be informal. For instance, Non-Proliferation Initiative started out informally. So, as a predicate to that, you want to make sure you're reaching out to your close-minded partners. You obviously start with that closer group, Five Eyes and others, then you move out for that. But the more countries we can enlist in this view of the world that we're promoting, I think the more effective we'll be. And there's a lot of different mechanisms you can use to get there.
And Jim, we tend to bounce back and forth between formal agreements and informal cooperation in the DoD world. Any views on which would be better here?
Well, I don't see any prospect of a treaty that could have useful and verifiable limits on capabilities. At the same time, I do think that as Chris suggested, there will be a range of degrees of codification, if you will, and sorting that out and continue to move forward as Chris and Michelle and team have, I think is very valuable. Final quick comment that when we think about norms, and this is hard for a Department of Defense person to say, but we need to think about not just what others cannot do, but what we will not do, and what we are willing to give up, right? Or or at least not do in peacetime, or not, et cetera. And that is an important element of it, and because part of what we should be doing in cyberspace, a fundamental part of what we should be doing, is taking actions that support, and I know you're not a fan of the term, but open, free, and secure internet, and that just as part of the legitimacy of our actions in the maritime domain are about preserving the rights for others and preserving open commerce and are supporting broadly accepted international principles, that ought to be at the core of what we do in cyberspace as well.
Before the event, I told them that Open and Free was a bar I used to go to in Chicago. We had a question there. Yeah.
Clara Bilgin, Virginia International University. It seems to me that we are playing a catch-up game, especially vis-a-vis authoritarian and rogue states, and we are acting a little bit from a position of weakness. We know that it is very difficult to create a normative regime if you act from a position of weakness. So I was wondering whether the administration is looking into ways of creating offensive capacity in cyberspace, at least for messaging and a demonstration effect, yes? Not that we want to go and disrupt the life of people in Moscow and leave them without water and electricity, but if we demonstrate that we can do that, possibly we would be acting vis-a-vis our adversaries in a different way, or they would get the message that there would be consequences equal and immediate to the ones that they impose on us. So my first question is, are we working on offensive capacities and doing something like a mutually assured destruction in cyberspace, a mat for the new age, if you wish? And my second question is, how likely are we going to see a cyber war on US territory in the next 10 years? Are our suburbs around here going to be put on their knees by being left without electricity, water, and other things, disrupting nuclear power plants?
So yes, the US government, and specifically the Department of Defense, is working on offensive cyber capabilities. And Secretary Carter had talked about the application of those capabilities against ISIL. The department is, and in my opinion, needs to continue to develop those capabilities in support of a deterrence posture, as well as part of effectively a combined warfighting posture for the future. Obviously, you very much want to avoid any direct conflict with another major power. So thinking about it in terms of deterrence and stability is a first order approach and requirement. Yes, that work is underway. Yes, to me, it's not as far along as it might be, but I don't believe we're fundamentally coming at this problem from a position of weakness. I think that we're coming at this problem from a position where we're still sorting through some fundamental principles in terms of how we want to approach it, and for me, that's why this idea of so-called campaign planning and having systematic so-called whole of government approach, whole of government with a W. I'm talking about interagency approach, is fundamental, and it means working through these issues and strengthening our posture over time.
I was at a conference recently where people concluded somewhat unusually that what we needed to improve cybersecurity was something like a nuclear weapons test, a demonstration of US cyber capabilities, and that kind of builds on your question. The problem I have with that is whenever you talk to other countries, particularly countries that might consider themselves opponents of the US, they tend to overestimate our capabilities now. Do we really need to demonstrate things?
Well, I think, look, first of all, I'd say we absolutely, and I'm fully supportive of us developing the tool set and developing across the board, including cyber operational capabilities. And we've been pretty upfront about that. I mean, we've been upfront about it over the last, I think one of the things that's good is to be more transparent about that.
Right.
If you don't say anything about it, then it doesn't have any effect. It goes back to, remember Dr. Strangelove said, you didn't tell us about the doomsday device, so how can we do anything? Now, I don't think it's a mad situation. I don't think that's what we're talking about here. But as I look at it, and as we thought about it, having, if you can develop capabilities that are temporary and reversible, in this space, cyber capabilities that are temporary and reversible, that really significantly adds to your toolkit, and you can use them in appropriate circumstances. You may never use them, you may only use them once, but having those as part of the larger framework of tools that you have, which include, again, I don't have any cyber weapons myself, but unless you call diplomatic, yelling at people may be a cyber weapon, but we certainly want to have all those tools at our disposal and use them in the appropriate circumstances. And I also agree with Jim, you have to look at this. You have to look at it as a campaign plan. You have to look at who the adversary is and what you're trying to deter and what's going to make a difference.
And I'll just say, I think the senior leadership of this country is going to need to have a debate in the coming years about what appropriate responses would be to, for example, a broad attack on the electrical grid if that were successful. You'd want to have a deterrence posture that holds at risk what the potential adversary's leadership values. It may not be their electrical grid, but because as a nation we've subscribed to the law of armed conflict, and we want to think about in advance what steps would be both credible and proportionate under the law of armed conflict. We're going to have to work. The government will have to work through those issues. I think there should be a public discussion of those issues as well. It's fundamental to the sustainability of an effective deterrence posture. Whether the response to a cyber attack is against the same set of targets, whether it's offensive cyber only, we shouldn't assume that either of those would be the case. But the most credible response in general is one that is of like kind and with like targets, and it's understandable to the populations of the states involved and to allies and partners why you would do something along those lines. So if it's going to be different, if it's going to be a kinetic response to a cyber attack, or it's going to be going after, I won't do a hypothetical, going after some other valued set of assets in another country, those things need to be thought through in advance, both to then determine what to signal to that country for your deterrence posture, and how then to communicate in the event that it occurs to your allies and partners, so that we find ourselves in a coalition and not isolated.
And that goes back to what I was saying in the beginning. Building that coalition, I think, is the important part. Obviously, any capabilities we use, just like in the physical world, we obey international law, and things like Jim was saying about, the proportionality, when you use these tools, that's important. And we don't completely understand escalation, because this is not completely figured out in this space. But again, if you think about having tools that are reversible and short term, you can also think about how you moderate escalation. And the important part about escalation, too, is having communication paths with other governments, even if they're ones who may be opponents, because that's a way to de-escalate.
And if we had more time, I think we could have a good discussion about whether the benefits and the drawbacks of a disproportionate response, at least initially, to some cyber attacks. And so the example I always use with nuclear deterrence is the US had a tremendous stock of credibility because we had used nuclear weapons. And so people did not have doubt that we might do it again. And with cyber, maybe a disproportionate response could have some utility, but it clearly has drawbacks. We don't have time. Sean, I want to get your question in. Jim wants to leap on that.
Just a very brief comment, and I'm neither a lawyer, and nor did I stay in a Holiday Inn. But proportionality under the law of armed conflict doesn't mean that that if there's 1 unit of hurt put on the United States, that we put 1 unit of hurt on the actor who did it. Proportionality means that we take all reasonable measures to minimize civilian casualties and destruction or disruption of civilian infrastructure. It doesn't mean that just to be specific, if a smaller actor does something that we find unacceptable, that we can't put a significant measure of response on that actor. Or a larger actor if we're willing to run the escalation risks.
Yeah, I think this is a good topic. We don't have time, Sean.
Yes, thank you both for, well, all three of you actually. Two questions. First of all, on the information operations, I mean, clearly not entirely cyber, but somehow, partly cyber. Should there be norms against, the promotion of, against those kind of operations? Should the US embrace the idea that it's not okay to covertly interfere with other nations' political processes? Jim, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the deterrence report that you co-authored. To what extent, like, how confident can we be that the United States can fight through a cyber attack? You talked about the growing capability to hold at risk elements of critical infrastructure. What about the military infrastructure? How confident can the United States be that that there couldn't be a successful attempt to repress the response?
I'll take the second question first, and then maybe turn the other questions over to both of you as well. Today, the U.S. military, because many of its tremendous capabilities developed over the last several decades, Sean, as you know, are dependent on information technology, is vulnerable to cyber attack, and it's a substantial vulnerability. I do not believe it would be a crippling vulnerability today. And the reason for that is in part analogous to what we saw in our own electoral system, and that's the diversity of chips and the diversity of operating systems, and in some case, what you could call retro tech being available as well for systems that haven't been upgraded yet. Because of that, although it's a large attack surface, it's a diverse attack surface, that provides us a degree of resilience. What we emphasized in the report was that we need to systematically look to sustain that resilience, not just for the force as a whole, but specifically for elements of the force that are fundamental to deterring the most capable actors. And in this case, I mean to establish a stable deterrence posture vis-a-vis Russia and China. And that means emphasizing 3 categories of capabilities specifically. It means having what we call resilient or second strike survivable or so-called thin line capable offensive cyber. It is possible to have some offensive cyber that is highly resilient so that it's not an inviting target for first strike and it's available for response. Second is long-range strike, non-nuclear long-range strike. Think of SSNs with Tomahawks. Think of long-range bombers both with gravity weapons and with standoff weapons as examples. Mm-hmm. And third, nuclear. And in a sense, you could start with the nuclear, but the last thing you want to do is protect only your nuclear forces so that in the event of a cyber attack, someone has to walk into the president and say, I have good news and bad news. Good news is that because of our significant investments, we've ensured that our nuclear forces are highly resilient and survivable. Bad news, that's your only option. Right? So that's a place we don't want to be. And so we recommended a particular investment in these 3 categories and a program that involves high-end red teaming and substantial investments to provide a still diverse attack surface, but a much more highly resilient attack surface than we would otherwise have. We can't ever have 100% confidence in an individual system, so it also means keeping diversity of the systems themselves. I'll stop there.
And just as a footnote before Chris talks, when you think about building in this resilience into conventional forces, at least, you're talking about thousands of systems which you have to take offline, usually for depot level maintenance, and it's just hard to cycle through this. So we are years away from having this resilience. Working on it, but it's going to take a long time.
And the key I agree, Jim. The key recommendation is, yes, continue to work on the broad resilience of the force, including having exercises with the so-called day without cyber and so on. Yeah. That's important and valuable, but really provide sustained attention to these 3 categories of a subset of offensive cyber, a subset of long-range conventional strike, and all nuclear delivery systems and weapons, so that set is available even in the most extreme circumstances.
And on the, I guess, second question, whether you have international agreement on a norm or not, I think attempts to undermine the democratic process are clearly unacceptable, and doesn't matter if that's here or somewhere else. On the point, on the other point, I think this is one of the concerns. I mean, I don't think we're going to have a cyber war. People have been talking about cyber war now for, I don't know, Jim, forever. A standalone cyber war is unlikely. I think a combination of a physical conflict with a cyber conflict is very likely. And so to the extent that our systems are vulnerable, that's a big challenge, because that's where the adversary is going to act, just like they would, just like disrupting radar. If you can disrupt systems, especially as we get more reliant on them, that's a concern. If you can make data not just unavailable, but unreliable. I mean, we didn't hit on this earlier, but we keep talking about these big infrastructure attacks, which I worry about. But I also worry, and I see one of our Estonian colleagues in the audience, former president of Elvis of Estonia, is fond of saying, if I can't reach my website for half an hour, I'm not happy. If someone breaks in and changes my blood type to another blood type and get a transfusion and I die, I'm very unhappy. So, but that affects military systems too. If you can get in, you can change something so it's unreliable, or financial systems, that's a big problem. And so that again goes to the target hardening, but also goes to make sure you're dealing with the adversaries.
I'm going to cheat because I can, and ask our 2 panelists to very quickly say, what would you want to do next when it comes to building norms? This has got to be short because we're standing between people and food. What would you do next? I have some ideas. I won't say them. You say them, what you do.
You say we say your ideas. Is that
So,
Sure.
so I'll be brief, Jim. I think building off of both the work that's been done on peacetime norms and the recent experiences that we've had, to me, perhaps the most important next step is to put this in, again, sorry for the repeated use of the phrase, this sort of campaign planning construct of, and then to work through these issues, because we are not just going to have to determine what are thresholds for others and then develop capabilities to impose costs on them if they cross them. We're going to have to determine what are thresholds for us and be willing to forego doing certain actions and working that through in a campaign construct, meaning both across time and across the interagency, and then doing, you can call it wargaming, you can call it something else, tabletop exercises on that, and defining some of these key thresholds as we develop capabilities and orienting both what we say and what we do toward that construct, I think is a critically important next step.
Yeah, and I'd say, we have a good set of norms now. To be sure, there may be other ones we can get, but let's not spend all of our time in norms factories coming up with new norms. Let's now think about, we have this good set. How do we get more countries to buy onto this? Partners and others. And then the issue I raised later, and this goes to Jim's campaign plan too, how do you then get those other countries, those like-minded countries, to work with us to make sure that we think about what the consequence framework is and how we can work together to impose those consequences and costs when we need to enforce that larger normative framework.
Michelle, are you standing up because you want to talk, or are you standing up because
just
you're
to glare
tired?
at me.
Well, just real quick.
Ask Chris a hard question.
Yeah.
Or just say something.
Oh, okay, and then we're done, yeah.
Sorry. What if the Russians came to you and said, we would like to have a bilateral agreement analogous to the 1982 Incidents at Sea Agreement, but for cyberspace?
And I have, yeah. Go.
That's a set of stability measures where we refrain from certain actions that are escalatory. What would those restraint items be in your view?
And I have to repeat the question for our online audience. What if the Russians came and said, let's do something like INC-C, the 80s agreement on incidents at sea? What would be the elements of that you would want to see?
So I'd be interested in that conversation. And the first step would be to make sure we had our own ducks in a row. Second is to make sure that people involved in the process understood that the fact that we have an incident at seas agreement doesn't mean that there aren't incidents at sea. And think of the USS Donald Cook and the Su-24 and another aircraft overflying it a few months back. But what it did mean is that was then an incident. It was understood that was an incident because they didn't follow the protocols that were established. I think it's an idea very much worth exploring. And Michelle, I like the idea that it's the phrasing of your question was U.S.-Russia. My guess is that you would want to have an analogous conversation with China. And the two steps I would want to take before either of those is to, one, do at least more internal U.S. government work than was in place when I departed 3 years ago. Maybe it's advanced. And second, engage with our allies and partners so that they're not surprised by the conversations that we're having or the principles that we're putting forward in that regard. And I'll say this, to me it could include discussions about what each side would find, actions that each side would find highly escalatory. And so there'd be a bit of strategic communication, strategic in the sense of high level, not deceptive, but beginning to reduce the prospects for severe misunderstanding about what the so-called escalation ladder looks like in cyberspace and how it relates to other actions, I think would be a very valuable step, and I would be very interested in seeing something like that go forward.
I probably identify myself as a geek when I say this was my dream panel, and so I'm really happy. I can only think of one thing that would be better than this panel, and that would be lunch, which is waiting for you outside. Right. We do have some demonstrations, is that correct, Kimon? Could you stand up and tell people about them?
Yeah, the tech tools that we have going on today starting at
The tech talks that are featured today are starting at 12:30, so if you could grab lunch and be back here by then, we'll get those started. Thank you very much.
The war in Syria represents a new low for the international community. We're seeing a war without law, as well as seemingly a war without end. It's very, very striking that we're living in an age of the bombing of UN convoys, never mind the targeting of hospitals.
So we were so surprised and shocked when we saw our colleagues covered with their blood and giving their last breaths. I don't know how to describe that. It's so hard emotionally. It's like you are losing one of your precious in front of your eyes.
We're witnessing a profound surge of violence against civilians, against health workers, patients, facilities, humanitarian convoys across a full spectrum of countries that is really shredding the accountability and protections that are contained in the Geneva Conventions.
The attack on Kunduz was a sustained attack over an hour, despite the fact that all the parties knew us, had our GPS coordinate. We must say that it was our biggest loss in terms of lives. 42 people died, 14 of our staff.
This was a tragic mistake.
This is a period when there's the danger of vacuum around the world and a danger for the abuse of power by states that are strong enough to do so. The international sense of conscience and consciousness that led to the responsibility to protect in the early 2000s has certainly been eroded.
People are struggling to respond. They're building clinics and hospitals in underground bunkers. They're documenting these attacks and publishing them. They're taking measures to the UN Security Council.
Stop bombing hospital. Stop bombing health workers.
But up to now, these measures have not had much effect in deterring attacks. But many courageous individuals and groups continue the fight. This is a fight that's going to last well into the future.
We believe that war stopped at the door of our hospital, and we want to preserve that. And we want to preserve access to healthcare in war zones. That's a battle that's worth to fight.
I have huge confidence in other people and a degree of confidence in myself that has sometimes helped me take those crazy risks that I took.
And what accounts for that degree of confidence in yourself?
Love.
Love?
Yeah. Yeah. You have, I mean, I'm sorry, this is outside the economic field by a long way. But yeah, I very strongly believe that you can, love generates confidence. If your parents love you, if your siblings love you, if your spouse, companion, whoever, or your children love you, it gives you that level of confidence that helps you move to the next step or do something else which is harder, bigger, or further. Yeah.
That's very, very smart and very powerful. Wow.
While much of the world focuses on terrorism in the Middle East, violent extremist groups have expanded their ambitions and reach in Africa as well. In the Western Sahel, Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb has produced or inspired a proliferation of extremist groups that continue to destabilize the region. In the areas around Lake Chad, Boko Haram, with its origins in northeast Nigeria, has left tens of thousands of civilians dead and displaced almost 3 million people. The security vacuum in Libya and the presence of Islamic State and Al-Qaeda deepen the risks to the Sahel region.
There has been a lot of turmoil and trouble with these radical elements, which you find in this arc of instability from North Africa to Afghanistan.
Military intervention by regional forces, France, and the UN have weakened these groups and reclaimed territories they once held. But the drivers of militancy and the complex social, economic, and political environment that fuels these groups remain very much intact. Unless this understructure of vulnerability and criminality is addressed, extremist violence will remain an enduring threat to the region.
Air power and military space systems have revolutionized the way the U.S. military operates, and the global economy increasingly depends on reliable and secure access to space systems. The Aerospace Security Project at CSIS examines the technological, budgetary, and policy issues affecting the air and space domains. Our research is focused in 3 areas. Space security examines the evolving military uses of space and how the lack of norms of behavior can affect escalation and deterrence. It explores how alternative architectures and new space capabilities can enhance the resilience of U.S. military space systems. Air dominance and long-range strike looks at the future of air and missile forces in a more contested operating environment. It examines the role of stealth, unmanned systems, and autonomous systems, how these capabilities can be integrated to enable new operational concepts, and options for the air and ground-based legs of the nuclear triad. Commercial and civil space explores international partnerships in space, efforts to reduce the cost of launch, advances in commercial space technologies, and policy issues that affect civil and commercial space programs. The goal of the Aerospace Security Project is to provide innovative, insightful, and timely analysis to help educate and inform decision makers. As new opportunities, threats, and technologies emerge, Smart policy decisions can ensure the United States continues to lead in the air and space domains. Welcome to the Aerospace Security Project.
The divided Korean Peninsula remains one of the largest sources of uncertainty and potential conflict in a prosperous and growing Asia. Unification of Korea will be one of the biggest changes to the geopolitical landscape and is seen by the world as a dark tunnel. Opacity among regional powers creates confusion. Misunderstanding impedes smart planning. False assumptions could cause costly strategic blunders. But CSIS believes the potential for growth, prosperity, and peace of a united Korea is immense. How can we maximize the social, humanitarian, and economic returns of a unified Korea while avoiding conflict? Beyond Parallel is an unprecedented and comprehensive resource for bringing transparency to the many challenges and opportunities of Korean unification. Beyond Parallel investigates the broader implications of unification, but also the specific issues that Korea and the world face. These critical issues are explored through expert analysis, satellite imagery, and cutting-edge methods of data collection. Welcome to Beyond Parallel.
Hit-to-kill ballistic missile defense is the ultimate precision guidance challenge. Many elements of a defense must come together to achieve a long-range intercept. One of the most important and difficult parts is known as mid-course discrimination. After a ballistic missile launches, its engines burn hot and can be detected by infrared satellites. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, the missile engines burn out and it reaches its peak velocity. At this point, the missile's payload, a warhead, usually separates from the rest of the body. The warhead is also accompanied by the flying junk pile of debris created by launching a missile, as well as by decoys or other countermeasures designed to complicate the missile defense job. All of these objects move together through space as part of a threat cloud. So for a missile defense system to successfully destroy the warhead, its various sensors must first discriminate it from among the various other parts of the cloud. The key to successful discrimination is the sensor architecture. Sea and land-based radars provide one picture of the threat cloud. Lower frequency radars are able to track the threat cloud, but have trouble distinguishing within it. Once cued, higher frequency or X-band radars provide much sharper images of the objects within the cloud. But radars are limited by their vantage point and by their technology. Multiple phenomenologies can provide a more complete rendering and classification. Air or space-based sensors provide still other perspectives with greater persistence, potentially allowing for birth-to-death tracking. And infrared sensors show not just objects but their heat signature, especially low-orbit satellites looking sideways, comparing the objects against the coldness of space. Currently, U.S. homeland missile defense is dependent upon only terrestrial radars. This places a large burden on the sensor network and makes it harder to identify the objects. That in turn means that the defender has to engage more of the objects in the cloud so as not to miss the warhead, either by firing more interceptors or multiple kill vehicles atop a single one. After the interceptors are launched, they receive imagery of the threat cloud, which algorithms compare to a threat database to help pick which objects should be engaged. All this is fused with the kill vehicle's own observations using onboard sensors to make the final determination for intercept. Finally, they maneuver into position to collide with the several targets that could be a warhead. The discrimination challenge is hard, but not insurmountable. An efficient and robust discrimination system should include a mix of sensors with different technologies from different domains on land, sea, air, and space.
Currently, India ranks 54th on the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index, more than 20 spots below manufacturing competitors like China and Malaysia. This is a major challenge for Modi's Make in India initiative. For example, India's truckers report that 15% to 25% of travel time is actually spent waiting at the heavily enforced state border checkpoints. They pay as much as $1.1 billion a year in bribes to state officials. The main problem is that India does not have a single national market. Its 29 states and 7 union territories each have their own system of sales taxes. As a result, internal borders look more like international ones. The version of the goods and services tax sitting before Parliament isn't perfect, but it will cut down on transit time for goods, paperwork for businesses, and could add 0.5% to annual economic growth. A seamless national tax environment will help Indian commerce flow more quickly.
I believe in strong alliances, clarity in dealing with our rivals.
What is the very last
and I take the oil.
Populism, border walls, retrenchment, and protectionism. While foreign policy is often overshadowed by economic concerns, contrasting visions of America's role in the world have played a major part in the recent election cycle. This contentious campaign season saw some of the basic tenets of U.S. foreign policy since the end of World War II called into question. Does this heightened acrimony over key aspects of U.S. international engagement reflect trends toward isolationism? It may seem unprecedented, but it is in fact not new. Today's controversies are continuations of debates that have lasted for decades. While support for the nation playing an active part in global affairs has remained strong since 1947, public opinion on key components of U.S. international engagement, such as defense spending, has waxed and waned over the last 70 years in response to economic trends, military interventions, and domestic priorities. In the first decades of the Cold War, America was committed to international engagement as a part of its strategy of containment against the existential threat presented by the Soviet Union. The U.S. experience in Vietnam, however, created an aversion to overseas military engagements that lasted from the late 1960s through the 70s. During the 1990s, the collapse of the Soviet Union led the U.S. public and policymakers to again question defense spending levels, foreign aid, and forward military presence. Many thought the limited interventions of Desert Storm in Kosovo would serve as models for future military operations. Then came September 11, 2001. Our response to the events of that day have largely defined contemporary American foreign policy since. First came the long wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Their unsatisfactory outcomes left much of the public and policymaking elites disillusioned with large-scale military engagements. The result of that disillusionment has been an increasing reliance on small footprint forces for a variety of contingency operations, including in the global war on terror. At home, the most severe recession since the Great Depression exacerbated America's growing reservations about global engagement. As the economy recovered at an anemic pace, income inequality ballooned. Fewer were able to reap the benefits of our globalized economy. Opposition to free trade and large-scale immigration grew. Now, 8 years after the recession and the more than 15 after 9/11, views on the desirability of America's international engagement strategy are fractured. For the first time ever in 2009 and again in 2013, most Americans responded that the U.S. should mind its own business internationally and let other countries get along the best they can on their own. This comes at the same time that more people are concerned about major domestic terror attacks than in 2002, just months after 9/11. Do these polls reflect temporary reactions to the state of public affairs? Or is there a genuine trend toward retrenchment in the American public? Democrats and Republicans now disagree on the benefits of free trade, alliances, and multilateral approaches. Divergences in threat perceptions and approaches to international engagement have also grown between the American public and policymakers. As history shows, this is not a new debate in American politics. Yet, as distance from World War II and the Cold War grows, the rationale for U.S. foreign policy of engagement may be growing less clear to younger generations. If the new administration decides that sustaining a strategy premised on deep international engagement is best suited for the advancement of American interests, it will have to do a better job of communicating the rationale for those policies to create a foreign policy the American public can get behind. If, on the other hand, the new administration seeks to chart a new course for American foreign policy, it will have to find avenues of consensus among an increasingly fractured public.
The supercontinent of Eurasia is home to 60% of the global economy and 2/3 of humanity. It's been called the geographic pivot of history. For over 4 centuries, Eurasia's economic focus has been the maritime passages that surround it. But during ancient times, many of the world's most important trading routes ran overland. Today, regional powers are putting forward competing visions for reconnecting Asia. Roads, railways, and other infrastructure projects could revive overland routes. They could forge new maritime connections, and they could reshape the global economic landscape. The stakes are high. Last century's infrastructure projects fueled development, but also competition, and even conflict. Today's efforts could echo well beyond the region.
The basic reality is that the division of the world into kind of totally separate, autonomous entities.
Everybody wants to take a seat. We're going to get started with our tech talks now. So, your accelerator is sitting on that. Oop. Go back. There we go. Sorry about that. Hello everyone, my name is Will Carter. I'm the Associate Director of the Technology Policy Program here at CSIS. And I'd like to introduce our lunchtime tech talks today. We have 2 great speakers here who are going to be giving us some insights into the threat landscape today. So for our first speech, it's going to be Matt Hartley, who comes to us from Forescout Technologies, where he's the Director of Federal Sales. Matt has more than 15 years of experience in the tech industry, and today he's going to be giving us some new information and insights into threats and opportunities in IoT security. So everyone, please welcome Matt Hartley from Forescout.
Thanks. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay in the back? I can just talk louder. So my name is Matt Hartley. I'm your lunchtime entertainment during the CSIS event. Just by quick way of introduction, again, I work at Forescout Technologies. I promise this will be the only marketing slide I have for you. We work across all of departments and agencies within the federal government. We're deployed, seeing, controlling, and mitigating threats in real time across a number of programs and initiatives. So we're intimately aware of kind of the IoT problem where it stands today. And as a result, I was asked to come kind of share some of our insights with you in what we see as both threats apparent in the IoT space that contradict a lot of what a lot of us are used to, and also some opportunities for growth. One quick disclaimer, I have an affliction that affects me. I think it affects millions of Americans. It's having a profound effect on my memory, particularly the way I perceive time. The affliction is called children, and the last 3 months have kind of buzzed past at a speed that's been mind-blowing for me. It seems with the snow that I was just wrapping presents and dealing with the holidays. And this year was a bit unique. My wife, who's been very busy at work, asked me to go and do a lot of the shopping this year. So I don't know if anybody else has made the discovery of Amazon Prime, particularly around the holidays. Show of hands and fans. Yeah, if you've been to Tyson's Corner during the holidays, that's probably the best advertising that Amazon Prime has, I think, in our world. So I did what I think most of my fellow fathers did out in the suburbs. I got on Amazon Prime and I went shopping for fun stuff, not clothes, because who wants clothes for Christmas? And as you would expect, someone clothes. I've got some hands going up. As you would expect, I had more IoT walk in my front door during the month of December than I could shake a stick at. I've got presently 8 devices on my home Wi-Fi network to every single person in my house. So IoT is here. It's here in my house. It's in our agencies. It's in our places of work. It's all around us. It's in the parking meters out in front where I hope I'm not being ticketed or towed at this moment. Maybe there's a network outage I could blame if that comes to pass. So Internet of Things, however we wish to define that, is here. In a broader sense, we often get the question, well, is this purely a consumer issue? And what I'd like to show here across a variety of verticals is it's no longer just Nest cameras or thermostats or plug-and-play devices within your home on your home network. This Internet connectivity of things, or IoT as it's often called, is all around us. If you've been to a doctor's office, or God forbid you've been to a hospital recently, most of the things that are flashing lights around you in an emergency room setting are now connected to some form of IP network. If you go to a job site where they're doing heavy construction, there's Wi-Fi networks that communicate with satellites that tell construction trucks where to go. Everywhere you look around you, this pervasive Internet of Things is showing itself, and it's doing it in ways that are different than the IT that we grew up with. Looking around the room, many folks, and certainly my generation, I see laptops and desktops kind of around the room. That's where we grew up, and that's what we grew up most familiar with. But IoT is different. Each of those vendors has a completely different profile, has a completely different operating system, and a completely different MO in terms of how they're delivering that capability. What's, I guess, more of a concern from a threat standpoint is this new stuff. Oh, there we go. This new stuff is growing at a pace that's kind of foreign to many of us that have been practicing in the IT security or even the IT landscape. So as we're all familiar with this BOD onslaught that happened over the past 5 years, the pace of adoption of IoT, whether you ask Gartner or any other contemporaries, is accelerating on a path that we haven't seen before. My team in particular works with the CDM program out of DHS and PPD, and the findings that we're seeing here are actually probably short of the slope that we would expect to see in our federal agencies. Very few agencies within the federal government are buying more desktops and laptops than they bought in previous years. Yet every one of our federal agencies is deploying tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, more internet-connected sensors and devices than they've ever had. So this problem continues to accelerate. It's different, and it's expanding what, in practitioner terms, we call an attack surface. So to that end, I think it's worth just taking a moment and talking about what that means. I kind of like this definition when you hear practitioners talk about what is my attack surface. And in short, as we heard earlier, a practitioner would view your attack surface as an organization, as the sum total of your vulnerabilities based on your device or network that a hacker could come and exploit. I'm not going to get into the policy constraints of what the government's responsibility is to disclose those. Suffice it to say, the bad guys see IoT as a massive opportunity for growth in that attack surface. Particularly that device growth that I showed you on the last slide very rationally kind of correlates to the probability of attack via IoT vectors. If you're familiar with the Dyne attack that we saw last year, this was an IoT-based attack using an exploit in security cameras, not desktops, laptops, kind of known endpoints that we have. Oops. To that end, a lot of the mitigating technologies that we've built over the years don't work on IoT. Many of us that boot up a laptop, anybody go get a cup of coffee when they start to boot their laptop, come back? The laptop still hasn't finished going through all the various security protocols. So the technologies that we've developed over the last 20 years don't work if I can't put those technologies onto these different IoT devices. So the result, of course, is I'm PowerPoint challenged today. The result is that this huge device growth has created a massive IoT security risk exposure that we've got to address in different ways than we have in the past. And I think it bears taking just one more slide, or a moment, if you will, to talk about this situation. If you're familiar, I'll take two various devices that you could find on a network. Actually, and for the record, I found this smart TV from Samsung example before last week's WikiLeaks disclosures. The timing is serendipitous, and I've picked a corporate laptop on the left. Your options on the left are plentiful. There are a variety of excellent companies represented here today that make incredible technologies to mitigate threats on that known corporate device on the left. Again, various programs throughout the government, DoD, civilian, and otherwise, have implemented a variety of controls on that left side. But as I said, the growth on our networks and the growth in the environment that we're seeing today is not in desktops and laptops and servers. It's actually on these things on the right that have internet connectivity, whether it's a wired or wireless connection. And unfortunately, I can't put many of those agent type of technologies onto this device. So it creates a bit of a conundrum for IT organizations that have been deploying sophisticated risk management technologies to devices on the left. I can't patch a TV in the same way and the same enterprise features that I can the laptop on the left. So that's the kind of the crux of the IoT problem is so many of our customers are facing. I'll take a classic example, and in the interest of time, I'll build this out quickly. The great thing about a laptop is I can do anything with it. We've all installed all this software and been productive on these devices for years. Unfortunately, you can do anything with it. The exposure of the APIs on a given endpoint platform also are what make it so susceptible to attack and various vulnerabilities. Again, though, we've had this variety of agents that have evolved over the years with fantastic companies to mitigate these risks. Whether you're in the DoD with some great examples, both on the vulnerability side with ACAS, with HPSS, if you're familiar with these. Sometimes the agents don't work. We find this to be the case not very often, but occasionally. More importantly, if you have older hardware, sometimes if the hardware hasn't been refreshed, if anybody's used a 4-year-old laptop recently, you know that sometimes it doesn't quite perform as well as a new laptop with all the additional management overhead. And then certainly, the scanning that we do on our endpoints today is not continuous. So it creates some challenges and some gaps in our resilience that we need to address in a different way. So that's state of the art, and that's the best case, where we have a known endpoint, we can associate it to an owner, and we can take definitive action with these various tools that exist to mitigate risk on a laptop. IoT is different. And again, once we get out of my Nest camera at home or my thermostat, from an enterprise standpoint, I'll pick on the U.S. Postal Service as an example. USPS uses a variety of machines across 317 sites to sort all of our mail, and more importantly, all the Amazon packages that were delivered to my house to keep my kids happy during the month of December. They really don't care about security when you get to the actual teams tasked with implementing those large machines. Their number one goal, as a matter of fact, how they're compensated is a function of the availability and performance of that hardware. So yes, it plugs into a network, but that's the extent of their concern once you get into the engineering operations of that IoT equipment. Availability and performance is the top priority. I could care less about security. That's a distant concern, a distant second or third place to the teams that own this equipment. So again, in many cases, the security teams that are tasked with the admin or the traditional IT side of the network, they're not even aware. They don't even have optics into these environments. As was the case of another agency not to be named, the security teams were physically unable to access many of these mission networks. So we start off with two big problems within organizations, and it's not unique to government. Corporate entities have the same problem. Basically, those that own the IoT have a distinct interest in keeping those that are charged with securing everything out of their business. They're tasked to keep it up and available and working, not necessarily as secure as it could be. Finally, the funding and training realities are what they are. When you talk about traditional IT, how many of us have been through varying training sessions on what not to open, how to correctly use your email so you don't invite exploits, et cetera? Those same types of trainings, those same types of funding streams to get users up to speed where they need to be from a security standpoint, they simply don't exist in the IoT or OT realm. One point of clarity, when we say operational technology or Internet of Things, I use those terms interchangeably. Most of our practitioners see OT as kind of the enterprise IoT. Oftentimes things that don't talk natively on the IP protocol, but they talk in legacy terms, perhaps the equipment at your power station. The transformers don't speak on the IP, but they talk to a controller, which more than likely these days does use Internet protocol to get out to some type of relay. So important reality there, you'll see IoT and OT used interchangeably. So to date, the policy guidance has been rather interesting. I would put out kind of 4 points from a practitioner, and where I practice on the side, I should say. I practice on the side from a security standpoint with two different startups. But basically, the feedback so far has been from both the FCC, FTC, and TIA, NIST, as well as DHS, that we should secure the devices by design. meaning one group should come out and make sure that there's a secure by design kind of framework for all these manufacturers that are building these devices. The problem was that that mindset came about when we really had one company that maintained the operating system for the desktop, Microsoft. It was easy to go negotiate with that hegemony to say, listen, we need a standard set of APIs to help us improve the security of this platform that everybody's using. There's no such unanimity within the IoT, within the Internet of Things or OT technology. There's simply too many manufacturers with too many different incentives to go do this, which kind of leads to the next point. Hello? Hello? Okay, I was told to press F5 if there's a problem. The Internet of Keyboards is not working for me. Can somebody help me get back to smart guy? So there we go. Thanks. Appreciate it. Beautiful. Thanks, Will. So the second bullet point is rather interesting. As you know, our government has tremendous incentives and efforts to get information sharing and to inspire information sharing. Unfortunately, I think at the corporate reality or the corporate level, certainly from a go-to-market perspective, the incentives for your shareholders and your owners are far greater around what I would consider platform strategies. I pick on GE Predix as a platform for the industrial internet, their words, not mine, where General Electric clearly wants you to bring all of your OT data as well as your controlling capabilities into their industrial cloud. On one hand, there's some fantastic benefits to the ubiquity of a GE exclusive environment, trust them with all your security. However, from a corporate standpoint, that's a very obvious lock-in strategy that's consistent with their goals for their shareholders. It's kind of difficult to share as you start to have Siemens and Rockwell, et cetera, all forming their own distinct entities with their own distinct corporate strategies and go-to-market incentives. Furthermore, there's a compliance challenge in all this that if I can't define what the platform even is across the board, how am I going to create effective compliance policy? A concern we get from even within the US government as we go to market with to those individuals. Finally, I think there's a debate that kind of rages around resilience versus reactionary, and it's very prevalent within IoT. It's simply too hard to secure this is the reactionary debate. There's some fantastic literature, I won't say who, out there featured. Brown University has an awesome course on this, specific to it's too hard to keep them out. So let's focus on the reaction. Let's focus on not letting them get out once they're in, focusing on metrics like dwell time. We oftentimes see customers saying, it's too hard to solve this IoT problem. Let's just make sure that whatever goes in doesn't come out, which in the case of nation states attacking, certainly from our own federal networks, that's simply an unacceptable posture. Our government, kind of counter-rotating, has instantiated two large programs, CDM, or Continuous Diagnostics and Mitigation on the civilian government, and Comply to Connect, Comply to Remain on the DoD side. Resilience-focused programs where NPPD and the focus has been in efforts to date. So from a policy and guidance commentary, I would sum up in saying that there's been a device-centric approach, and the advice that we would have is there has to be a better path today, and there has to be certainly a path that reflects kind of the corporate realities of the incentives for the big companies that are playing in the IT/OT space. With all that said, I'd put out four pieces of guidance, observation, what seems to be working today. The first of which is where we can't put the known and trusted agents that we have today to secure our desktops, laptops, mobile devices. We need network-based approaches that work. Let's put these things in the appropriate network box. Don't let them out of that, and don't let them misbehave. Various technologies such as segmentation start to come up. Let's put these things within their own segment of the network so that they can't misbehave. Furthermore, continuous detection and classification is critical. Most of us remember when the laptop was so prohibitively heavy, you really couldn't move it from one conference room table to another. Most of our early IT policy was based on this idea that we're plugged in. Many of the DISA STIGs, just to pick on DoD, when I was serving, we're all based on this assumption that we were plugged into a wall. Mobile showed us, and IoT is definitely blazing a trail that the Internet of Things is incredibly mobile. It doesn't sit still, and it certainly doesn't stay connected to your network for long periods of time. So the moment something connects, the moment it disconnects is the optimal time to assess what it is, what its posture is like, and then what type of mitigating actions we're going to take on that. By the way, part of that is classification, and that's actually hard to do. Again, across that myriad of things, it was easy when a laptop plugged in. It would generally announce itself as a laptop and tell you who its owner was. A HVAC controller tends to not do that when recovering from a power outage. So that would be point 2. Point 3 is relentless automation. And I say this with our clientele. We're working with just about every agency within the civilian government on automation of what I would consider pre-breach hygiene. And just take item number 1. The first time I detect a new security camera, I should be able to know that it's a security camera, classify the manufacturer, and protect it from a network standpoint, since I can't put a lot of the other investments I have onto that. There shouldn't be any human touch in that. Cyber labor is a massive problem. I think everyone in this room is familiar intimately that we just can't hire. No one, whether you're corporate or public sector, can find the labor that we need to do the jobs and staff the roles that we have. So orchestrating a lot of this pre-breach resilience is a top priority, both for customers and then for industry to solve that problem together. Last of which, we're not saying that the need for device security is non-essential. It's just too hard. The stuff is here today. Within the CDM program as an example, we found more Internet of Things devices than we found desktops, laptops, and servers on federal non-military networks. I'll say that again for effect. During the CDM program, we've discovered more Internet of Things devices on our networks than desktops, laptops, and servers. So this isn't something that's coming. This isn't a threat that we need to be aware of in the next 5 to 10 years. It's here. So we implore the device manufacturer industry, the policy bodies such as those here in this room, to continue to work on that, certainly from a vulnerability disclosure and management technologies. The caveat, of course, is we've got to take action today. It's not an easy problem to solve, but obviously partnership between industry, policymakers such as those in this room, and of course the practitioners that have to deal with this is the only way we're going to secure ourselves in the near term. So I think we've got about a minute for questions. We're probably going to pass on the questions and answers at this point. So I'll be around afterwards. It's a pleasure to introduce. It's a pleasure to work with you and present today. Thank you.
So thank you very much to Matt. That was a great presentation, and it sets us up very well for our second speaker today, Scott Montgomery from Intel Security. He's the Vice President and Chief Technology Strategist at Intel, where he brings an engineer's perspective to cybersecurity. He's actually a bona fide technologist, rare at a CSIS event, but he spent much of his career designing, building, and testing security products. So today he's going to be discussing the current threat landscape.
Hold your applause. Hold your applause. You have no idea whether what I'm going to say has any value to you at all. Thank you very much for CSIS having me back. I was very encouraged to know we were going to be in this room. I was hoping the doors would be open so that we could enjoy the mild Washington March fresh air. But for some reason, the doors are closed today. I can't imagine why. All right, so I'm going to go real quick. I'm going to talk a little bit about some existing trends and then about some predictions that we made. Very interestingly, this first thing, it actually sets aside the stage pretty well for the kinds of challenges that people have. And when you see a hockey stick curve like this in terms of the growth of ransomware, this tells you two very important things about this particular kind of attack. It doesn't really matter what kind of attack it is. But when you see these kinds of hockey stick curves, it fulfills two very important characteristics for your adversaries. Does anyone know what either one of them is? Neither one's technical. What are the two characteristics that a hockey stick like this meets? What's that? Success. Project success. I had a goal in mind. I wish I had Starbucks cards, but they don't give me budget for that kind of thing. Success. Project success. This is the goal that I had in mind. This is what I wanted to extract. This is the damage I wanted to do. This is the footprint I wanted to have. Success. What's the other characteristic? Anyone but the Starbucks card winner. What's the other one? How do we measure our own projects? Somebody, speak up. Who said it? Return on investment. Return on investment. Are there projects our adversaries turn down because they're simply too expensive for the value of the goal they get back? You betcha. What does a hockey stick tell you about this particular kind of attack? Wildly successful and cheap. This is not rocket science. And as Matt pointed out, the labor problem exacerbates these kinds of things because we're trying to spread a tiny amount of butter over an increasingly sized piece of bread. So when I tell you about ransomware, your first inclination might be to think of Grandma Tilly at her house and the dance recital video gets encrypted by somebody else holding the key, and now she can't get to her dance recital videos of the nieces and nephews and grandkids. But what we're seeing is there are a different series of ransomware, all of which are trying different things. Sometimes I'm holding your website for ransom. Sometimes I'm holding the contents of your disk for ransom. One of the interesting things, and ties in with what Matt was talking about, what if I hold the availability of a device for ransom? Could that be critical in the healthcare field or in the power generation and distribution field if a particular device is held for ransom? Can you think about what kinds of devices might be held for ransom where there would be a national security or critical infrastructure impact? I can. So one of the things that, just like adversaries do in terms of information sharing, I cannot stress it enough, it is absolutely essential. We need the private sector and the public sector to cooperate more. When we do in technology, these are the kinds of results. And I urge you to take a look at nomoreransom.org, where we have a consortium of competing security companies collaborating in order to harvest keys and assist national law enforcement organizations in taking down criminal networks and returning harvested keys back to victims. So on the website, if your organization or your Grandma Tilly has been hit by ransomware, you can go and see if the key is available for her to be able to decrypt the dance recital videos. So Trojanized software. So basically this is a fancy way of saying wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm going to deliver malicious payload to your organization in a method that looks like real software companies do, right? I'm going to go under the cover of a transaction you kind of want. What are the transactions that your company or your organization wants that happen automatically? Anybody? Operating system, but what about it? Constant updates. Windows Update. Does anyone not have Windows Update on? Does anyone know what it does? I don't know what it does, but I use it. They told me to. Patch Tuesday, gotta have it, right? So patching is a really big one, right? So anything where there's some sort of modification, bundling, or patching is a great place to inject malicious payload. I'm going to use the legitimate cover of something you're already doing in order to get payload onto your system. And we see an increasing amount of this all of the time. Numbers. Yeah, who cares? All right. I didn't put this in here. All right. The second dumbest term in technology, cloud. IoT is the dumbest. Cloud is the second dumbest. How many people are in here? 100? If I said define cloud and to write it down on a note card, would your note card be the same as anybody else's? No, of course not. Yet, our trust in the cloud has increased over the last 3 years. I would love it if the next question was, trust in what cloud? What did you think you meant? Are you buying CPU cycles so that you don't have to have more hardware to do number crunching? Yeah, you should do that. You should absolutely do that. That's a great use of the cloud. Are you going to get the same security for regulated or classified data at the same cost as in brick and mortar? You might. You might not. But interestingly, folks are increasing greatly, increased somewhat, no change in terms of their trust. But look at the numbers and the size of the global public cloud market. What is it that leadership is doing? Is leadership saying, I read in Forbes that the cloud's the panacea, it's the magic bullet, it's going to cure cancer, got to get out on the cloud? Do they know what they mean? when they say get out on the cloud? Maybe, maybe not. With respect to movement to the cloud, this is like any other technology. I don't know if you guys remember, years and years, and I know I work for Intel, so you're going to be like, wait a minute, you're bashing Intel. I'm not bashing Intel. But years and years ago, when they invented wireless, does anybody remember the ads where there was a guy going through a data center with hedge clippers? It said, unwire your network. How did that go the first time that wireless crypto was compromised? Not so well. The folks at VMware actually grew to $1 billion faster than Microsoft or Oracle. And what was their pitch? You don't need security. Greater server density, greater virtualization, you don't need security. How did that work out the first time there was a virtual machine to virtual machine lateral movement? These are not panaceas. There's no such thing as a magic bullet, except in literature and the Warren Commission. Just making sure everybody's like, all right. Just like anything else, make sure you know what problem you're trying to solve before you put an investment here. So what is it about? I'm just going to talk about IoT because Matt did at length. What is it that, why is it so interesting to people to internet enable their devices? There's a great, anybody from McKinsey here? All right, quick McKinsey plug. Great McKinsey report on this from the summer of 2015 called Beyond the Hype, Extracting the Value from IoT. And they basically said it boils down to two things, why people want to internet enable these devices remotely and utilize them. What are they? What are the two things? Again, not terribly technical. What'd you say? That's reason number two was I want to have targeted marketing. I want to have greater ability to sell more and targeted goods to the same customers. I want to know more about what they're doing in order to be a better partner and vendor to them. That was the second reason. What's the first reason? Anybody? Convenience. What kind of convenience? Like what? Remote maintenance, reduced costs of operations, biggest reason. The ability to not have to go touch a device, not have to make a device-side visit in order to change it. So what is that? That's a reduced total cost of ownership for the device, a bottom line characteristic. Second one that this young man pointed out, a top line characteristic. I want to sell more stuff to my existing customers or know how to sell what I sold to somebody else. Top line, bottom line. That's why this is happening. So the first question for your organization becomes, do I actually need network connectivity for this device to function correctly in its job? Maybe I don't get remote maintenance, but do I fulfill my mission without the internet? At the Consumer Electronics Show, L'Oreal and Nokia introduced a smart hairbrush. Tells you that you're brushing too hard in one spot. Rush right out, $200 US. Okay. Matt talked about this, so I'm not going to. Matt talked about this, so I'm not going to. All right, let's talk a little bit about hardware. What is it, when you go out, I'm not knocking Amazon, I'm not knocking Microsoft Azure, I'm not knocking Google, but when you go out to one of those organizations for cloud services, what is it that they're providing you, largely? Anybody? What'd you say, brother? Hardware. 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 I don't want to pay for more power. I don't want to pay for more rack space. I don't want to pay for more real estate. I don't want to pay for more cooling. I don't want to pay for more technologists. So I will rent someone else's hardware. Does Microsoft, Google, et al. Have the supply chain and hardware challenges that you face in your organizations fully licked? I don't know. But certainly, these kinds of attacks that are attacking underneath the virtual machine, anybody know what Amazon's SLA is? Anybody contracted with Amazon, looked at an SLA? You can be Joe's Delicatessen or you can be DuPont. You get the same SLA. Same SLA. We'll give you up to the hypervisor. After that, you're on your own. Your mileage may vary. Are they subjected to these same kinds of hardware attacks? Probably different ones, because some of them are going towards proprietary systems. Are they immune because they're proprietary? Of course not. But basically, if you're handing over some level of considerations to cloud providers, or you're running your own data center, the most foundational unit of measure is the hardware. If I'm compromised at the hardware, it really doesn't matter what's going on above it in user space. We're seeing intense state-sponsored activities here. So a prediction with respect to drone jacking. We've actually already seen this in the military with respect to one particular well-publicized Iranian attack. Is there a lot of regulation on the use, care, feeding, travel, traffic patterns of drones? If anybody's read Amazon's plans, they're just simply going to fly stuff over your house and drop it into your mailbox. I think it's pretty cool as a consumer. Makes me a little nervous to know that it'll be a large machine over my house temporarily, right? So the same kinds of things we've seen in information technologies, open ports, weak authentication, unencrypted communications. If you look at the average IoT device in its first generation, there's no crypto, zero, nothing, which is fine. If it's the hairbrush, I guess, you know, maybe your dry scalp, you don't want to advertise that to people, maybe that's sensitive. But certainly it's not as sensitive as the locks on your front door. But every time we see one of these systems, one of these compromises, the first generation of the device, like the Mirai botnet, no encryption, a fixed root level password, meaning I have complete control of the device. So, drone exploit toolkits, citizens will actually start jamming. We'll see people taking drones out. We'll see law enforcement drones attacked. And no knock on the government, but regulation's hard. People don't want a lot of regulation. People fight regulation. Matt talked about this. I'm not going to. I will talk a little bit just about the predictions, though. And Matt talked about the kinds of devices. But you'll see malicious code, dormant malicious code, in devices that haven't been activated on your home network yet. Because why go and attack household by household if I can attack the supply chain and get every household? And that's what you'll begin to see. Okay, one quick example, and Matt touched on this a little bit, but the thing I want to impress upon this crowd, when it was actually a circuit board that was attacked in the pairing between a CCTV camera and a DVR. There's corresponding devices. And they were used, a huge botnet was created in order to threaten companies with outages. And in this case, Dyn, they're a DNS service provider. I'm trying to browse to CNN.com. What is the IP address so that my browser can get there? And they're a very large provider. These outages, these perceived outages, this is a website called Down Detector that shows you the status of particular swaths of IP, whether they're up, whether they're down. That's all it does. It's pretty cool. But in this case, Down Detector was showing Reddit and Amazon and Snapchat and other sites being down. The sites themselves weren't down. But they were unable to be found because their DNS provider was offline, had been successfully attacked by this massive denial of service attack. If you're at your desk going to Amazon, do you know the difference? Or do you know that you got an hourglass? Who are you mad at as a consumer, as a user? You're mad at Amazon. Oh, I'm trying to buy stuff. I can't buy stuff. You have no idea that it's the DNS provider that's been knocked offline. Who took the reputational hit? Amazon. So, just like you're seeing a large proliferation of devices, you'll see those devices being used to hold availability and services for hostage as well. Okay. How many people have ever been to the RSA conference? Okay. You can't go to the RSA conference. It's like the Super Bowl of security geeks, right? You can't go without having these Gartner frisbees of terms thrown at you. You know, you're just inundated by all these terms. And machine learning was this, you can't live without machine learning. You gotta have machine learning. Well, machines start dumb, first and foremost. That's the first thing. Machines start dumb. You need a lot of machines to learn things in order for your machine learning to become better. But why is it believed that machine learning will be a panacea for defensive practitioners only? If you're under the impression that the adversaries aren't out there training machines in order to be a countermeasure to machine learning and other defensive techniques, save your cab fare. They were doing it before Gartner was throwing frisbees at you that said machine learning. Why is it so much easier to play defense? Offense in this game? Why is it so much easier to play offense? You have to find one spot where we got out-labored. Do you have enough labor, trained labor? Does anybody have enough trained labor? Of course not, because it's a big problem. Every time we add a new IP device, the problem becomes exacerbated. These algorithms are hunting for where you're weak, not what you deployed, what you didn't deploy, where you're weak, where your 55-hour work week is stretched too far. Okay. Oh, I did good. Let's see what the predictions are. So, there is this, and this is a pretty good segue for it. I got about a minute left. Does anyone know what the weakest part of their infrastructure is, regardless of whether they're in government, the private sector, or the public sector? Does anybody know what the weakest part is? The people, the dummies. Saw you on YouTube last night. Click here. You weren't on YouTube last night. Don't click. You were not. Machine learning is looking for our biggest dummies. And I've been told, folks will say, we're going to do user training. Is your training regimen sufficient to overcome our overwhelming desire and need as people to click? I assure you, save your cab fare on this one as well. So what you'll see, machine learning looking for dummies on social engineering. Business email compromise scams will actually target the folks who have the authority to act on behalf of spenders in order to get wire transfers. They're going to go right machine learning looking for the people who can authorize things. So buckle up. It's a tricky world. I'll be here for a few minutes if anybody has questions. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Scott. Up next, we have our keynote panel on the future of privacy and security on the internet, which will be hosted by Denise Young. So in just a sec, we'll get that panel up.
My name is Denise Jung. I'm the Director of the Technology Policy Program here and Senior Fellow at CSIS. Our next panel is going to be about the future of privacy and security on the internet. And we have an excellent set of panelists here to talk us through the issues. What does the world look like in the future? What kind of challenges are we going to be dealing with? What should government do? These are questions that we're going to tackle in this panel. So let me introduce our distinguished panelists. Danny Weitzner, he's the founding director of the Internet Policy Research Initiative at MIT and principal research scientist at the Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab at MIT. Used to be deputy CTO for internet policy at the White House under the Obama administration and a senior official at NTIA. Danny was also one of the co-founders of the Center for Democracy and Technology, which is the organization that Nuala now heads. So this is a perfect lineup. So Nuala O'Connor, president and CEO of CDT, Center for Democracy and Technology, a global nonprofit organization committed to advancing digital rights for users. Nuala worked in the federal government as chief privacy officer at the Department of Commerce, as well as at DHS. She's served in a number of senior positions working on privacy and consumer trust issues at Amazon and General Electric. And then to Nuala's left, Dr. John Launchbury, director of the Information Innovation Office at DARPA, where he leads research initiatives on programming languages, security, privacy, and cryptography. Basically, it's the office at DARPA that handles all of the AI, cyber, and big data programs. Before DARPA, John was chief scientist at Galwa, which he founded in 1999. He was a computer science and engineering professor before then. So to kick off this discussion, I thought it might be best to turn to John, since you spend the vast majority of your time thinking about how to prevent technological surprise from our adversaries, and then also creating the capabilities to create technological surprise for U.S. adversaries. So clearly, you are thinking about the future 15, 20 years out from now. If you look into your crystal ball, what does the sort of technology landscape look like? Are we going to be in technology heaven or hell?
Yeah, of course, it's a miserable question in one sense to say what's the future look 15, 20 years out. I think human beings are no good at looking more than 4 years out. But on the other hand, we do see sort of things emerging, which, if they're successful, are definitely going to be affecting the future. In terms of whether it's going to be heaven or hell, my guess is it's going to be somewhere in between those two, and a lot of it is going to be dependent on the choices that we make as we move forward. And a lot of those choices will be ones that are enabled by new kinds of technology that come on. I mean, some of the things about the future I think are probably clear to anybody who's been thinking about it at all. Like, we will have lots of self-driving cars. These cars will be talking to one another. They will be talking to the roads. They'll be talking to our houses. Our other devices will be talking to our houses. The idea that you have a computer as the thing that you can point to and say, that's a computer. I mean, computers will be everywhere. I mean, already they're everywhere, and we often don't realize that the cables that we plug in to things have computers inside of them. And one of the challenges of all of that is that you've just got this vast expansion of potential attack surfaces for cyber attack, potential for a vast expansion of collection surfaces if people are wanting to find ways to violate privacy. So I think a lot of the challenges are going to be, how do you, on the one hand, have very easy functionality and things work when you just connect them together, but on the other hand, the ability to say what happens to my data, what happens to knowledge about me. I really like the concept of human data interaction. There's been a lot of work in the past in human-computer interaction, and you think of, I'm interacting with this box in front of me, this device, and now we have to think about, how do I interact with the data about me? How do I get, how do I know what it is? How do I get agency over it so that I can actually make choices about it? And so I think that there's going to be a lot of work, a lot of development in that space. There's interesting, when you look at the difference between what's going on in Europe versus over here, there's a sort of predilection over here to say we don't trust the government, but we can let our corporations do whatever they like. And in Europe, it tends to be the other way around. We don't trust the corporations, but we can let the governments do whatever they like. And obviously, I'm hugely oversimplifying. But I think as we have one world, that there'll need to be some sort of resolution between these a bit. As for sort of technologies, there's a lot of debate about should we have encryption everywhere? Do we need to have backdoors into those kinds of things? I definitely personally fall on the side that says if we put lots of backdoors in things, then lots of other people will be able to get in through those backdoors. And I'm concerned about opening things up. I do see cryptography as something that's going to become more and more pervasive. Whether cryptography will solve cybersecurity issues is another question. And one of the challenges there is that to say I'm using cryptography is like saying I'm using metal in my building. Like, will metal solve my problem? Well, it depends how you use it, and cryptography is the same. It's not like, oh, I sprinkled some cryptography and now everything's okay. I mean, the detail is in the subtleties. But when we think about things like 0 days, which are sort of new ways into systems, I think there definitely are really good technologies on the horizon that have the potential for removing that class of vulnerabilities. And so that means that the most likely source of vulnerabilities will not come through those kinds of weaknesses, but they'll come from relying on infrastructure that you thought you could trust, but actually somebody else owns it and is using it in a way you don't expect, or that you've put a capability on your device that you thought was okay, but it had hidden functionality in, or you just screw up in one way or another with authentication. I think passwords will be out, by the way, long gone, and we'll have lots of ways to deal with authentication. There's some really interesting work happening. I think it's Danske Bank has implemented it, where you log into your bank and you're doing this over the web, but the bank is watching how you're interacting with the website and how you're moving the mouse. And it sort of says, well, you logged in as you, but I don't think you're you, so I'm not going to let you move money around. And so I think we'll have a lot more of that sort of smart, ongoing authentication, which will be very valuable.
So Nuala, turning to you, thinking more in the near or midterm, 5-10 years out, what are some technology and policy trends that are sort of shaping the landscape right now, things that the current administration is going to have to deal with? And going to what sort of John said about human data interaction and focusing more on that, we have focused a lot on human-computer interaction. How are consumer expectations and preferences around privacy and security and the features that the devices that they use, how is that changing and shaping all of this?
So at CDT, we're very excited, obviously, about the ability for new technologies to serve human needs, both in the small sense, inside your home, your car, your school, your whatever, and in the larger societal sense, to create more equality, to create opportunity, to solve big societal swings like healthcare and the environmental issues and transportation, that sort of thing. But we want to see them always done, obviously, with democratic values and values around the equality and the dignity of the human. So the phrase I would use, everyone use #digital-dignity, right? This is about respect for the individual. I love the idea of the human data interaction. We are certainly looking at that as well as human device interaction at CDT. And so I would say, first of all, the ability to leverage technology for human growth and human potential. And let me give you some examples of that. And also I would say to the second question, the argument that there are societal or generational differences in people's expectations of privacy, that kids these days don't care about privacy, are completely overblown, and I'll get to that in the second part. But in the home, I was so privileged to work at Amazon for a few years, and we worked on Amazon Echo and Amazon Fire TV and some of the in-home devices we were just talking about backstage. These are tremendously wonderful opportunities for human potential, for efficiency, for knowledge. They're also potential for intrusion into within the curtilage of your home, right? The phrase I use is the granularity within the curtilage, right? The level of detail about what goes on in your house that can be assembled by the array of devices within your home already today is light years ahead of where we were 2 years ago. And so there was an argument on the panel earlier, not argument, there was a discussion earlier today about whether or not law enforcement needed this information. Well, they're already asking for this information. On a small scale, you see the case in Arkansas involving not only, it's being called the Amazon case, it's really all about all the smart devices. I personally think the smart home water meter is going to be more determinative of that case because it involved a hot tub and a murder, but we'll talk about that some other time. But I do think the amalgamation or the kind of triangulation of data about you that seemingly are innocuous or insignificant, but when parceled together and used seen in one negative light, could be used against you to make decisions about you. Why I share, and I think John completely, accurately, although as we say, is overbroad explanation of the difference between Europe and the US, I probably share a US suspicion of government action because the consequences of government guessing wrong about those data elements are far higher than a company guessing wrong about what happened in your home. That's not to say there aren't real consequences, though, and to the second part, not just Internet of Things and in-the-home devices and that sort of thing, but algorithmic decision-making that is closing your aperture of opportunity, that is closing the opportunities you're viewing online or that you're seeing because the smart devices, the smart algorithms are learning about you and making decisions. We obviously want to stress test, not so much for transparency, because that's, I think, too simplistic a solution, but rather for the values that are input and the outcomes, ensuring that there isn't what we call in the government space disparate impact, but in the corporate space simply inequality or unintended consequences. Ensuring that those algorithms are embedded with a value of equality and not going to unintended bias that is so often the case, are some of the issues we're looking at. In terms of societal expectations, I'm not a believer in the meme that the kids these days don't care about privacy. Anyone who's got teenagers at home knows that they understand the technology probably better than you do, and they are using it in some ways more wisely after a mistake or two, probably in a fairly robust way. But I actually think societal expectations about what the norm is for companies and governments to both keep their data secure and use it in a responsible and respectful way are increasing, not decreasing. I think that people are using technology in a more fluid way in their daily lives than many of us even feel comfortable with today, but that does not mean they have abdicated their sense of the personal boundary, a boundary between self and state, a boundary between self and institution, and boundaries between self and each other. So I think that smart kind of manufacturers, smart developers are looking at expectations of privacy and are looking at ways of building those expectations into the life cycle of a product or code or development.
So Nila, you meant, because we were talking about it in the back room, I think that maybe it would just be worth mentioning on this panel sort of the Amazon Echo case and what exactly is at stake here, what is law enforcement asking for, and it's kind of a fun
Sure. So if you hadn't followed this case, and again, it's only one case in one state at this point, but a murder took place in a home that was populated with many smart devices. It's being called the Amazon case because it's the most prominent of the brand names, but I actually think there may have been a Nest in the home as well. And also this person was all in for his smart home devices. And importantly, obviously, smart home water heater, smart water device, smart temperature control, all the good for that person for going all in on their Internet of Home things. But a murder was committed, and the local prosecutor subpoenaed the records of all of the devices in the home. This is, just as an aside, not unlike a scenario I spooled out for the leadership team at GE 15 years ago, and they all said, that's never going to happen. And I kind of want to call them all up and say, oh yes, it did. It did, finally. Not that I take any joy in the in the malfeasance or misfortune of the people involved. But from a legal and technical standpoint, it's a fascinating case because the query is, if the data is not held, first of all, on the local machine, is it appropriate to search them and appropriate to search the device records held in the cloud? But even more, what can your devices tell about you? And again, there could be a very positive reading. They were just filling the hot tub, and that's why more water was used in this 4-hour period on this day than ever before in a week-long period in this house in the history of its existence. Or it could be they were using that water to wash away all the blood. right? So the same fact, the same number of gallons could have two completely different interpretations. And again, one fact by itself is not going to lead to incarceration, but enough facts is going to lead to a level of suspicion that could be, certainly swaying a jury. And enough devices, again, triangulated with enough voice or other data about what is going on inside the privacy of your home. Now, I'm not saying we should exculpate murderers, not at all what I'm arguing for, but be mindful of what the protections are, both policy and technology, built into the devices that we are bringing into our home inside the curtilage of our four walls, literal or figurative. Again, I'm very proud of the work that I did at Amazon and elsewhere on limiting the data loops, limiting the amount of data that's collected, stored, where it's stored, who it's shared with, that sort of thing. To segue into kind of one of the larger policy issues, and I'm sure the words Snowden have been mentioned several times in this day already, but the compelling public policy issue that I think the Snowden revelations really brought to the fore for this country are the blurring of the lines between corporate data sets and government data sets. And to the very good argument that people have different levels of discomfort with each of those, but they usually expect to know, where is my data going? Why is it going to be used? How long is it going to be stored? And what are the decisions that are going to be made about me as a result of the data that exists? And so I would argue that I am deeply uncomfortable with blurred lines between those data sets, and I want to be really clear about, obviously my personal preference is that, our predilection is that government data is far more threatening to my liberty, but I want to know what's going on and where those data points are being shared.
So the lesson is, before you commit a crime, make sure to disconnect all of your devices.
Turn everything
and
off.
fill the tub the week before.
Or very slowly.
Yeah, or very slowly over many days. So Danny, I think this is a great illustration of some of the challenges that we're dealing with. The WikiLeaks leak of the vulnerabilities from the CIA, another great example of major incidents that will sort of shape policy in this space and drive action, perhaps, by government. Washington tends to take sort of a top-down approach to problem solving by establishing policy and then passing laws and then promulgating rules and then, enforcing, implementing those rules. In your opinion, does this work for cybersecurity, privacy, surveillance issues, or do we need to rethink the way that we develop policy and implement policy?
Thanks, Denise, and thanks for having us all. Before I answer the question, I just can't resist adding to the Amazon fact pattern. A colleague of mine, Dina Katabi, who does extraordinary work on new forms of wireless communications, as a sort of a side project recently got a couple students together and showed that with off-the-shelf Wi-Fi technology, you can discern the heartbeat and breathing patterns and therefore the emotional state of anyone in a room that has a Wi-Fi transceiver, just by a combination of very careful, sensitive reading of the kind of echo time of the signals coming back and some clever machine learning technology that says, when people have X, Y, and Z kind of heart rates, here's what their electromagnetic reflectivity looks like. So that's only the beginning, this Amazon case. To come back to your question about what I think of as what I think you're asking is really the match or the mismatch between our current policy-making tools and the kind of cybersecurity challenges that we face. And I'm going to kind of limit what I have to say here really just to security questions. I love privacy and do a lot of work on it, but I'm just going to, for the sake of focus, I'll just answer one aspect of your question. To me, what is most striking when you go around the world, as I've done in the last couple of years and talked to chief information security officers and other people who have kind of operational responsibility for security in enterprises, for security in consumer services, for security in governments, what you find first and foremost is that we are still very much in a self-help environment. I'm willing to bet, and I haven't studied this, but I'm willing to bet that if you take any random collection of chief information security officers and look at their checklist of their incident response checklist, calling the police is way down on that list. And it may even be affirmatively off the list because that step actually now is perceived as entailing a fair amount of risk, both kind of legal risk to the company and just operational risk to having well-meaning FBI agents mucking around in your systems while you're trying to bring them back up so that your enterprise can function. So that's really a very strange state of affairs for us, because we're talking about what is obviously a major new arena of crime and a major new arena of threat to government and threat to national security. But somehow, the way we are currently positioned, that the people who are the targets of those threats are not going to law enforcement to get help. And I'm not going to judge whether that's the right decision or the wrong decision, but I think it's just empirically true. So what that means is that I think we have government in a certain way struggling to get into the game, to figure out how to be useful here. And what I want to suggest is that there are some things that we should observe from the environment to try to figure out how to do that. Number one, I think there really is evidence that enterprises that are making decisions about security are affected by outside signals, such as is their reputation likely to be harmed when there's a major security incident? It's nothing that the CEO of Target was fired in 2014 for probably a variety of reasons, but certainly the Target data breach was one of them. It's not nothing that the deal price on the Verizon acquisition of Yahoo dropped about 15% because of the data breach that happened several years earlier, and by the way was not reported. And it's not nothing that in the mid-2000s, when everyone in the security world was focused on how bad Windows security was, Microsoft Windows security was, that Microsoft realized that they had to actually have a kind of an all-hands-on-deck effort to get their act together, and started a Trustworthy Computing Initiative, which I think, by all accounts, really was a very effective program that really materially increased the security of the Microsoft's environment. Didn't solve all the problems, but really helped. I think the challenge, though, is that we have lots of enterprises, lots of vendors that are pretty much insulated from these kinds of pressures. It's a sort of a little-known, little paid attention to fact that software and any digital services that we buy are not covered in the United States by product liability law. So if we bought cars that had as many vulnerabilities as our digital systems have, the vendors of those systems would be in court in a zillion class action suits and would change their ways, as the US auto manufacturers had to. Now, we could have a discussion about whether the right thing to do is to apply that kind of liability law to our digital systems. But right now, we really have a pretty substantial gap, I would say, in responsibility. That's for some good reasons. That's because systems are complicated, and the systems that we all use, that we all buy, are the product of lots of different components that are knit together from disparate vendors, sometimes from open source projects that have even sort of murkier accountability rules. But we're an environment where the vulnerabilities clearly arise out of complexity. And the legal system and the policy environment has a hard time regulating or assigning blame in the case of complexity. I think we'll get there eventually, but right now we have prioritized innovation in many ways over safety. And again, I kind of like the results, but I haven't been a victim of a major identity theft attack. I wasn't a patient who was in a hospital where systems were shut down because of ransomware attacks. We've kind of ended up, I think, largely accidentally in a system where we clearly have not we don't have a theory about how to internalize all the risk that we have. I think different sectors of the economy certainly are doing that. I think financial services is certainly kind of out ahead in many ways of doing that because they're used to managing their own risk, internalizing their own risk. Other sectors just don't. So what does that mean? I remain actually quite optimistic because as your question pointed out, I think this is an area that's quite hard to regulate in a centralized way. I think we heard from the Homeland Security advisor this morning in kind of the peek at what the cyber security EO might look like, that their priority is going to be securing federal systems and then securing critical infrastructure systems, and the rest of the world, seems to be probably the domain of bully pulpit. Bully pulpit's not a bad thing for a president to use. This president seems really good at it, and I mean that genuinely. But what I think we know about bully pulpit regulation is there has to be some law or some threat of actual regulation backing up the bully pulpit threats. And we don't have that. Congress spent a lot of time in the last 4 years on cybersecurity regulation and came up with an information sharing plan, essentially. And I'll just say very quickly and then pass it off to you, John. I think if you had gone around and asked people in industry, what's the main thing you need from Congress, they would not have said information sharing rules, because the ones who want to share do share. The ones who don't want to share don't know how to share, and giving them permission to do it won't help. So I think we're in the early days of figuring this out, but I think we will figure it out, because the optimistic thing that's happening is that we are actually growing a very robust and well-connected, kind of bottom-up, peer-to-peer cybersecurity workforce. We are growing. Enterprises all around the world are gradually finding people who understand how to address these problems, both from a design perspective and from an operational perspective when there are incidents. And they're learning to talk to each other and share information on a peer-to-peer basis about how to respond to attacks. So I think that with a lot of the same energy that made the internet happen, I think people are working to make it more secure. I think we'll get there. I think there's a big question about ultimate assignment of liability that probably really has to be answered. And I think, if this administration has one kind of nonpartisan priority, I would say it's this. I don't think anyone from the last administration who I worked with would say we got it perfectly right. I think what we've heard from this administration is seriousness and humility about the magnitude and importance of the problem. So we'll get there, but I think we're still early days.
John, you had a comment?
Yeah, so I want to express a little caution about thinking that we should be able to regulate cybersecurity. My own inclination is to find ways to let the market be much more active in this space. So I think it's challenging technically, but if we could find a way to give sort of cyber crash ratings to devices, privacy ratings to devices or applications. So I download an application, and before I do, I'm looking on the App Store, and it only has 2 privacy stars or 4 privacy stars. It starts to allow the consumer to be engaged. Now, I don't want to underplay the technical challenges of making that meaningful. That there's significant challenges there, because one of the problems with security is if you get a breach, was it the fault of this component or the fault of that component or the fault of them interacting in some way? But it seems to me that in order to not risk stifling innovation, allowing the consumers to be more informed about the choices that they're making is probably a better way to go forward than hoping to get regulation which says it has to be this or it has to be that.
I think that's good insofar as it's a consumer device that doesn't have life and death consequences. But when you're talking about nuclear power plants or aircraft engines or things that really have, even self-driving cars, right? So as we've moved from the internet of your desktop to your mobile phone to everything, and I always like to remind people it's the internet of people, not the internet of things, right? This is supposed to serve us, not us them. But when we are talking about the consequences of things that move that could kill you, I think a marketplace approach, and I'm a huge proponent of that in theory, that the innovation that this country has seen is a result of fairly light touch regulatory and kind of post-enforcement as opposed to ex ante. But I think as we move into an internet that moves things and moves people, they've got to be, I'm very drawn to Danny's analogy, and others in my office have used, thank you, Ben Dean, wherever you are, the automobile. And we're in the arc of the kind of regulatory acceptance, and we've seen it with environmental disasters, and we've now seen it with data disasters. So we are now just in the middle of that arc of acceptance and of awareness of the consequences. And so I think there's going to be, yes, but a little bit more.
And I take your point. But on the other hand, I mean, already when we're talking about things like nuclear, particularly when you move across to the DoD, there is very clear sort of concerns about cybersecurity in a number of those spaces, and you know, the 5-star scale wouldn't be enough if you're thinking about the security of nuclear weapons, for example. But on the other hand, like with crash tests, real crash tests in cars, we do just have the rating, and then consumers may often make choices based on that. And so there are places where I think even when the devices could have life and limb consequences, that may be a point at which consumers are actually pretty strongly motivated by some of those choices.
So I think this is a both and. I think that, you know, there were efforts. Periodically, there have been efforts to say, well, we should have a building code for digital systems. We have building codes for houses. They mostly don't fall down. You know, that works out pretty well, and they burn down less than they used to. So that's good. But I think what you then have to realize, very much as John is suggesting, is that housing technology changes much more slowly than digital technology does. We want it that way. So we probably can't be prescriptive in the way that we are with things like building codes or chemical safety rules or things like that. And that we have to have a more dynamic environment. And I do think that the consumer rating process, so Mudge, who comes out of DARPA, has this, what is his thing of the Center for, what is his effort called?
Yeah, I forget the precise name.
So there's an effort
he's
to
doing
well, there's
but let me
yes,
emphasize.
Yes.
You know, I love the work that he's doing, but it's a tiny piece of it.
Yes,
so
I think it's one very small step to say, let's establish some standardized metrics for analyzing the security and privacy properties of consumer-facing systems. And he's, you know, I think working with Consumers Union is a great step. It'll bring more visibility. At least in the cases where there's more risk, what we always have in that kind of environment also is some kind of government backstop regulation. Now that may be simply in the form of regulation by the Federal Trade Commission. You know, this audience may not be so aware of it, but in the last couple of years, when was the Wyndham case? 2014 or 15, somewhat to the surprise of a number of cybersecurity lawyers, the FTC now has authority to hold any company that provides services to the public to the standard of providing, quote, reasonable security practices, to run their systems according to reasonable security practices. And even more to the surprise of many cybersecurity lawyers, courts have said that the FTC doesn't have to say what those reasonable practices are. You just have to be reasonable. Wyndham was unhappy about this, although what they did was really stupid. But I think what it opens up is the question of what are reasonable practices or what is even the scale of reasonable practices. So I think there's a middle ground where non-governmental entities, consumer organizations, technical experts can come in and provide a lot of depth in the middle there. But I think there are probably deals for anyone to pay attention to those standards, certainly for vendors to pay attention to those standards. You either have to believe that the market is perfect, and I don't think anyone would defend that, or you have to believe that there's some risk at the back end that if you don't live up to some minimum standards, there'll be legal consequences.
I want to go back to technology and innovation for a moment here, because we covered a number of technology areas that I think DARPA is actually actively working on in terms of securing the Internet of Things, drones, self-driving cars, active authentication, Mike Walker's program, Cyber Grand Challenge, those sorts of things. And so in some ways, you know, and innovation happens very quickly. Eventually we may have the technologies to solve the security problem. The problem is, the real DARPA hard problem.
What does that mean? What is that? Can I just ask you, what do you mean by that? How would you know when that happened?
The technical solution may exist, and we're either we found it or we're about to find it. And the real sort of DARPA hard challenge is getting transition into adoption, getting it commercialized, getting it built into the ecosystem. And so my question for you, John, and for Danny and for Nuala is how do you get this, these amazing capabilities out into the marketplace? How do you get companies that operate the internet, that use these, how do you get that implemented?
Yeah, so it's critical that you tie in with the market forces that are at play. And this is one of the reasons why I like assessments of risk, cyber vulnerability, cyber risk, privacy vulnerability, because those are the kinds of things that could become very visible and could profoundly change companies' behaviors. Like, I don't like having a one-star product here. What can I do? Here's some technology that's on the shelf. I could use that and jump at least up to a 3.5 star. And so I think that kind of thing can rapidly affect change. But I think there's other spaces as well. So, and now I just forgot what I was going to say.
How do you connect the research community with the vendor community?
Oh, yeah, so, so a lot of that happens, I mean, in DARPA programs, that happens anyway. So we, every DARPA program will be connected to potential adopters of that technology, whether it's in the DoD, other parts of the government, or in the commercial space. And so there's been some great work. If I can just be very technical for a moment, one of the major source of vulnerabilities is that people misuse memory. Like, you write a program that doesn't protect the memory very well, and so somebody is able to misuse that memory. It's often called buffer overruns or heap vulnerabilities or things like that. And so we're now working with chip vendors in bringing a new solution to bear that would simply take that class of problems off the table. And chip vendors are starting to get quite excited about being able to put that technology in place. And that's why I think that and the kind of stuff Mike was doing with Cyber Grand Challenge lead us to a place where we can imagine a world with no zero-day vulnerabilities in 5 years' time. That doesn't mean all of cybersecurity will be solved, because there's still times where the user gives over their credentials or whatever, or other kinds of failure. But I think it will profoundly change some aspects of the landscape that we've been living with for a long time.
Could I say, I think all these efforts are incredibly important, and but not to be overly pessimistic, to a certain extent, they're catch up. I mean, there's no question. I think we're a lot, because of a lot of the work that DARPA is supporting, we're learning a lot more about how to design systems that have just better inherent security properties, inherently fewer vulnerabilities, less responsibility on developers to think about those kind of problems like memory misuse. But the thing we have to keep in mind is that the performance space of our systems keeps expanding. So I have a student who found what I think is one of the early sort of purely information layer security attacks. And it was essentially what we believe was probably a Chinese government attacker who wanted to try to collect a list of individuals, or at least computers, operated by individuals who have security clearances. And they did this basically just by manipulating Google search results for people who were looking for one of the websites that allows you to exchange security clearances. So without touching any hardware or without touching any software even, you had a malicious attacker who was able to extract information out of the Google search engine, essentially.
So I get your point.
Right, and so we're always going to be in this race, right?
So I get your point, but what you've just said is what we've done is we've secured the doors and the windows on the ground floor, but somebody has still put a ladder against the house and climbed on the roof and come down the chimney. Now, sure, they got into the house, but it was a lot harder for them than just climbing through the window or kicking the wall down, which is really what happens. And so I think a major thrust in the cybersecurity industry is how do we make it much harder for people to do it, so that it does take like exquisite capabilities to be able to accomplish something, rather than just a tool you can download off the internet and steal whatever you like or hold people at risk.
But to your original question, I don't feel like my friends in Silicon Valley or in Seattle actually think it's DARPA's job, or we actually really think of DARPA first and foremost as they're in their product development lifecycle. Perhaps the folks in the cybersecurity community here in DC and in certain places in the country, but app developers, product developers, folks in Mountain View are really looking to themselves and to their communities, not to government, and it's part of the healthy libertarianism that we find on the West Coast of the United States, which I'm I'm proud to be part of. So I think the harder question is, how do you get those norms that are coming out of good research at MIT and elsewhere embedded into kind of the ordinary daily life, the technology in daily lives? And I think it's a different relationship, and I think that frankly, the last several years of discourse around cyber about government intrusion into daily lives has not helped that conversation at all. Has left most folks in the community, in the tech community that I know of, is very suspicious and would be unlikely to be willing to take help. Contrast that with, Danny and I first met, and you may not remember this, but you were on our advisory council at DoubleClick back in the late 90s.
A quaint privacy problem.
Remember those days, those old days. And just thinking of this scenario of when we had a breach, we would call the cyber unit at the FBI. And there was a collaborative conversation because, and I wonder if we should think about the results of data breach laws and government intrusion, and the relationship now is, first of all, far more sophisticated, but it is far more antagonistic than it was then.
So can I just, so I completely agree with you that it's not DARPA's job to solve it. On the other hand, I think the West Coast, and I'm a West Coast person, but the West Coast tech community often isn't aware of the seed work that DARPA has done. So for example, self-driving cars we think of as Tesla and Google and so on. That's one of the more visible things that DARPA was at the lead for. Siri came out of DARPA programs, all of these kinds of things. You can look at cell phone technology, and about 30 different things were in cell phone technology were all seeded at DARPA. And I think that's a very healthy environment where DARPA sees a need for a new kind of capability, pushes and helps people like MIT and other universities and companies create some seed capability. And then that capability is there that, as you say, the Amazons and the Googles and the Apples are able to build on and actually put it in a robust way that has an impact. And I think that ecosystem is a very healthy ecosystem.
So here's the DARPA program that I think is going to be critical in forward-looking security and trustworthiness generally. One of the programs that John has launched is called Explainable AI. Is that so? It's a program that actually let John talk about it, but I like it so much I'll talk about it. So it's a program that recognizes that one of for all the wonders of machine learning systems, that is the kind of AI systems that will be running everything from self-driving cars to automated decision-making assistance for figuring out who to hire, what sentence to give a criminal, whether someone's worthy of having a loan. These extraordinarily efficient and cheap decision-making systems have one downside, which is they don't do a very good job of explaining why they make the decisions they've made. So your self-driving car today, whatever extent it can drive itself, can do quite a lot. But if something goes wrong, it can't really tell you why something went wrong. And if there's actually an accident that happens, it's very hard to extract from the various AIs that are involved information about who might actually be at fault, who should be responsible. Was it a design defect in the way the algorithm was put together? Was it a hardware defect, or was it a driver error? We don't really know much about how to do that yet. And I think that in the way that we've talked about security problems kind of migrating up the stack from the hardware, which we will, I think, eventually feel is pretty reliable, to the software, which is also going to be seen as pretty reliable. Now we have this kind of information layer that we're going to all depend on and interact with in a whole unexpected set of ways. We're doing work looking at how to build explanation capabilities into a variety of autonomous systems, specifically so that it can interact better with the legal system and the regulatory system, so that when cars crash, we have some coherent way of sorting out what went on. I think that's going to have a huge effect, not so much in eliminating risk, because I think we all understand in the world that we don't expect risk-free systems, but we do nevertheless want a way to decide whether to trust systems or not. And so I think these capabilities are going to be really important.
Trust is the key issue
Trust
here.
is the key.
Yeah. Since we're on the topic of AI, I figured, and we're talking about the future here, it's worth mentioning this concept of superintelligence and the idea that someday, and this is a little bit of a deviation from our topic, but someday, the intelligent machine could be sort of man's last invention, that we could someday design super intelligent artificial intelligence that destroys mankind. And that, I think people who don't study this issue a lot think it's just the Terminator movie. But it's actually potentially a serious concern. This governance, this question about governance of AI. Do we need a set of rules, an agreed upon set of norms about research and development into AI before we really push the frontier because of the unintended consequences or unknown consequences? I want to hear from all of you.
So I think focusing just on the intelligence side may actually not be correct, because what you're much more interested in is what are the actions that this thing can take or can have the effect. So just because a box is sitting there and it's intelligent, if it can't actually make changes in the world, who cares whether it's really intelligent or not? And so the challenge that we face is that when we get intelligent components, intelligent systems, that we'll give them more and more capability. Now, I think it's really valuable to point out that in some sense, we've already crossed the Rubicon there. We've already got global systems that run themselves that we have zero control over. And so I think of the financial system as something like that. No individual can actually control the global financial system. It just is. It's a system that executes what it executes, and it has huge consequences for populations. But we choose to have that kind of system in place because it provides some sort of structure for society. So I think that, and in that case, that's a fairly dumb system. It's not an intelligent one, but nonetheless, it's one that, it's an automated system that has profound effect on everything that we do. And you can find lots of examples of this. So I like to take FedEx or UPS as another example of, you have human beings at one layer who are thinking about, what's the policy of my company, what are we doing? And then at the next layer, you have the computer that's taking in all the packages and figuring out which trucks the packages will go in and the driver routes and so on. And that's then giving instructions to the drivers who have to go and do things. So we're already in a world where computers are making profound decisions about individuals. But indeed, we need to sort of think about what capabilities we put on those systems and what bounds that they have, and where we have opportunity to step away from them.
So yes, the answer is yes. We already at CDT are looking at the issues of societal impact of the systems, of the decision making. We've had this conversation, this Mars-Venus conversation between technologists and lawyers or policy people for years, and those have been two sides of the coin. What's missing to me is the connective tissue of anthropologists, sociologists, psychologists, having and ethicists. And I think that's really the trend from what was a corporate chief privacy officer really to a data ethicist to an ethics officer about, yes, we can do it. Yes, we can make the machine do it. Yes, we can use this data or collect this data, but should we? And what are the consequences and the unintended consequences on a macro scale, as you've described, but also building on examples that John and Danny both gave earlier. The example of the bank technology that can read your mouse movements and say, that's not really you, that's fraud. Or increasingly read the voice and tenor and timbre of your voice on the phone and say, that's actually not really you. Which is really hard if it was you or it wasn't you to begin with, and then that person's incorrect biometric data is entered into your profile. But there is also technology similarly that can decide whether or not we think you're going to be a good chance for a loan repayment based on your mouse movement. So based on the exact same data, people are making creditworthiness decisions. Based on algorithmic decision making, we are or are not seeing ads for loans or for higher education or for job opportunities. There's already been lots of research about that. So are we closing, again, the aperture of people's experience online or in their daily lives or in these minute decisions that our machines will be making about us? And that's ultimately, again, why our name is Democracy and Technology, is we think that the technology should be used to advance a democratic system, not break down silos and reinforce power structures.
So in the spirit of Danny's relative mood here, it seems to me that that Congress is going to have to weigh in on some of these issues at some point, right? And they're generally viewed as relatively slow-moving and ineffective at this time. And how can we educate Congress? What can we expect of our lawmaking, legislative body to grapple with these really tough and emerging issues?
So I'll say that over the 20 or so years of the commercial internet's life, 25, if you start in 1992 when the NSFnet was freed for commercial use, I think that I think the U.S. Congress has done okay on this, looking over a long period of time. I think if you look at the results, we have, I think, a population that's extraordinarily empowered with information. We have incredible innovation. We don't have anything that's catastrophically failed yet. And I think I'll just say the things that I think have contributed to the policy-making process working well. And it's mostly really what Nuala suggested, that there is real constant engagement between lawmakers and people who are building these systems so that everyone understands each other, and that we gradually get citizens, we hope, into the dialogue as well. So I think we get very impatient. A problem like the end-to-end encryption problem comes up and everyone has panic, and the FBI director gives a dramatic speech and the Tim Cooks gives another dramatic speech, and and we feel, oh my God, the system isn't working. And I actually, well, in my opinion, I think the system's working okay as we go on that issue. I think we're working through the questions. I'd like to see Congress move faster on some things. CDT has been pressing for years for updates to the Electronic Communications Privacy Act. But you know what's happening? The courts are stepping in and saying, actually, there need to be higher standards in some cases than what Congress has provided. So I don't feel terribly about where we are. The one place I feel worried, I have to say, is I think that we're at a period of really significant global instability on the internet environment. I think there has been more or less a consensus of, I would say, kind of democratic countries around the world on what it takes to keep the internet growing and moving forward. I think for a while, I think both China and Russia were substantially resistant to that consensus. I think China has made enormous steps, very enlightened steps, relatively speaking, on that front. I remain very worried about Russia, and I think that, especially since we're at CSIS, I think that all of us who look at the global environment really have to look hard and say, not just how is our national policy making going, but how is our global policy making going? We did get through this kind of complicated transition of ICANN and IANA, I think, pretty successfully. But I think that there are a lot of threats to the global internet environment, and we don't have a clear venue in which to work those out. So that's where I would be worrying if I were going to worry.
I think that's remarkably rosy of you. I'm kind of shocked. That's usually my role on the panel, is to be the optimist. I despair, and I share Denise's comment that it's been, if your desired outcome is nothing, then you've got the right Congress, right? If it's just hands off the internet and don't do anything, we're your team. But I share your optimism, and I've said now for the last 2 years, all good news coming out of the courts, especially the high courts of the last 6 tech cases. CDT's amicus briefs have been on the side of the winning side, so I guess my track record is good, but my opinion of where they've landed on Fourth and First Amendment rights on the internet is in the right space. And so even in this environment, on whatever your issues are, I feel like our judiciary and our free press are hopefully 2 of the important pillars of external power in the U.S. framework. And I have that optimism. But Danny's 100% right that our global dialogue has continued to decline, and you see it not only again post-Snowden in the data protection world, but in the Microsoft Ireland case, in the Schrems case, in the conversation we're having about data localization. The promise of a free and global internet is at risk.
John, care to comment on Congress, or do you plead the fifth?
Yeah, I don't have a particular comment.
Okay, well, why don't we take a few questions from the audience? There isn't a ton of time left, but we have like 6 minutes or so. Right here up front, please wait for the microphone and just quickly introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Jim Bennison with Northrop Grumman. You brought up the example of Alexa and that subpoena that was issued with respect to a murder case. I did an unintentional experiment with my Alexa that might shed some light on that. I disconnected my internet router because I was making backups and I didn't want that exposed. And since Alexa didn't have an internet connection, I thought I'd ask some questions and see just what she could and couldn't answer without that connection. So first I asked her, Alexa, what time is it? And you know what she said? I can't understand the question right now. Could you please ask again later? So even though I know there's a clock chip on board, she couldn't answer the question because the language processing algorithms are in the cloud, not on the box. So all of that voice goes up there to the Amazon cloud. Another thing I figured out was in that user agreement that we signed, back down on page 97, I know you all didn't scroll down that far, it says that they have the right to collect everything you say within earshot of Alexa, ship it to the cloud, and data mine it. So they're using that for marketing purposes. So don't you think it was kind of disingenuous of them to say to the prosecutor, we are openly and overtly collecting all of our users' data and violating their privacy rights, but we're not going to let you do it?
Okay, I'll answer the question since I worked on the product. It doesn't turn on until you start talking, and once you start talking, it does record. The point is, it's not a constant stream, so it is not recording all the ambient sound in your house all the time. It is only once the watchword is said and you're in conversation with it. If it's not plugged into the internet, then obviously it's not uploading to the cloud. And I don't know, since I left before they finished development, whether or not they break the identity. But one of the big things CDT is recommending for all companies, obviously, is data limitation, data minimization, and de-identification. Something I've recommended not only to Amazon, but to Apple and Google and everyone else is breaking the link. There are lots of data points that have utility for pattern analysis and link analysis for shopping seasons last Christmas versus this Christmas. They don't need to necessarily know your name in order to do any of that. But large-scale pattern analysis is certainly helpful to their product, as it is to law enforcement and intelligence. But I think that the protections they put in, both hardware, software, and limiting the data recording loop, are far better than they would have been had I not been at the company, but also than is kind of generally accepted.
I would just say one really quick thing on this point. To your last point, whether Amazon is being disingenuous or not, I think Amazon is sticking up for its users' rights, and they ought to. I think there's a big difference between what limitations we think ought to apply to a company like Amazon, which can do a number of things to us. They can differentially price products and, maybe ruin our credit, or I don't know, but actually not. There's a difference between what Amazon can do and what a police or prosecutor can do to an individual when they have your data, and we're right to make a distinction. Just saying that because a company has the data doesn't necessarily mean that a government should be able to get it as well. So I think we always have to make that distinction.
We have a question over there in the corner.
Thank you. I program and I come from China. My English is not so well, so I'm trying to say it simple. As the development of artificial intelligence is more and more possible, the government or some other big brothers watching the American people all the time. Yeah, just like the professor said. And my question is, when the government know everything, how can American people prevent the government to do anything? Because when the bad things happened, and you can say it's all done by China or by Russia. But the question is, should the American people have the rights to know what is the real attack from China, or is it a real attack from other agencies? I mean, is it possible to have some laws that protect the American people's rights to know where the cyber attack come from? On a program, I know some, some cyber attacks. The source code during the source code shows that it's not come from China, but they prevent their Chinese down. So that's the question: how should American people have the rights to know what is the real attack from other countries, or just some other big brothers in America jot down these bad things? So that I don't know.
So I think the question is about trust in products and data being
it's also
collected by companies that may be
attribution as well.
Outside of the United States.
I think one of the challenges of the internet is that when an attack or something like that takes place, it's inherently pretty tricky to tell where it comes from. And we've actually just in the last year launched a program in enhanced attribution to be able to develop from publicly available data evidence that shows this is where the attack was coming from and here's the evidence. Because one of the challenges is that if somebody just says, oh, the attack came from these people or those people, why should you believe them? So it's definitely important to be able to go to publicly available data and be able to show the trace.
Well, I think this wraps up our panel. I found this discussion incredibly interesting, dynamic. I learned a lot from it. I want to just thank you for joining us here at CSIS and appreciate your insights and great conversation. Thank you very much. Please join me. A panel on cyber crisis management. Moving from prevention to response. It's moderated by Cleet Johnson, a senior fellow here at CSIS, non-resident, and apparently he's coordinated all of the outfits on his panel. So give him a round of applause.
Cleet Johnson, this has been a very interesting day, and now as we move to cyber crisis management, I just want to thank the Department of Justice for sort of framing our discussion today by indicting 4 individuals from Russia for a major breach. That I'll follow Tom Bossart's guidance from earlier this morning and refer to it to the Russian breach of Yahoo, as opposed to the Yahoo breach. We need to flip the script and not focus on the victim, but on the bad act. We've got a great panel, great group of distinguished leaders in this field who can speak to these issues. And I think we're going to orient this around a nation-state discussion. So just quickly introduce the panelists, starting down here at the end. Eric Rosenbach. I've always had a special appreciation for Eric as a fellow Southern boy gone north. He's done quite well from Senate Intel to the Harvard Belfer Center to DoD, leader in DoD cyber policy, and then made it all the way to the top as the Chief of Staff to the Secretary of Defense, and just generally a great guy. Same with the person to his left, and Michael Daniel has spent I think, is it 15 years at OMB?
Yeah, 17 at OMB.
So, wow, okay, I undershot at OMB, and then for the past several years as the cybersecurity coordinator and the top advisor to the president on these issues. And let me just say that Michael is also a great guy, and really just the epitome of the expert, dedicated civil servant in our government. And thankfully, he's still involved. He's just been named as the president of the Cyber Threat Alliance, first president. So maybe you're the George Washington of cyber information sharing.
Well, I'm employee number 1, at least, that's for sure.
There you go. There you go. But I'm really glad you're still serving in this capacity. And I think everybody probably knows Dmitry Alperovitch from basically being front and center on all things cyber these days. He, among many other things, is the co-founder of CrowdStrike, which you've probably seen in the news recently, doing lots of great works. And I'll just say, with apologies to the very intriguing character of those Dos Equis commercials, I think Dmitry might be actually the most interesting man in the world.
But not a great guy.
Also a great guy. But here is a Russian-born immigrant to the United States who is protecting Western democracy here and abroad. So it's I think we have a great group of experts on nation-state threats. And I'll jump right into that. And just with a memory of my own, back in 2009, early 2010, Operation Aurora, otherwise known at that time as the Google breach because Google announced it publicly. If I'm not mistaken, I think Dmitry basically investigated it and named it. Is that correct?
I'm responsible for all namings.
Good.
All cyber incidents.
And I was on the Senate Intel Committee at that time and got briefed by the interagency. I should say it was before Michael Daniel and Eric were in their position. So let's just say in early 2010, the distinct memory I have, without going into any of the details, is the interagency had not yet matured and cohered into a well-oiled interagency response. And since then, we've had a number of other watershed events, all notable in their own way. In 2012, we had Iran executing a highly disruptive DDoS campaign against our banks. Same year, they executed the Shamoon attacks and wiped, I think, 35,000 computers in Saudi Arabia. And the year after that, the dog that maybe didn't bite as hard as it barked, they infiltrated a dam in New York, the Bowman Avenue Dam, which is a little bit smaller than another Bowman Dam that may have been the target of what they were looking at. But those were watershed events. 2 years later, North Korea attacked not just Sony Pictures Entertainment, but really some fundamental principles of our society by kind of in my opinion, sort of a stupid movie. But when you attack a movie, that has significant impacts. And so that was a watershed in another way. Later that year, China, as part of a broad cyber espionage campaign, breached OPM, which was announced a few months later. And then, of course, maybe the watershed of all watersheds in the last year, Russia, again, as part of a broader influence campaign, has mixed cyber capabilities and information operations to influence our election, Western elections more broadly. And so what I'd like to do with that framing is suggest that we're, I don't know if this is a pivot point or a crescendo or what you might call it, but I would just like to, starting with our former government panelists, what do you make of where we are now? And if you could, and I'll just blatantly request war stories, if you could provide what were some aha moments, some of the eye-opening insights that you gained through some of these experiences, and things you wish you had known before or that you realized immediately you'd never forget and would apply to the next crisis. Give us your perspective, and then we're going to ask Dmitry to weigh in from the outside.
I defer to the White House, as always.
As always, says the Defense Department. I think one of the things that you're actually seeing in this environment, right, is a very strong realization on the part of our adversaries that they can achieve their goals through cyberspace, and that relatively speaking, it's cheap to do so. And in that sense, it really has ushered us into a new era where it's not just going to be governments with very large intelligence apparatuses and national security apparatuses that are going to be involved in this game, but that it's almost anybody across the board, whether they're a hacktivist, a criminal organization, or a government. And so that means that the environment, if we think it's bad now, the environment is only going to get more contested over time. And it is only likely to get worse before it gets better. The other thing is that we have not, as a society, truly understood what it means to make the digital shift. And what that means to us, and what, therefore, cybersecurity means to us as a society. And OPM, the OPM incident, is a case in point of that. Because very much in people's minds, for decades, the Office of Personnel Management had stored these files on people's background investigations in paper form, in a cave, literally, actually, a cave, in vast filing cabinets. And so to have stolen that, what would that have required? People like backing the semi up and having somebody standing at the mimeograph machine, if any of you remember mimeographs, all in purple, like standing there running these things up, right? 21 million, no, never would have happened. But we fundamentally didn't understand that when we digitized these files, we didn't just take them and put them in the digital equivalent of file cabinets. We had fundamentally changed the threat that was posed to them. And we did not change our behavior accordingly. And this is true in the government, and it's true in society for most companies across the board. And so that realization for me of sitting in the sit room and sort of having that sinking feeling as the people are briefing me on this incident, thinking it can't possibly get any, it just got worse. And sort of realizing where we were on the trajectory there, and understanding that we had a fundamental disconnect in the threat profile was a very profound one. And it is one that actually subsequently drove a lot of my thinking and how we were trying to approach problems across the board, particularly in the federal space, of shifting our mindset about how we think about our digital assets, and changing our mindset and approach, and understanding that we have to protect the digital assets with the same kind of mindset that we bring to protecting the same mindset, but not necessarily the same approach as to how we protect our physical assets. I would say the other, I will offer up one other story, that realization sitting there again in the sit room, getting ready to have the president walk in, and realizing that I was going to have to brief him on a nation-state attack on a US entertainment company because of a bad Seth Rogen movie. That was one of the, if you had asked me to describe a scenario that I never would have thought would have happened, that would have been, I couldn't have even come up with that. Truth is definitely stranger than fiction. If I'd tried to pitch that as a novel, no editor would have ever taken it. But there again, this is this fundamental lesson that a nation state is trying to achieve its goals, and it's figured out that it can do so in a manner through cyberspace that it could not achieve in the physical world. And it gives it leverage and capability that is unmatched in the physical world. And learning to adapt to that environment is one that is going to be a continuing challenge for us.
Good. So there are three lessons that I'd reflect on. The first is that thinking back to 7 years ago when I first started, it was really interesting how little the senior-most people understood cyber and the internet at all. Then the second thing that I'll talk a little bit about is just building capability and holding people accountability in a big organization like DoD is really very difficult. And then the third thing is that still today, I don't think people appreciate enough the nexus between cyber and foreign policy and how important deterrence is. So I'll go through those things real quick. Yes, for war stories, and Michael will remember this, but I remember very clearly sitting in the White House Situation Room, and I'm not going to say anything classified or that would get me in trouble, during the Iranian DDoS attacks against the banks, and then later with the Shamoon and the destructive malware attacks, and being really surprised how little the senior-most people understood how the internet worked and what a DDoS was and how you could defend against that and what the actual implications were, which isn't surprising. I'm not trying to be derogatory or condescending or anything like that, but I mean a DDoS is not a really complicated thing when it comes to cyberspace. And we ended up spending as much as 90% of the time just explaining very basic things about how the internet works and cyber and how to defend against those. And the reason that was important is it meant that you didn't spend a lot of time thinking about the strategy of what to do about it, which meant then that it took much longer to come to a good decision, which meant then sometimes the response was delayed and it could exacerbate the problem. That got better, which is a very encouraging thing to see over the years, because by the end, the president in particular was very, very smart in cyber and knew the nuance of it. I worked for Secretary Carter, who has always been smart in cyber, and the rest of the team, I think, was a lot smarter. So, things got better. I'm a little nervous for the new team, not as a political statement, only because it's a new team. They probably don't have as much experience in talking about TCP, IP, and DDoS attacks and destructive malware, so it takes a little while to get to it. The second thing that I mentioned is it's really hard to make progress in this space, especially in large bureaucratic organizations. So I love the Department of Defense. I'm an Army guy. I was an Army Intel guy. It's where I first started learning all this cyber stuff. But man, getting stuff done in the Pentagon and DoD is very hard. And there are a couple places in particular where we worked on this. Building Cyber Command was the right idea. Dimitri, wants to debate this all the time. He says it should just be a SOCOM branch, which shows he doesn't really know what he's talking about. It was the right thing to do, but building capability and building talent in an organization like that is a hard thing, and we worked really hard at it. But it goes a little slower than what you would expect, and that's even in the military where there are great people working on it. We invested a lot of resources. More importantly for us, I think, is defending our own networks in DoD, where we have like a $37 billion IT budget and something around $7 billion just for cyber and cybersecurity. The biggest enterprise network in the world. We're our own tier 2 service provider. So it's a pretty large attack surface, and we rely a lot on it, as you know, to fight wars, win wars. It's an operational network. And getting to the point that people understood they had to protect that and take it seriously, and then holding people accountable was very, very difficult. The accountability part, very difficult, disappointing in some certain respects. And honestly, I was lucky when I was DASD, because then Deputy Secretary Carter, he really liked this stuff. He was very strong on it, and I had the advantage of knowing him for a long time. Same thing as the secretary. I'm not sure you make progress unless you have forceful personalities who understand the stuff, and they understand the risk component to an organization. So I can't emphasize enough how hard that is. And DoD is a can-do place. I really worry about other places in the government where they're very well-intentioned, but maybe not as can-do from an organizational culture perspective. The third thing is, in particular, after all of the stuff that happened with the Russians influencing our elections, am very nervous about the message that that sends to other adversaries around the world about how they may use capabilities like that, meaning the combination of information and cyber, to impact core values and core national interests. I promise this is not a political statement, so I'm not saying this in any partisan way. I'm just very nervous about that, just as I'm nervous about our inability to clearly articulate deterrence in a way that impacts the perception of the bad guys around the world who want to do bad things to the United States. And that perception aspect of deterrence is very, very important, and not acting swiftly, strongly, and with a purpose can impact that in a negative way. Not just with the Russians, but think about when you're trying to deter the North Koreans from a cyber attack. That's a very difficult proposition. Why? They don't really have their own internet, which then diminishes the amount of options you have. Michael knows when we went through this with the Sony attack, the number of economic levers you have, pretty limited. You don't want to go kinetic because that starts something much worse. So that's a case that also has me very nervous, and I think it's something that deserves a lot more thinking down the road. So those are my three. How's that, Cleve?
Great, and that's terrific. How about from the outside?
Yeah, well, I have a private sector perspective, but actually have worked on most of these issues that you mentioned, including closely with government and Eric and Michael over the years. One thing that struck me as you were going through that list is sort of looking at the government response and how it evolved over time. So when I did Aurora in 2010, at the time, Google and myself were talking about Chinese intrusions right into initially Google and then other companies as well. And at the time, the government would not say officially the words China and cyber in the same sentence, right? And then that evolved over time to the point where I remember right before what I think was probably the biggest success we've ever had in this domain, which was the 2015 agreement with President Xi, where Chinese actually agreed not to conduct economic espionage, which from my perspective at CrowdStrike, we're actually seeing a dramatic reduction of intrusions into commercial sector from China. Not zero, but massive reduction, over 90%. So huge, huge success. I think when you look at this field in the last 30 years, can point to another success like that.
Can you tie it directly to that agreement?
Pretty much. It didn't take hold right away, but within about 3 months of that agreement, we saw a dramatic reduction, which has continued even up until recently. We'll see what happens, right? I think it's too early to declare victory. The Chinese may decide to change tactics, and certainly if our relationship with them on trade and other issues starts to disintegrate, they may very well resume that activity. But certainly very, very encouraging. But I remember during that circumstance, the president came out and said that this was, I believe, the #1 issue in the relationship, which was a shock to me because I wasn't even sure if I agreed with that, given all the complexities of our relationship with China. But that was a remarkable shift in the government position on that particular incident. And what struck me the most is that when we actually got serious and started taking it as a #1 or top issue in our relationship, we actually solved it very quickly. Right, the minute we realized, and thanks to Michael's great efforts on the NSC, that we could actually use other forms of pressure against these nation states, that we didn't have to retaliate in cyber. And in particular, when you look at what the Chinese were doing, they weren't so much hacking and stealing information, they were conducting economic warfare against us, right? It just happened to be done through cyber. Once we took that approach and said, well, we will respond with economic warfare of our own using sanctions, and the EO that was issued about 4 or 5 months, I think, before that agreement was, I think, instrumental in getting the Chinese to take this seriously and come to the table and propose and ultimately adhere to that agreement. So that was an important lessons learned. When I look at other incidents, whether it was Sony or Iran or the election hacks, the government ultimately conducted attribution, public attribution. In the case of China, it took a few years. In the case of Sony, it took 30 days. Right? That improved. Unfortunately, in the case of DNC, it took 4 months. So we retrenched a little bit from my view. But I think that is absolutely critical when we have incidents. We need to be coming out, we as a U.S. government, need to be coming out and saying publicly what we know and calling out the adversaries that we're facing. It strikes me as completely inappropriate for us to hide behind sources and methods when discussing attribution, right? That has been the intelligence community's views, that we can't disclose who it is because of sources and methods. That's bogus, quite frankly, because when you look at other circumstances, when the Russians bomb a convoy in Syria, the DoD comes out within hours and says this is Russia. They don't disclose the signal intercepts and other very sensitive capabilities that went into making that decision. They say, we know it's Russia, and we're confident that we can be doing the same thing in cyber without compromising any sources and methods. And in fact, we have done that on all of these cases that have now become public, except I think OPM. I don't think the government has ever called this China, which is a good question of why not. And I think that we ultimately need to become much, to Eric's point, much quicker in calling out a spade and figuring out response options, deterrence options that may not necessarily include cyber components, as we had done with China, as was done with Russia, with the sanctions and expulsion of diplomats last December. So that's a very important point. The second important point is realizing that in this domain, it's not really about cyber. I think oftentimes we overly focus on the way things were done as opposed to the ultimate effects. I've said this for many years. We don't have a cyber problem. We have a Russia problem, we have a China problem, we have an Iran problem, we have a North Korea problem, and cyber is a component of that problem. When the Iranians are trying to shut down our financial sector unsuccessfully, yes, they're doing it in cyber, but they're ultimately attacking our financial sector. The Chinese are conducting economic warfare against us. The Russians are influencing the election. That is what is actually happening. It just so happens to be done through cyber. So, to Eric's point, we have a debate on cyber command. To me, cyber is a tool, and just like we don't have an artillery command, right? Artillery is a tool to achieve certain effects. Cyber is a tool that can be used to achieve certain effects. You want to think about how you use it appropriately, how do you respond to that, and you don't necessarily need to respond in kind.
This is a good point you made, Eric. What do you think?
Do you want us to debate that right now?
No, I actually think that go ahead, Mike.
I was going to pick up on one bit on the deterrence, on the deterrence structure, and this is actually something that I would say I would throw out also as a challenge to the think tank community in Washington, D.C., which is that we had, for a very long time in Washington, D.C., when you said deterrence, you actually meant a whole bunch of stuff that went underneath that. Because in fact, what you meant was nuclear deterrence between two superpowers, specifically the US and the Soviet Union. And in fact, that model is utterly useless for cyber. And instead, I don't think we can actually have a deterrence policy, but we're going to have multiple deterrence options and deterrence policies to deal with the different adversaries that we face. Because deterring, even just taking the nation states, deterring North Korea is very different than deterring China or Russia. But then you also have to throw in there that you have to be talking about deterring criminal organizations from doing what they're doing, and they are motivated by completely different things than the nation states. And then again, the hacktivists and even the potential terrorists that are out there that could use this tool, as Dimitri says. And so I think we need to have a much more, because I agree with Eric, we need a much more rigorous, a much deeper set of a deterrence theory, but it needs to actually be much more, it needs to be much broader and cover a lot more ground than what we actually had with sort of the mutually assured destruction idea from the Cold War. And that means that it's actually going to be harder to do, but it's certainly something that we need more of that thinking to go behind. And that is both on the government side, but also out in the policy community that sort of helps generate these ideas that get thrown into the government mix.
Since we're trying to have a free-flowing conversation, I'll just say I personally don't think it's as much the need for a new grand theory or new thinking. I think it's a matter of will. And being able to look at a cost-benefit calculation, which is what deterrence, when you strip it all down, is about, and perception, and being able to make really tough decisions that may escalate and realize that there's some risk there, because the risk to non-action is that people continue to keep hitting away at you, and I personally think that's pretty dangerous.
And the key is not to focus on deterrence of the tool, i.e. cyber,
Yes.
right? We don't have a deterrence policy with Russia on submarine-launched missiles, right? We have a broader deterrence policy on both nuclear weapons and, frankly, non-nuclear kinetic attacks as well, right? But we think about what is the effects. The effect is nuclear destruction of the United States, or the effect is war with kinetic war with Russia that doesn't cross the nuclear threshold. We don't think about it in the forms of how do we deter just their Air Force or just their submarines, nor should we think about it just as a cyber warfare tool.
Yeah, I'll pick up just one other thing on what Dimitri said, and then we'll maybe let the deterrence thing go, depending on what Cleet says, is that two things. So first of all, deterrence also, you better have real, actual capability, and I'm talking cyber capability now. If you're going to rattle the sabers a little bit and live in a glass house like we do, you better make sure that you've got some force to bring to bear from a cyber perspective, and that's another place where we definitely need to improve. The second thing I'd say is Dimitri noted the importance of attribution, which is a place where we really have improved a lot over the last 7 years, both in technical capability, but also in our willingness to use it. And the case of the Chinese is a perfect example where finally just saying, yes, we know that you're doing it, and giving some cases had a major deterrent effect. And we should be more willing to do that. I think it is really important,
Well, just a follow-on to that, the one thing that is arguably different in this space is where the battlefield is in the where the battles are being fought, and not always. I was going to say that the traditional war is governments fighting governments, armies fighting armies, etc. Here, the battle space is largely commercial infrastructure, commercial entities. Not always. OPM is obviously not a commercial entity, but when North Korea attacked the United States, they attacked a company, and in every other domain, you have some sort of government-specific protection, be it a Navy, even missile defense. No company is expected to defend itself against an ICBM. Whereas in cyberspace, they're directly exposed to the enemy, and really every enemy in the world through the internet protocol. How does deterrence, or how do we defend the national interests that include commercial interests that are private? How do we do that in this setting?
Honestly, I don't think it's that hard. So, some of you may remember a case 3 or 4 years ago when the Iranians tried to kill a Saudi ambassador here in Georgetown, and that was a case of a foreign individual in a cafe here in the United States, and we responded very strongly from a law enforcement perspective against the Iranians, because we realized that even though this was not a government target, that this was unacceptable, that we do this on the U.S. soil. Similarly, an attack on Sony, a Japanese company based, with locations in the United States, was an assault on the United States and had to be treated as such, and that's what you guys did in the White House.
Yeah, I think that you do raise an interesting point, Cleet, that there are places where our physical analogies break down when you try to bring them into cyberspace. And there's this horrible word that some of the academics use that look at this. It's disintermediation. And this has actually been used by business, right, to actually drive enormous growth in business. In other words, you've taken the middleman out, and now you have the ability to reach customers directly through the internet. You've taken out the intermediaries. Well, guess what? The problem is you've taken out the intermediaries in the defensive terms. And so now you have, in fact, in cyberspace, because of this nodal network, you have no intermediary. And we as a society probably don't want to stick the government into that intermediary role. We could do it. We've got a model, it's called China, and the Great Firewall of China. We probably don't want the US government building the Great Firewall of the United States. Now, it's also questionable how well the Great Firewall of China works, but that's a separate, that's a model that we could pursue, but probably don't want to. And so that means that in this domain, in this area of cyberspace, we're going to have to work out a new partnership between government and the private sector about who is responsible for what, and how is that relationship going to work, and how is the handoff going to occur, and what pieces of the activities are going to be reserved for the government to do, and what pieces do we expect the private sector to do. And this is a new area for us, and we're still working through this. This is the fundamental policy question in cyber defense that we will have to wrestle with as a society over the next 5 to 10 years, and actually figuring out where we want that balance to be. And it may be one of those things that we're never completely satisfied with it, and that we have to live in a bit of a tension in that area. But in my view, sort of working that out is what we've been sort of struggling our way towards. It's what, and figuring out, for example, how the government interacts with, our critical infrastructure, interacts with firms like what Dimitri runs, my new organization, how we fit into the ecosystem. All of those are the questions that we're going to have to work out. But I do think that continuing to, broaden that tool set and actually have tools that are available to the government, and enabling us to work that in concert with the private sector is going to have to be the way that we do this. There's not going to be any other way for us to tackle the problem.
So another thing that's changed a lot since we all started, Dimitri, he's still basically in the same place because he's just making progress the whole time. But when Michael and I started in the government, is that 7 years ago, the private sector took almost no responsibility for their own cybersecurity, at least publicly. There was kind of a denial of it as a strategic factor. And then fast forward to the point where after the Target attack, the CEO was literally fired because his firm got hacked, to the most recent example where in the Verizon Yahoo deal, there was almost $1 billion of the deal wiped off the table just because of the hack. And then today, which makes it even more complicated, when DOJ comes out and says at least one hack of Yahoo was related to Russian hackers, only what they just said publicly. I'm not talking about anything classified. So it leaves you with the question, it's great that the private sector has internalized and are being held accountable by normal market mechanisms for their own cybersecurity. However, what about the case when it's members of the FSB who hacked an organization like that? You can't really say to the private sector, we expect you to protect yourselves from that, can you? I would say, no, that does not seem like a fair argument. And that's the role of government, is to protect the private sector from nation state actors like that, no matter what the domain. And so again, it just brings me back to thinking, there has to be something that is maybe a little more aggressive in terms of cyber defense that helps protect the private sector and our IT sector in particular. Because remember, our IT, our tech sector, it's like the last great center of gravity for the American economy. And if we let that get picked away, either because of theft of intellectual property or other nations' intelligence agencies, then we're also watching a great thing about the United States just kind of go out the door. So it's pretty hard.
And one problem we have, and we were talking about this earlier, I think Michael, you raised this, that this is a continuous conflict, right? We tend to think of this as discrete events, but in reality, we are in a constant stage of low intensity conflict in cyberspace against a variety of different actors, both nation states and non-nation state actors, that are always doing something to us. And most of the time, it does not exceed the threshold of us actually paying much attention to it at a national level. Sometimes it does. But the reality is that something is always ongoing, so that we're not in a state, I think you, Michael, said it very well, of war or peace. It's something in between. And I think our adversaries are taking great advantage of that. They're understanding how much they can do without sort of poking us too much and causing retaliation. And in particular, when you look at what Russia was doing, realizing very well, which they did almost 20 years ago, that this was ultimately about information, right? This is an information domain. When you look at their original cybersecurity doctrine, which was published in 2000, when Putin had just come to power, it was not a cybersecurity doctrine, it was an information doctrine. And they basically defined a cyber attack on Russia as a blog post that's critical of the Russian government that is accessible to the Russian population. And at the time, we sort of laughed at them and said, ha, 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 you don't understand this, that's free speech. Well, I think they're having the last laugh now with fake news and everything else that we're seeing these days. So I think we need to get a better understanding of what this domain is. I think we've had an overly focused view on this as on kinetic effects. Right, we've talked about the unfortunate analogies of cyber Pearl Harbors and cyber 9/11s for 30 years, and the reality is that we're not seeing significant attacks on critical infrastructure that are destructive in nature and have the impacts that we would think it would have in terms of really messing with our way of life. I think those attacks are very unlikely. The reality is we're facing attacks every single day that are way below that threshold that we're struggling to respond to, and that's what we need to focus on.
Yeah, I'll say one thing about that, since I guess I'm the military guy on the panel, is that I really agree with what Dimitri is saying about this space between. I even have that term that I call it the space between, which is the space between phase 0 in military conflict and phase 1 when things are first getting up and phase, real kinetic conflict, right? So it's that space between. And for old people like me, you can even think of that Dave Matthews song, right? The space between, it's literally like that, where you don't know exactly what it is. And I really am not sure that cyber as a weapon of warfare will more often be used by the time you get to full phase 1 kinetic operations, as opposed to in this space between where you're going right up to it. You know that you can de-escalate a lot easier with cyber. Even in the theoretic case of taking down someone's power grid, the smartest use possibly would be take it down temporarily, give a warning, and then say, hey, if y'all don't change your behavior right now, it may stay that way, or you may have JDAMs coming down.
So are you saying
but
it should be?
You could ratchet it back down. And when you think about it from that perspective, in addition to combining it with information, it's a much different perspective on the domain rather than just being all-out cyber war.
So you mean more like a SOCOM operation?
Okay, yeah, something like that, right, exactly. The challenge is Dimitri, working in a very agile, dynamic private sector firm that can move fast and allocate money, doesn't appreciate that SOCOM is probably more than 100,000 people right now, and you give them an entirely new mission and tell them to learn it that may set us back a little bit. And Cybercom, everyone has growing pains, but they're kicking butt, and mark my word, a couple years, you'll be embarrassed you even said that publicly. Love it.
All right, well, let's take that and let's go back to the commercial battle space. What do they, given all the capabilities that are developing, the interagency coherence that has taken place, is not complete, but has taken place, certainly since, I remember in 2012 with the DDoS campaign, it was kind of like, what does the government expect of the banks? What do the banks expect of the government? What do the banks expect of the ISPs? And we're just at the beginning stages of figuring that out. So if you have, let's take a distributed automated threat, bots, something that Tom Bossert talked about this morning. It sounds like there's going to be a major focus once the cyber EO is out. Is this destined to be a tragedy of the commons problem, or are we going to be able to get to a place where commercial entities can share responsibilities, the government can appropriately help the various stakeholders in the commercial sector? Is there a space in between public and private responsibilities? What do we do? I mean, this is a live question.
Yeah, well, I think that, from a broad standpoint, right, the thing that one of the themes you've been hearing from us is that.
And let's say the threat actor is a nation state, just to.
And I think that's important, Clete, because what you've been hearing from all of us is sort of, it's not just the focus on the activity, the particular tactical activity in question, and we may need to deal with that particular activity because it's having a particular impact. But you cannot, and this was one of the things that we learned certainly on the NSC, and so if you actually looked at how we approached all of these problems, we ended up essentially, joining, so as the head of the cyber directorate, I ended up, effectively joining forces with the head of the Asia directorate for dealing with China, or the Russia directorate for dealing with Russia, or the Middle East and North Africa directorate for dealing with Iran, right? You could not separate the cyber issues from the global and regional issues that you were dealing with. And so so you want to have cyber be in our toolbox that we use as a capability, not just against cyber threats, but against a whole array of threats that we face. Similarly, you want to be addressing a threat that comes at us through cyberspace using all the tools of national power, whether they're military, law enforcement, intelligence, our partnership with the private sector, and things that you can do through economic tools and even through regulatory tools in the sense of what other powers that other agencies have across the government. And I think being more creative in our thinking about and stepping out of that cyber on cyber mindset is incredibly important. I would say that I wanted to highlight sort of two things that I think, though, are still need to be worked through as we think about how we actually integrate cyber into our toolkit. One of them is that because Cyber Command is still a work in progress and other things are still a work in progress, we are still heavily reliant on our intelligence community and our intelligence accesses for all of our cyber capabilities. And what that means is that anytime we in the government considered doing anything, we faced an agonizing intel gain loss problem. Because as soon as we did anything, we were effectively blowing an intelligence access. And that meant that it automatically set up a huge fight between those that wanted to do something and those that wanted to keep collecting intelligence. And that stymied a lot of progress. And we need to get out of that dilemma. Because it paralyzed us much of the time. The second one is a foreign policy problem that we have not yet worked out. And this is relevant to your DDoS question. And that's because the bad guys don't just use servers located in their country or their territory labeled bad guy server, bad guy laptop, evil directory, number 2. They commandeer machines all over the planet in other people's sovereign territory. And so for us to conduct activities,
including here
right, inside the United States. In fact, they actually conduct a lot of it here in the United States. Why? Because it's kind of why Willie Sutton robs banks, because this is where all the machines are. But we face a foreign policy dilemma. What action is it appropriate for us to take on a foreign server that's sitting in somebody else's territory? Now, what if we're only going to cause a 300 millisecond blip in that server, and that's it? Is that an effect? Does anybody care? Would we care if the Germans or the Indians did that here in the United States? These are all really interesting questions that we've actually got to work our way through if we're actually going to be able to use cyber capabilities effectively and determine what is acceptable in the international environment. What do we need to actually do in concert with other governments, and what are we able to do unilaterally? And what are we comfortable with other countries, because we do not have a monopoly on this capability, what are we comfortable with other countries doing here in the United States to us and to our machines? And then lastly, do we actually understand what we're doing? Because in many cases, I would argue that if you actually start probing at what people are saying is, I would get well, we're reasonably certain that it would have this effect. Okay, well, define reasonably certain for me. Well, 60% chance that it will have this impact. Okay, well, that means it's a 40% chance that we brick their machine. Are we okay with that? We've actually got to get to a much better understanding of our own capabilities and what we really can expect in terms of targeting and our collateral damage if we're going to actually be able to use this tool effectively in the foreign policy space. And that will help us, incidentally, be able to hold other countries accountable and for using that same tool responsibly in their foreign policy missions.
Anybody want to weigh in on what role the companies play in that? Again, because it's going to be their boards and C-suites and CISOs grappling with a lot of this.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the problem you face is it's sort of a double-edged sword, because what I don't want to see happen is companies saying, well, it's the FSB or if it's the PLA, we'll just throw up our hands in the air and do nothing and expect the government to come in and save us, which clearly will not happen on a mass scale. You can't protect everyone even if you wanted to. So you can't necessarily create a situation where the company is feeling like this is hopeless. What's the point? And I've had CEOs tell me, I'm going to get hacked anyway. Why should I even bother spending money on this, right? And that's just the wrong attitude, because the reality is that you can defend yourself against the FSB, and we've done it successfully on many occasions, because the reality is that they're not 10 feet tall either. They've got some good capabilities, but frankly, there's some criminal groups that have as good or better capabilities as well. So let's not create a boogeyman where one doesn't exist. It is defendable. What you need to be doing, though, is appreciating that chances are that someone's already inside. You need to be hunting continuously for that adversary on your network. And if you've got that 24/7 tempo where you can identify them and shut them down quickly, you can actually succeed, right, and not let them dwell in your network for hundreds of days as is the standard today. So that's an important realization, that companies actually can do a lot to protect themselves. And then they need to work closer with the government, and I actually hate the term information sharing because it's been so overused. But the reality is that the government is the only entity out there that can actually inflict pain on the adversary from a legal perspective, from a diplomatic, economic perspective, military, et cetera. And they need to be aware that this is happening to you, right? So when you look at cases like Sony or even Yahoo, what did they do? Well, they actually went to the FBI, right? They provided the information, and as a result, you had indictments or sanctions and various other actions that the government was able to take. So that's an important piece that they need to understand that they have to do, is if you actually want to create deterrence, well, the government actually needs to know what's going on.
And can that happen, to go back to your point earlier, is it possible to get to a point where the attribution or the government communication happens before the bad stuff happens? In other words, not after the breach, but when the company or the company and the government suspect that the bad guys are snooping around trying to get in, or they've gotten in but they haven't effected the breach yet. Could we get to a point where the deterrence or the kind of locked arms of the government and the company kind of say, get out now?
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, attribution is largely a solved problem. Every attack that you've mentioned and many, many others have been attributed, sometimes publicly, sometimes privately. We don't really have a big challenge these days attributing a cyber attack, either in the government or in the private sector. The challenge we have is actually making a public case, and the hesitancy on behalf of all parties, frankly, to come out and say what they know, in part due to, I think, a misguided effort to protect these sources and methods. In reality, you can do that without disclosing those sources and methods, as I mentioned. in part, I think, because we don't want to look weak by admitting that the Chinese stole the OPM records without having a response to it as well, right? So I can appreciate the challenge, but unless you start calling a spade, you're not going to actually get down to fixing the problem. I think we started fixing the problem of Chinese espionage when we actually came out and said, yes, they're doing it to us, and yes, we have to make it a priority in our relations with China to actually fix it. Until we start doing that, this is not going to get solved.
And I think the other piece of this, although I'm with Dimitri even though I'm now technically the head of an information sharing and analysis organization, that term gets overused. But we have to get our speed up to where that information exchange and that coordination is actually happening at a speed that actually matters. I'll use the military term, we have to get inside their OODA loop, right? We have to get inside their business model. We have to get inside the bad guys' decision-making loop and actually disrupt it from that perspective. And that means enabling that information exchange to happen at a much greater volume and much greater speed than currently does. And you can see the foundations of that in the programs that the government has been trying to do with things like the automated indicator sharing program, things that we're trying in the private sector now. But we've really got to take that to scale in order to actually have the disruptive effect on the bad guys that we know that we can have. And we can do it. There is a fair amount of it that is just the political will, both within the government and within the private sector, to actually make it happen.
Yeah. One of the biggest challenges, just to follow up on what Michael is saying, that I see from a policy domain in defense is actually how do you protect what I call the cyber have-nots, right? When you look at the DNC, it's actually a great case study. We work with them closely, obviously, but they didn't have, forget a CISO or any security person, they didn't have an IT person. It was all outsourced, and by the way, that's still the way they are today because they can't afford to, right? And there are numerous organizations like that can be significant targets either on their own or as part of a campaign against the United States that just don't have the resources, even if they have all the desire in the world to hire great people, to hire or to buy tools to protect themselves. And what do you do about that, right? Our economy runs around small businesses. They can't afford to spend $200 million like JP Morgan does on cybersecurity. And I think as a nation, we have to grapple with how we're going to protect those. I don't worry about the Big 10 banks on Wall Street. I don't worry about the Googles of the world. They're going to be just fine. They have the resources. They have the people. I worry about a small business that's a Navy contractor in Idaho with 10 people that are working on the Navy contract and have no money to spend on great cybersecurity to protect themselves against Chinese, Russians, or whomever.
And I'll just ask one more question, and we'll get to the audience. But on that note, how do we get to a point where companies are doing preventative medicine instead of like proactive preventative medicine, including partnership with the government, instead of hoping they don't get hit? Then when they do, they go to the FBI and hope no state AG or regulatory enforcement comes after them, and but are postured with the fact that we are probably infected, we're under threat, and we need help. And there's not legal exposure in admitting that fact to the government and getting help.
I think one of the things that we have seen is obviously the passage of all the breach notification laws that we have, I think, in every state now. That has created an environment where companies are actually coming to the government now because they view it sort of as a fig leaf of, I'm going to have to report this breach anyway if there's PII involved. I might as well say that I'm working with law enforcement, and that will allow me to shut up and not say anything else because there's an ongoing law enforcement investigation. That's become sort of a default response now. So in a way, it has helped to actually get companies to work at least with law enforcement, FBI and Secret Service on these issues.
I mean, to me, the other piece of it is also continuing to broaden the conversation with the companies. And this is the conversation that I have a lot, which is to say that your cybersecurity is not just a technical problem. Yes, it has a technical aspect. But if your only solution is to ask your CISO to buy the next new flashy, snort flabulator, then you're not really actually going after the problem. And Dimitri told me not to use that term because he said somebody will, patent and trademark the snort flabulator now.
They're selling it already.
Yeah, it flabulates the snorks really well, but you have no idea what it actually does for you. And in fact, for many of these companies, a better investment for them is developing an incident response plan ahead of time, so that they, in fact, actually know what they would do if they suffered or discovered that they had suffered a breach. And so I think part of it is starting to think much more holistically about the cybersecurity issue, not just as a narrow technical problem, but as a broad problem for the organization as a whole, and managing the cyber risk as an organization as a whole, just like they manage their liability risk or any of the other kinds of physical risks that they face as an organization. And I think getting it out of just the technical silo is really important.
I'll add to that the best CISOs that I've seen are the ones that are going to their boards and saying, an incident is going to happen. Right? Those that say it's not going to happen are the ones that get fired when it inevitably does. So being prepared for it is absolutely the right approach. I have seen too many times organizations that are not prepared to deal with a breach and make it much, much worse than it otherwise would have been. Target is a great example. People have forgotten now, but Home Depot had a breach right after Target that actually had even more cards exposed. And people forget it because of the way it was handled versus Target, and the CEO of Home Depot is still there.
Yeah, that's a great point. Great point. All right, I think we've got a little bit more time. Lots of questions, it looks like. We'll go with you first, sir.
Hi, I'm Lieutenant Colonel George Kabari. I'm an Army strategist. I work for Cyber Command right now. So my question...
I'm heading out.
Yeah. My question, not to be attributed to Cyber Command. I'm here on my own, not speaking on behalf of Cyber Command, the United States Army, or the Department of Defense.
Don't say anything crazy. You're still on the record.
Yeah, I know it. Great discussion. First of all, I really appreciate the various perspectives on this, and again, not on behalf of Cyber Command, but on behalf of other planners that I work with on a daily basis. It's interesting because we view the current fight that we're in as we're in phase 2. The enemy, the adversary, is already in phase 2, and we're trying to figure out how to get out of phase 0. Just a matter of perspective, and that's largely because we lack. There's some, as of yet, undefined policies. We've talked about several of them earlier, and we're also constrained by lack of authorities. Engagement authority, if you will, is restricted to the national command. So with that in mind, what I'm asking you guys is to provide your insights in how you see Cyber Command maturing as it moves forward. Specifically scoping within its scope and responsibilities, potential authority changes that should occur to make it more effective, if at all. And does it remain a functional command, or does it take on more the shape of a true combatant command where it has some maneuver space in the digital arena and cyber, not physically on the ground?
Eric, let's give you that.
I'll take them in reverse order. Now I'm, only Eric Rosenbach, obviously not speaking on behalf of the Department of Defense since I'm unemployed. I'd say first, it should be a warfighting command and should be a full combatant command, should have special acquisition authority just like SOCOM, and the ability to make special tools, be flexible. Thank you for your service. I really appreciate it. I'm going to take a little bit of issue with the authorities thing, if I may, and I'm going to use a case study. In the example in particular of the counter-ISIL campaign, there were no authorities issues. The White House, the Secretary gave carte blanche, like, go after the bad guys, come up with any proposal you can. I promise you, I was sitting right next to the Secretary begging for any proposal from Cybercom, for a new creative proposal to take down ISIL in some new way. And it was okay, but it could have been a lot better. And I think that there's a lot of misunderstanding sometimes between the more senior echelons and the folks who are doing the planning and forwarding up the proposals, because I can just not express strongly enough.
Can I ask though? Maybe the question was worded incorrectly, right?
Yeah.
Was the question worded of what can you do in cyber versus ISIL, or should the question have been what can we do against ISIL, where cyber may or may not play a role?
It's very helpful, but because the authorities, remember, this is an area of hostilities. It doesn't say you can bomb the heck out of ISIL, but you can't cyber them. Right? It said take ISIL down, do it in a way that impacts their operations and takes them off the map. Most often, not the fault of Cybercom, it would be the IC who would say, oh yeah, but if you do that, you might not be able to listen to this guy, order his tea. And there was some tension there that from my perspective was not always helpful from the perspective of getting the bad guys. So but that's not an authorities issue, that's a philosophy issue. Now, authorities outside of area of hostilities are very case dependent. And my recommendation to Cybercom and the team in DoD now is you need to see the facts of the case before, probably even with this White House, you're going to get the approval to do things outside of the area of hostilities, just like you would in any other military domain. Like you need to see the facts of the case, and then someone says, okay, collateral damage is okay, good, good, good. And Cybercom being not as mature, doesn't have as much experience bringing those cases forward like other combatant commands do. So anyway, it's good. Thank you for what you're doing, and the rest of y'all in uniform I hear or see, and some who are not in uniform, but I know you're still here. Thank you for doing
here.
that.
All right, we'll do one final quick question, and we've got 1 minute and 26 seconds here.
Let's keep your question short.
Hi, Peter Michael Nielsen, Danish Embassy. See whether I can do this fast. It's about sort of the offensive use of cyber. We've seen attribution where one goes out being public about who is behind attacks. Do you foresee also a development where one will be more public about what kind of capability one have and what one can do offensively? For instance, on the counter-ISIL thing, yes, it has been said we are doing things, but it's not said what is being done, what's the effect. And that actually precludes, in a way, a discussion about what kind of deterrent value is also with the cyber weapon.
Well, I think, Eric and I actually had this discussion quite a bit when we were in government of the fact that I personally believe that we do need to be more open about the fact of our capabilities, and we need to be more open about the doctrine and the planning of how we will employ those capabilities. And what we need to protect is exactly what those capabilities are and exactly how they function. But just like we don't keep it a secret that we have aircraft carriers and bombers and tanks and all the other military apparatus and law enforcement apparatus, we should be more open about the fact that we have this capability and how it fits into our national policy and our national foreign policy. That will actually, I think, help very greatly. And we need to draw the line about what we're protecting very differently, in my view. And it's a much narrower set of information than we've had to date.
That's good.
We have to figure it out first ourselves, right?
There's that. Yes.
Well, with that, and I think this has been a very interesting discussion, and just want to thank all of you for not just your insights today, but for everything that you've done to advance the craft in the past, well, you could count the years, but we are a lot, with the threat increases and the watersheds continue to happen, but we are collectively in a lot better shape now than we were even 7-8 years ago. So, and it's largely due to folks like this. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
This afternoon's sessions with Ryan Kazantsian, who is the Chief Security Architect at Tanium. So Ryan's been working in incident response for many years now, definitely an expert in this topic, and he's going to be doing a talk on the greatest source for cyber threat intelligence, which is you. So Ryan, take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. Thanks so much for having me here this afternoon. So I'd like to talk about how you yourselves and the organizations that many of you work with, advise, influence, can be some of the best sources for finding threat information in their own environments. Before I get into that, quick background on myself. I'm local to the area. I live in Alexandria, Virginia. I've been in the security field for basically my entire career. I spent 5 years practicing offensive security at PwC, doing penetration testing and security assessments, primarily for private and public sector organizations. I then spent 6 years at Mandiant doing incident response investigations for targeted attacks. And most recently, I've spent the last 2 years at Tanium, where as Chief Security Architect, I help set the strategy and roadmap for what we build in the detection and response space. I've co-authored a book titled Incident Response and Computer Forensics, which came out in 2014. And I'm also a technical advisor for the TV show Mr. Robot. I worked on the second half of the second season, and I'm currently working on season 3. So to set the stage for this, I wanted to talk a little bit about the current landscape and kind of provide some perspective on what organizations, both private and public sector, are grappling with as they seek to ingest and use threat data as effectively as possible. If you ask any chief information security officer what their top priorities are, making better use of threat data is always at the very top of that list. And legislative efforts like the CISA Act or initiatives like the DHS AIS have really put at the forefront better ways for private public sector information sharing to allow organizations to get at data and use it more effectively and faster. That being said, over the years I've seen a lot of limitations in using some of the forms of threat data that are most commonly shared. And specifically, if you look at the types of information that get bubbled up into these threat feeds shared among organizations, primarily it's in 4 forms: network addresses, file hashes, DNS names, URLs, basically the simplest information that you could structure down about a threat, but also the most brittle information, meaning the things that are easiest for someone to change. It's really easy to change the hash of a malicious file and create a new variant that's completely different, has a different hash. It's really easy to get another IP address to host malicious content. And so this becomes a game of speed and volume, meaning if you look at the sheer number of unique malicious things that are generated out there on a daily basis, it's astronomical. VirusTotal, for example, currently is ingesting about 900,000 unique new files every single day. That's an average as of March of this year. And this isn't new. Go all the way back to 2009. In 2009, McAfee was tracking 140 million IP addresses for their reputation. So the security industry has been trying to tackle this problem at scale for a really long time. It's nothing new. And it's only getting more and more difficult because it's so cheap for attackers to iterate on this stuff. So you look at Andy Osment, who formerly was with DHS and talked about the advanced indicator sharing program, and said that the goal of DHS and AIS is to not validate the indicators that they're providing, it's to get them out there as quickly as possible. This is the reason why. If you don't get it out there, the value of the intel is burned really quickly. Now, there's a flip side to that and a challenge, which is if the consumers of the data are unable to validate or lint it themselves, then oftentimes you get misattribution, false positives, and false negatives. A great example of this was when US CERT did their analysis of Grizzly Step, and there are great guys over there who worked really hard to put together that report under short notice and grapple with all the complexities of declassifying information. But Grizzly Step used both their own command and control infrastructure and IP addresses that were owned by legitimate entities like Twitter and Microsoft and Google. And what ended up happening is a lot of organizations, including some that I worked with, took in that threat data and then in some cases thought that they had breaches when in fact they didn't, because they weren't actually contextualizing what they found and understanding the difference between a truly bad address and a legitimate address that had been hijacked for nefarious purpose. So attackers are really well aware of how people are sharing threat data like this, and this has caused them to evolve their approaches. And the term that I like to use for this is living off the land. What living off the land means is instead of using a malicious address that you create, or instead of creating malware in a system, why not use the resources that are already available to you? The commands and tools that are already on every computer, or hosting something on Google or Facebook or Microsoft instead of your own server. And all of these approaches allow attackers to blend in really effectively. And a great example of this is Office macro malware. Everyone has Office installed on their systems, and Office, by way of some really nasty history, has this useful feature where you can embed scripts inside documents. And there are plenty of legitimate business uses for this, but this has also been an age-old way to deliver malware that's become incredibly popular again in the last few years. So this is an example of an actual malicious document that masquerades as a document from the Center for a New American Security. And there's this clever social engineering trick built into the design of the document to get users to click enable content. The text says, this is the cover page of the full report. Please click enable editing, enable contents to read the rest. And this is a great lure that a lot of people will fall for to basically tell Office, go ahead, run the malicious code. This is incredibly prevalent. Microsoft Office 365, which hosts online email for thousands of organizations, reported last year that 38.5% of the malicious files that they detected were Office macros like this. So the fortunate thing is that security vendors can iterate and adapt to this threat model. And so a lot of security tools out there apply what's called pattern of attack detection to look for behaviors like this. So instead of looking for those really brittle indicators, we can look for patterns of attack, like an Office document running a script that connects out to the internet or does other things that are atypical. The challenge is these types of patterns are not shareable threat data. They're in fact typically locked in the walled gardens of a lot of the security and security as a service vendors out there. So each vendor builds and distributes these patterns to their own customers, but you don't see these types of things shared among each other or among industry groups nearly as effectively. And that ends up being a problem when you're trying to build your own capability sets. Finally, let's talk about adapting to new models. How many of you have heard the term machine learning as applied to computer security? Fair number of hands. At RSA this year, 325 security vendors were tagged as offering machine learning solutions at the conference. And I think that's probably one, understating the number, but two, overstating how many are actually delivering practical applications of machine learning. The unfortunate reality is that it's become as much a marketing term as an actual valid means of doing analytics. As it turns out, machine learning is very, very useful for certain domains of security problems, like malware classification and categorization. However, it's also still only in its nascent stages as a tool for security. And what that means is that attackers haven't yet felt the pressure to adapt to it. But there's already the initial stages of research to figure out ways to potentially get around machine learning approaches to security. And one interesting example of that is called adversarial data sets. So here's an example of that. On the left is an image of a panda, and the machine learning algorithm applied to this image with 57% confidence says this is a panda. You apply a specially generated adversarial data set to this, that little block in the middle that looks like noise, and now the machine learning algorithm thinks that that's a gibbon, and it's 99% confident. Imagine instead of this being a picture of a panda, that this is a malicious document, and you're trying to trick the categorization engine from thinking it's benign to, from thinking it's malicious to thinking it's benign. As these technologies and solutions become more prevalent, they're not going to remain silver bullets. Attackers will adapt and apply techniques like this to attempt to bypass these controls. There's a great quote that I found online a few months ago that I think summarizes this, which, just to succinctly repeat what's on screen here, when you examine an adversary's capability in the field, you only get a glimpse at what they're actually doing. And what they're actually doing is the minimum necessary set of steps to succeed. That means you're always playing catch up. You're always applying new techniques and detection mechanisms after you've already seen an attacker introduce them into the field. And that means you're always a step behind. And I think that really summarizes why we need to complement all of these externally driven methods of detecting bad things in our environment with looking inward and understanding what is normal in our own environments and how can we adapt our networks to self-identify things that stand out. Rick Holland, formerly of Forrester Research, had a good quote about this at the 2016 Cyber Threat Intelligence Summit, which was the notion that you can just buy a threat feed and dump it into your security infrastructure and then suddenly get a win is completely incorrect. You really need to look at your own environment and understand what's normal in it, and then use threat data, externally sourced threat information, as a complement to that, to contextualize what you discover, not to be your sole source of determining is something bad happening. And what ends up happening in practice is people say, cool, that sounds great. I'm going to look for anomalies in my environment, and it's going to be easy as determining which cat stands out in this picture. And then they look at their environment, and they end up seeing something more like this. And it's this heterogeneous mess of lots of inconsistently configured things. There's a lot of noise in the data, and who knows which of these cats is the right one. Suffering through this noise reduction goes back to a more fundamental problem, which is understanding what you have in your environment in the first place. And to illustrate this, I wanted to show a diagram I really like, which is the incident response hierarchy of needs. This was developed by a guy at Microsoft named Matt Swan. And what I really like about this hierarchy is it starts with some really mundane but fundamentally important things. If you look at the bottom of this pyramid, the first four things upon which everything is built are inventory, telemetry, and then detection and triage. And let's start with the very bottom of that, with inventory. Can you name the assets you're defending? And then telemetry. Do you have visibility across them? This is actually really nicely in line with what Homeland Security is working with agencies to implement in the form of the Continuous Diagnostic Monitoring Program. In fact, phase one of CDM is exactly this. It's management of your hardware assets, your software assets, their configuration state, and their vulnerabilities. And this phase comes before all other things. You're not rushing to apply threat data into an environment where you don't even know 3/4 of the stuff that you actually have out there. And in practice, if you look at how many agencies have completed CDM phase one, there's actually only one right now. OPM is the only agency who's finished phase one. DHS is almost complete. And in some cases, the reason that agencies have really struggled is they have found that they were way, way off on their expectations for what number of assets they actually had under management. In some cases, by as much as 200 to 300%. That is an extreme range. In practice in the field and in the private sector, I myself have seen this at 20 to 30%. But when you go to a CISO of a Fortune 100 company and you ask them how many computers they have, and they say between 300,000 to 400,000, that's a scary large range. That's a lot of potentially unprotected surface area that you have to worry about. So let's talk about what this means in a practical sense. So system inventory has always traditionally been this dry domain of IT and of systems audit, where you take all your systems and users and you bucket them into these lists and you shove it in a change management database and you update it maybe once a week if you're really on the cutting edge, and once a month or once a year if you're more typical. And the problem with this is it doesn't actually reflect the way that organizations maintain their security state or how attackers take advantage of weaknesses in environments. And what I mean by that is attackers don't look at your environment as these discrete sets of static lists. They look at it as an opportunistic graph. They take a foothold at some pocket of your environment and then they traverse that graph through whatever least path of friction they can follow to get to their mission, to achieve their objectives. And John Lambert at Microsoft has a great analogy in saying this, that hacking is basically graph traversal. And if you can't recognize that, then you're never going to secure anything. So let's go back to our visual here. Imagine you've got a help desk team and they're potentially breached. From an incident response perspective, your goal is to determine the scope of that breach. From a risk management perspective, your goal is to understand what is the worst possible damage that could emanate from that set of compromises. Where could the attacker go? What could they do? How could I proactively determine that breach without specific threat data about that? And a lot of that goes down to outlier analysis and normalization. So imagine instead of statically defining a group of systems as being part of the help desk group, if I took all of the attributes that constitute a member of one of those systems. So think about all the things that make a computer unique. You've got its custodian, you've got its hardware configuration, you've got the software installed on it, the patches that are missing, the current and recently logged on users, the newly introduced binaries that have been added to the system, the profile of the traffic emanating from that host. There are literally dozens of attributes that you can use to uniquely identify a system, and each of those attributes puts a system in a different set. These are my systems with Firefox installed. These are my systems that have out-of-date versions of Adobe Reader. These are the systems that have a route to my domain controllers or database servers. These are dynamic ways of grouping systems that actually mirror the ways that attackers exploit environments. And when you do this, and we actually do this internally here at Tanium, you can actually start to put risk scores, both at a micro level on your individual systems, as well as at a macro level across all these dynamically defined clusters or groupings of hosts. And this allows you to see your network in a completely different perspective. This really leads to what I like to say is a blended approach to detection. So what I mentioned about the limitations of threat data and indicators aren't meant to say that it's a useless form of detection and response or that we should abandon efforts to share threat data. Just like antivirus plays a valuable role in the security ecosystem by automatically contextualizing threats and reducing a certain amount of noise that our operators have to deal with, so too can other forms of threat indicators in helping us automatically know, hey, this is bad, this is high fidelity, we know what it is, you can automatically categorize it and deal with it accordingly. And for the things that threat data are too brittle to detect, every organization is going to have their baked-in security tools that apply their own proprietary know-how, pattern of attack detection, machine learning algorithms, whatever that proprietary form of detection might be. But these have to be complemented with your own ability to detect anomalies and profile what's normal versus what's atypical across each of your groups of systems. This is how you start to actually truly understand risk in ways that are unique to your environment, and no other external vendor is going to be able to tell you that. No agency, no private organization is going to be able to depend on a third party to tell them this is the expected behavior of this set of systems in your network. When it comes to applying detection strategies, there are three key variables that really affect how effective that can be. And when I've seen organizations work with all three means of detection, this is where I've seen them succeed or fail. The first is the breadth of environment to which you're applying that strategy. And what I mean by that is if you're taking intelligence and applying it to a really narrow window of your environment, you're going to miss a lot of things. If I take an Einstein box and plug it into one of my network points of presence, I'm basically trying to enumerate everything in my hotel room through a peephole. I'm not seeing what's across all my endpoints in my heavily distributed environment. I'm only seeing what little range of data happens to traverse through that one network link. So for success, you really need comprehensive coverage across all of your assets, all of your devices, all your workstations, all of your servers, all of your cloud assets, and so on. The second is scope of data. I see a lot of organizations introduce a security technology into their environment and then start monitoring going forward. But that doesn't tell them what about their past risks. It doesn't tell them were they previously compromised. Is there latent evidence of compromise from something that happened months ago or years ago sitting their environment? And that may have a significant impact on the risk calculation for their degree of exposure. And then finally, cadence of analysis. If you have an analytic technique and you can only apply it to your environment once a month or once a year or whenever an auditor asks you to do so, you're not actually holistically detecting threats in your environment. You're just applying point-in-time analysis to a problem that really requires continuous real-time coverage. And so the model that I really espouse is to distribute this problem, because we're really getting to an overwhelming amount of data sources and work. And we can't simply take environments that have hundreds of thousands of computing devices and expect to centrally solve all of these problems. But again, we have hundreds of thousands of computing devices. That is a massive amount of resources. If we can distribute these problems of threat detection, of anomaly and risk analysis, and make them problems that systems can independently solve at scale, working together, all of a sudden we can make this tractable. And what that can allow us to do is build towards truly resilient systems. Because what I don't think we can do is continue along the lines that the security industry has followed for 20 years, which is depend on a lifeline of data feeds from vendors and hope that they continue to allow us to detect all the bad things in our network. We did that 20 years ago with antivirus and antivirus signatures. We did this 10 years ago with advanced antivirus and host-based intrusion prevention. And we're going through the same rounds again with the so-called next-gen anti-malware approaches. We really need to get to a point where we understand our networks well enough that we can self-recognize when things are anomalous, like an immune system, and not just detect it, but attack it and fix it. Meaning allow those portions of our network that are affected to be isolated from the rest of the environment, remediated so that they're clean, and then restored in an automated fashion so that human operators can get on with their work. If we can do all of these things successfully, then we can really transform how we approach security from constantly being in this reactive catch-up posture to actually getting ahead of threats before they've brought to bear new techniques in the wild. So thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the rest of the presentations.
Felicia's resume is quite impressive, but what struck me most was that even in this room, few of us can say that we have worked on programs for everyone from DHS to NASA to the intelligence community to NOAA and pretty much every federal government agency in between. So a lot of US government experience here, and we're looking forward to hearing your talk.
Thank you, Will. Again, my name is Felicia Macklin. I am a director of cybersecurity programs at the Raytheon Company, where I oversee a portfolio of both DoD and federal civilian programs. And he's indeed right. I've pretty much covered the gamut of agencies that I've supported. I'm incredibly excited to be here with you today and go over this topic, but it has special meaning for me in a different way. Today is actually a pretty historic day. This day, 25 years ago, Duke beat UNC in the ACC tournament on its way to its second consecutive NCAA championship. And I'm hoping that this weekend is a sign that history will repeat itself and we'll get to celebrate again. All joking aside, my journey to cyber actually started at Duke University. I was a junior mechanical engineering and material science major. It was actually about a year before that victory. And I had been in the computer lab for 14 consecutive hours. It was one of those projects where the computing resources were pretty limited, and I called myself getting a jump start by getting there early, and I worked there straight. Took bathroom breaks, but that was it. And after 14 hours, my model disappeared. And I was using a software application that actually professionals were using for mechanical engineering at the time. And my model disappeared, my input data source file disappeared, my compile file disappeared, and no matter how many times I took that 5¼ inch floppy in and out of that disk drive, my data wasn't coming back. And I was devastated, obviously. A few weeks later, after that experience, I went to a computer science professor and asked him to sponsor me in an independent study. Clearly, no one was going to pay to let me change my major that late. So I did an independent study in computer science, taught myself programming languages, went through the hardware architectures with this professor's help, because I did not want that to happen to me again. Now, 25 years ago, I just lost a homework assignment. But you've been hearing all day today about the interconnectivity of our lives. And so when data's lost today, it has such a much more significant impact on our way of life. And that's because when we're looking at security, I want us to kind of look at it from a different prism. And what I'm going to talk about is extending the reach of the cyber expert. And I realized I didn't advance my slide, sorry. I'm going to talk about extending the reach of the cyber expert, but then also talk about the workforce. I think those are two very important factors. But when we're thinking about cybersecurity and when we're thinking about the technologies we need to look at, we need to consider a few things. We have the actor, we have the defenders, we have employees, we have consumers, and we have customers. They're all humans. The constant in all of this is the human. We're not building technology for technology's sake. System vulnerabilities, just having something, a vulnerability in how code was written some time ago is not the issue. The issue is how people interact with those systems. And so when we're looking at extending our capabilities, we need to consider it with those things in mind. We have to look at that actor who has specific motivations and understand those behaviors so that we can design more resilient systems, which is what the defender is looking to do. We have to think about our employees who, as you heard earlier today, no matter what, is going to click that link. So what are the things that we need to do to address that scenario? And we have consumers today who have very smart TVs and refrigerators and cars that are helping them to park, and yet don't have cyber hygiene to really understand what risks they're exposing themselves to. So as cybersecurity experts, how do we deliver capabilities that takes all those different factors into account? I'm going to go over a couple of things, but I want to highlight another dynamic, which is for the IT professionals that we have, recent reports have been 50% feel that they're overworked. Many feel like they don't have proper training, or if there's training available, they don't have time to get away to take advantage of it. We oftentimes see many investments in new products and new capabilities that sit on the shelf in the closet. I can't tell you how many times I've gone in to see a customer and I say, well, you're having challenges with how you're managing some of these applications, and we're seeing these vulnerabilities, but you got this, and you got that, and you got this. Yeah, it's just sitting in the box. And we're talking double-digit millions of product that sits in the box. Or I'll have vendors come to me, hey, Valicia, you're the system integrator. When you go in to see them, they just bought $25 million of this. It's sitting on the shelf. We'd love to help them integrate it. Can you help? So it's not always about products if it's not enabled in a way where it can be used and provide benefit to our organizations. We've talked a lot about government and military systems, but I think we also need to remember that 85% of our virtual infrastructure is in the private sector. 85%. And so, this interconnectivity and the protections that we need to put in place have to take that into account. Again, conversely, keeping in mind that the general public is not cyber aware. And so when they start to have vulnerabilities in the car or in the refrigerator, is the tow truck guy gonna have cyber credentials to be able to diagnose what's going on? We can't send an incident response team to every home or have cyber experts in every home. So it's going to be very important that we deliver capabilities that meet those needs, knowing that we cannot out-hire the threat. That's not going to happen. So what do we look at? You've heard automation earlier today. I'm going to stomp on that again. We really have to look to automation to address some of these challenges that exist in the domain. What type of automation would I advocate? And you may be surprised, because it's not necessarily earth-shattering, but there's a reason for that. Because the first one I'm going to mention is insider threat capabilities. We take for granted that best practices are already integrated in many environments. We hear a lot about how small businesses drive our economy. Most small businesses, and even some mid-sized and larger ones, don't have very robust IT teams. They'll tell you they have a team of one or a small handful. So getting capabilities in their hands that enable them to train their workforce, not in just the business practices, but having tools that will do that for them. So a tool that's going to force them to change passwords, a tool that's going to block certain websites or make them stop and ask, hey, do you know where you're going? A tool that will block some other websites. And I'm saying a tool, but these capabilities are actually integrated in singular products. But you'd be surprised in how many domains they're not deployed at all. Very simple things that will make great progress. Another area to look at is automated threat intelligence. We ourselves have an automated threat intelligence platform that moves us already. You heard Ryan mention it briefly, but we already have capabilities that move us from that reactive signature-based analytics and moves us towards behavioral analysis of networks before those threats take place. We call it threat hunting, actually, and had a scenario take place where with the threat hunting and the behavioral analytics that was deployed in a customer's environment, in this case it was a commercial customer, we actually, with it deployed in their systems, were able to notice that they had an employee that was exercising some strange activity. Their behaviors interacting with the network was different than normal. And so, after some time they watched it, but someone went and checked on him, and it turns out that the gentleman actually was ill. And so by observing that activity and that behavioral analysis, it actually helped to help that individual that was having some difficulty. Another area for advanced technologies that I'll highlight is managed security services. As I mentioned, we're not going to be able to put a cybersecurity expert in every home. And so having managed security services, or in every business, the resources just aren't there, the expertise isn't there. So with those capabilities centralized, where the capabilities are maintained up to date of the workforce, where the technologies are updated, where it can be outsourced, where you're not spending money on that infrastructure that you're not going to be able to maintain, gives you a robustness of security that you get kind of the scale of the whole and not just what you can pay for individually. I'm not going to steal Mike's thunder, who's going to likely talk about the DARPA Grand Challenge, but another component of that is self-healing systems. Raytheon was one of 7 finalists in this year's Grand Challenge, where we looked at developing those capabilities for self-healing systems. And what we look at is taking then those defense-grade capabilities and building them at commercial scale, and have made a lot of financial investments to the tune of about $4 billion over the years to position to be able to take those innovations. So we're not just doing research and development, but we are making that available to the marketplace. So if we look at automation through machine learning, automated threat intelligence, self-healing systems, and then managed security services, what that helps us do is help our experts spend their time on that which is critical and not that which is the mundane or trying to pull through all of that data. But that still doesn't get us there. And I want to kind of talk about the next part, which is that workforce development. And not just the workforce development today, but the next generation of the workforce. By 2020, it's estimated that there will be a need for over 1 million cybersecurity experts. Today, there's only about 60,000 people that hold a CISSP. That is our reality. Raytheon sponsors a millennial study with the National Cybersecurity Alliance, where we talk to, and we've done this for the past 3 years, individuals from the ages of 18 to 26 around the world. 50% in that age group say that they get their career advice from their parent. A third have ever met a cybersecurity professional. I'm sorry, only a third have had a parent that even mentioned something with the computer being a career, and only a quarter have ever met a cybersecurity professional. For many, they don't even know what that is. Their only image is what Hollywood tells us, which is the goth gentleman that is in a dark room, isolated with a hoodie on, eating corn chips. And so when you're trying to attract a workforce that's going to help develop capability, we have to change that image of what cybersecurity professionals are and what we do each and every day. And that's incumbent upon all of us. Statistics also show only 10% of the cybersecurity workforce are women. But as we're reminded at election time, a lot of the consumer buying decision in the home with these products that are being enabled with new capabilities that are connecting us to the Internet of Things are women. But as a part of this study, we also look at gender differentiation. Most of the girls would report that they didn't think they were good enough to pursue a career in cybersecurity, even though they said they liked jobs that were problem solving, that were people-oriented, that was solutions-driven, and provided a good salary. And so I would make the argument that it's a national imperative upon all of us to help inspire others, particularly our young people, to pursue careers in cybersecurity. We can do that through the National Cybersecurity Defense Competition, where we start with the college students. There's the Grand Challenge, where we should give folks exposure to it. We also sponsor scholarships, and I'm not just speaking for my own company. I know many are really investing, but it's going to take more for us all to get there, and that means that we make it a personal conversation in the home and in the schools about what this field looks like, and increase the diversity because the threat actors are diverse, the needs of the systems we're using are diverse, and those that are going to be trained to defend it need to be equally diverse. And so, and personally, that was my journey, right? I mentioned that college experience, but for me, it started much earlier than that. I had a father that was an engineer, that was a defense contractor, and so I saw what it looked like. And so whether it's working in elementary schools or middle schools, or the colleges, every one of us need to make that commitment, and that would be my plea to you. So as I begin to close, again, just kind of a quick summary. If we're going to extend the reach of the cyber expert, we have to look at automation. That is the force multiplier. We can never forget that the constant is the human. And so when we're looking at these solutions, we have to look at enabling it in such a way where we are addressing this evolution of a society that's now touching technology, but they're not going to carry the degrees to be able to defend themselves. So just like the day where we had to learn to put on our seatbelt, and then the car did it for us, and now it talks to us when we don't put it on, we have to make it that simple for the consumer as it relates to their IoT protection in the home. And then finally, we have an imperative to ensure that we're investing in changing the image and the dialogue of what a cybersecurity professional looks like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Felicia. Our last speaker today comes from the fabled technological wonderland of DARPA. Mike Walker, as Felicia indicated, is the man responsible for the DARPA Grand Challenge, and he's going to be talking to us today about automated systems for cyber defense.
I've heard from our previous speakers today that that we're going to have an autoimmune or an immune system for future networks, and that it's going to be about automation. I want you to play those ideas all the way forward. Where do they end? Because today's talk is about the technological imperative and about surprise. Now, our culture in abstract admires innovation, but in practice, we are resistant to belief in fundamental change. And I think the easiest example of that is self-driving cars. It's hard to find somebody today who doesn't believe in a future of self-driving cars, because you can see them on the streets of California, and you can go to Pittsburgh and hail one and ride around in one. And the impact that self-driving cars are going to have on our civilization is going to be immense. We lose tens of thousands of American lives every year. We know that somewhere around 90% of these can be prevented by semi-autonomous or fully autonomous driving. It's a public health revolution that we know is coming, but it's still hard to imagine. My question for you today is, when did you start believing in a future of self-driving cars? When did we know that Chandler's inevitability had been invoked and that this revolution was coming? Because I work for DARPA, and we were founded in the wake of the launch of Sputnik by a 2-page memo. It gave us a fundamental mission as an agency to understand, anticipate, and create technological surprise. And Sputnik did shock the world. It's part of the origin story of DARPA. But as my former boss, Dan Kaufman, likes to point out, years prior to the launch of Sputnik, there was a Popular Science article that predicted in detail the launch of this miniature moon, how it would be accomplished, what it would look like, who would do it. And yet, this event shocked the world. Because the future is almost always already here, it's just unevenly distributed. So sometimes, surprise is simply the collapse of disbelief between what has been published and what has been done. With that, I want to take you to a place that most of you have probably never driven. Deep in the Nevada desert, this is a place called Beer Bottle Pass. And I'm going to advance some footage, some old grainy footage. This is Stanley, the winner of the 2005 DARPA Self-Driving Car Challenge. And as Stanley comes around the corner of Beer Bottle Pass, it's important to note that this section of road was selected by the contest organizers because on one side, you've got kind of a blocked or occluded view of GPS satellites, so you can't rely on GPS to navigate. And on the other side, on the left, you have an existential choice. A hard left is the end of the AI. And as this system came around the corner, this is kind of the beginning of that moment of belief where we had a technology community that knew that AI, making its own existential decisions and based only on the inputs of its own sensors, could safely navigate a vehicle. Now, it took 10 years of development from that first proof of concept, that first prototype, before we had cars that could navigate city streets and traffic that we could trust with human lives. But that was the beginning. So in 2013, when I came to work at DARPA, we tried to ask a parallel question in the cyber domain. What would it take to build an artificial intelligence that could do fundamental reasoning tasks in the computer security domain and also make decisions based on those reasoning tasks entirely unassisted by a human being? Examine code that it had never seen before, find zero-day flaws in that code, author patches for that code, make operational management decisions about the deployment of those patches on a real network, manage an incident, and stop an intrusion based on a novel zero-day flaw. In 2013, that was science fiction, but what we started was a grand challenge to try and make it, at least in a prototype form, a reality. And before I talk about what happened, I want to take a little bit of a dive into the computer security industry to talk about why such a machine would be important. Now, this is simply a list of breaches from 2004 to present, but grouped by millions of records. But it makes clear something that I think in this audience is self-evident, which is that in the contest between network defenders and advanced attackers, defenders are losing. It is not a structurally fair fight. Now, behind that story of breaches of millions of records is a really interesting study put out by Dan Guido and the folks at Trail of Bits, the Exploit Intelligence Project. What they did was they looked at all the breaches that occurred over a 2-year period, 2009 to 2010, and they looked at the root cause of exploitation. What was the flaw that was exploited in the software that caused the breach? And it turns out that for 2 years, every public cybercrime incident was caused by about 19 memory corruption flaws and 8 logic flaws in commodity software that we all use. That is a stunning impact for an incredibly small number of flaws. And it begs the question, why can't we eliminate them? What is the science behind the necessity of fielding insecure software? Where is the structural verification that there is an absence of flaws in the software that runs our world? To understand that, and I'll apologize to the technical folks in the room, as I do a little bit of a deep dive into program analysis. Everybody else hold on. This is where we are with Windows 7, 40 million lines of code, and we're on about the same order of magnitude of complexity in DoD systems like the F-35 fighter. As you go a little bit smaller, you can see that the Linux kernel, 2 million lines of code, Space Shuttle or an iOS app, about 40,000 lines of code, and really, really small code. The kind of code we left behind is about 10,000 lines. But I don't want to talk to you about anything so large as 10,000 lines. I want to talk to you about a tiny piece of code, 50 lines of code called crackadder.c. Now, in the community of people who study flaws in software, crackadder.c is famous because it is a very small version of a bug that occurred in real software around 2003 and was discovered by a famous security researcher named Mark Dowd. Now, Crackadder was actually a function inside SendMail, which ran most of the world's email at the time. And what this bug allowed you to do is pretty remarkable. It allowed you to write an email that could take over an email server, send an email to another email server, and basically paralyze or control the entire world's email systems. So it was a highly critical bug. But I want to tell you the story of that bug and then talk about the size of the search space in which it exists. Crackadder was a function with a very simple purpose, to crack the components of an email address up into their component pieces and make sure that they were in the right place. Crack an email address. Its job was to count curly braces and colons, and angle brackets. And the programmer forgot a decrement. That's the bug. That caused a buffer overflow. But the important point to take away from this is, if you wanted to test all the possible cases that would be required to prove that there was no flaw, well, the number of cases that you have to test is 10 to about the 65,000th power. Putting that in perspective, just testing this one function, this is the game of checkers, which AI solved in the mid-70s. It became a closed game to the artificial intelligence field, 10 to the 20th power. Chess at 10 to the 120th. Machines exceeded the abilities of humans somewhere in the mid-90s. Go, even an expert Go at 10 is 10 to the 100th. This number, just basic verification of a simple function and email address, dwarfs those games. It dwarfs any game that a computer has attempted to play. It is greater than the number of atoms in the known universe. So having said that, having talked about the scale of the problem, what we challenged artificial intelligence to do was take a look at code you've never seen before. We're not going to give you any clues as to its structure, function, or purpose. Analyze it, black box. You only get the binaries. And detect and use zero-day flaws in a contest against your opponents, and try to patch or defend your own networks. And over the course of 2 years, we went from about 100 teams around the world that entered this challenge to 7 finalists to a single winner all in one day on Thursday, August 4th, 2016. You can see the Raytheon system, Rubius, third to the right, deep red. And what I'd like to do is take you back to that day and play you some clips and then maybe explain what happened. So this was round 46. Each round is about 5 minutes, so we're about halfway through the event. And you may remember Crackadder. What we did was we re-implemented this bug into a brand new email service that the machines had never seen and tried to see if any of them could rediscover it.
The mail sender was designed to be the hardest rematch challenge that we made. It was based on the original Crackadder vulnerability.
Our implementation of the mail server challenge basically wanted to strike a balance between the difficulty and the complexity of the original bug in SendMail and Halvar's example that was sort of a carved down subset of the problem. Either way, they are all sort of the classic state machine problems that are very, very difficult for program analysis. Those nearly infinite possibilities and that halting problem that we talked about before clearly come into play here. So Mechafish was the only team to actually successfully POV against our version of Crackadder. So this basically represents a leap forward in program analysis. For them to be capable of doing this means that we're one step closer to that thing that's basically been sort of the Everest of program analysis because of that state machine problem.
So I always like to watch this clip and wonder whether they're cheering for the machine or for the team that built it. But having said that, let me decode what happened there a bit. An autonomous system, completely disconnected from its creators and running in autonomous mode, was able to find a previously undiscovered flaw in novel software that we handed to it at the beginning of the contest inside an air gap. Only one team's system managed to solve this, but that search space, 10 to the 60,000th power, was navigable, at least by one system in the event. And when we say POV, right, that's proof of vulnerability. What that means is that not only was it able to find a crashing input that triggered this bug, but it was able to take control of remote servers using the bug autonomously. That means the authoring of the code that would cause a controlled crash on a remote system, entirely autonomous. One more story from that day. This one's going to take some explaining. So this is our winning system, Mayhem, versus a flaw called LNK. Now this is a hands-on keyboard replay of what Mayhem was doing, but of course there were no hands. This is an AI, and we've slowed it down so that us humans can swim in its wake. But what it's doing is it's navigating a file sharing service that had never been seen before the event. It's listing files. These are single letter commands. And at some point what it's going to do is it's going to create its own directory. It's going to upload a file right there. That was the U command for upload. It will do a bunch of other things. And then right at the end, it will do a listing and exit. So what I want to tell you, this is hard to follow, but I'm going to explain what Mayhem managed to do. What it did was it figured out in this file sharing service that if you uploaded a file, that there was no direct vulnerability in the system. But if you uploaded a file that was corrupted, because there is a binary structure that it discovered on its own that these files observe, and then later navigate into the directory and list that directory, that the listing routine that looks into that structure had a buffer overflow. And it was able to take advantage of this flaw. It's a multi-step stateful flaw That is, the machine had to have a plan to both upload a corrupted file and then navigate to it later. It was able to gain arbitrary code execution on an opponent. Again, no humans in the loop. One more story from that day.
Xandra managed to discover and prove a vulnerability in one of the services that we call OpSim, but this is a unique situation, and it's something we were kind of hoping to see. They actually managed to discover an unintended vulnerability. So each of these services that's written, just like real-world software, it's impossible for us to have made absolutely certain that the one vulnerability that we intended is the only one that's present. So the interesting part here is that Xandra had discovered this new POV, exercised it against something that we hadn't actually even intended, and then Jima observed this occurring and successfully defended against it. So these are all results that we hadn't possibly had any ability to predict whatsoever. Wow. So Xandra POV succeeded against the reference binary, but not against Jima's patched binary.
So Jima was actually successfully able to patch a bug that we didn't even know existed in the software. But what kind of general purpose or even specific patches does Jima implement that could do this?
So that was probably one of our general purpose patches. We looked at areas of code where we know there are common vulnerabilities, and we just deliberately inserted, conservatively, the patches for those areas. So
to play that back a bit, we gave around 80 pieces of software to these AI to inspect at the beginning of the event. Some of the vulnerabilities they found we planted, because that's how these contests work. But other of the vulnerabilities that they found were true zero-day, discovered first by AI and comprehended later by humans as we tried to figure out what they were doing. So that is, AI discovered zero-day, exploited in real time by an AI. The intrusion was detected by an opponent AI, and that opponent patched it. And this all happened. The entire thing took about 5 minutes. We had to find out afterwards. In the same way that high-frequency stock trading has kind of taken adversarial trading outside the realm of human beings when it comes to decision-making and action, that's what happened here for the first time at CyberGrand Challenge's final event. Now, it's important to note the limitations. We were acting on small binary pieces of code, about 50,000 lines, on a very simplified operating system. But the idea that an AI can be constructed that can do its own vulnerability research, use that to empower its own network monitoring with expert threat intelligence that it generated itself, that it can write patches, that it can scan for vulnerable machines on the network, and it can do all that decision-making autonomously, has been proven. And we knew that it would be important when we built this to get this data into the public domain. So I'm going to skip ahead a bit and talk to you about what's out there that you can use. The first thing we did was we made sure that every single piece of data that was generated in CyberGrand Challenge was open sourced the minute it was created. So the entire DEF CON audience was following along with us. And you can still play this event again and watch what the machines did by downloading the data from our corpus. We also open sourced the research operating system and all the challenges from this event so that you can test future program analysis capabilities against it. We'll be able to see in 10 years how much further we've come than these initial prototypes. And I wanted to go the other way. Well, I'll just, I'll voice track it. It's worth mentioning that in the 6 months since CGC, Microsoft has opened up access to their cyber reasoning system, which searches for unknown vulnerabilities in binary code. You can rent access to their CRS, which they call SAGE, via their Project Springfield. One of our cyber reasoning systems, the Mechanical Fish, is available as open source. You can download and run one of these AI at home. There have been public audits since CGC of open source components that we all depend on, including zlib, done by AI rather than people. And there are corporations working to port our reasoning corpus to real-world operating systems so that you can compare your existing security tools and their ability to adapt to unknown harmful inputs against the systems that were demoed at CGC. And one thing that's not on this slide is that Microsoft is also using their own automated bug hunting AI under Project OSS Fuzz to search nearly 1,000 open source projects for harmful flaws. I like to think about CyberGrand Challenge as the beginning of an AI revolution, and I look forward to the day when network defense teams are not queued to a disaster or a breach after it's happened by law enforcement, but rather they're queued to a breach by an AI that works for them, that is monitoring their network all the time, that says, someone attacked us with an unknown flaw. I put a patch in place. Please come in and help me out. Thanks very much.
All right, that concludes our tech talks. Thanks, Mike. Everybody, there are now some snacks and an open bar outside, which I'm sure will be welcome news to the DC crowd. And we will be back in just a few minutes for our live debate on hacking back.
the war in Syria represents a new low for the international community. We're seeing a war without law, as well as seemingly a war without end. It's very, very striking that we're living in an age of the bombing of UN convoys, never mind the targeting of hospitals.
So we were so surprised and shocked when we saw our colleagues covered with their blood and giving their last breaths. I don't know how to describe that. It's so hard emotionally. It's like you are losing one of your precious in front of your eyes.
We're witnessing a profound surge of violence against civilians, against health workers, patients, facilities, humanitarian convoys across a full spectrum of countries that is really shredding the accountability and protections that are contained in the Geneva Conventions.
The attack on Kunduz was a sustained attack over an hour, despite the fact that all the parties knew us, had our GPS coordinate. We must say that it was our biggest loss in terms of lives. 42 people died, 14 of our staff.
This was a tragic mistake.
This is a period when there's the danger of vacuum around the world and a danger for the abuse of power by states that are strong enough to do so. The international sense of conscience and consciousness that led to the responsibility to protect in the early 2000s has certainly been eroded.
People are struggling to respond. They're building clinics and hospitals in underground bunkers. They're documenting these attacks and publishing them. They're taking measures to the UN Security Council.
Stop bombing hospital. Stop bombing health workers.
But up to now, these measures have not had much effect in deterring attacks. But many courageous individuals and groups continue the fight. This is a fight that's going to last well into the future.
We believe that war stopped at the door of our hospital, and we want to preserve that. And we want to preserve access to healthcare in war zones. That's a battle that's worth to fight.
I have huge confidence in other people and a degree of confidence in myself that has sometimes helped me take those crazy risks that I took.
And what accounts for that degree of confidence in yourself?
Love.
Love?
Yeah. Yeah. You have, I mean, I'm sorry, this is outside the economic field by a long way. But yeah, I very strongly believe that you can, love generates confidence. If your parents love you, if your siblings love you, if your spouse, companion, whoever, or your children love you, it gives you that level of confidence that helps you move to the next step or do something else which is harder, bigger, or further. Yeah.
That's very, very smart and very powerful. Wow.
While much of the world focuses on terrorism in the Middle East, violent extremist groups have expanded their ambitions and reach in Africa as well. In the Western Sahel, Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb has produced or inspired a proliferation of extremist groups that continue to destabilize the region. In the areas around Lake Chad, Boko Haram, with its origins in northeast Nigeria, has left tens of thousands of civilians dead and displaced almost 3 million people. The security vacuum in Libya and the presence of Islamic State and Al-Qaeda deepen the risks to the Sahel region.
There has been a lot of turmoil and trouble with these radical elements, which you find in this arc of instability from North Africa to Afghanistan.
Military intervention by regional forces, France, and the UN have weakened these groups and reclaimed territories they once held. But the drivers of militancy and the complex social, economic, and political environment that fuels these groups remain very much intact. Unless this understructure of vulnerability and criminality is addressed, extremist violence will remain an enduring threat to the region.
Air power and military space systems have revolutionized the way the U.S. military operates, and the global economy increasingly depends on reliable and secure access to space systems. The Aerospace Security Project at CSIS examines the technological, budgetary, and policy issues affecting the air and space domains. Our research is focused in 3 areas. Space security examines the evolving military uses of space and how the lack of norms of behavior can affect escalation and deterrence. It explores how alternative architectures and new space capabilities can enhance the resilience of U.S. military space systems. Air dominance and long-range strike looks at the future of air and missile forces in a more contested operating environment. It examines the role of stealth, unmanned systems, and autonomous systems, how these capabilities can be integrated to enable new operational concepts, and options for the air and ground-based legs of the nuclear triad. Commercial and civil space explores international partnerships in space, efforts to reduce the cost of launch, advances in commercial space technologies, and policy issues that affect civil and commercial space programs. The goal of the Aerospace Security Project is to provide innovative, insightful, and timely analysis to help educate and inform decision makers. As new opportunities, threats, and technologies emerge, smart policy decisions can ensure the United States continues to lead in the air and space domains. Welcome to the Aerospace Security Project.
The divided Korean Peninsula remains one of the largest sources of uncertainty and potential conflict in a prosperous and growing Asia. Unification of Korea will be one of the biggest changes to the geopolitical landscape and is seen by the world as a dark tunnel. Opacity among regional powers creates confusion. Misunderstanding impedes smart planning. False assumptions could cause costly strategic blunders. But CSIS believes the potential for growth, prosperity, and peace of a united Korea is immense. How can we maximize the social, humanitarian, and economic returns of a unified Korea while avoiding conflict? Beyond Parallel is an unprecedented and comprehensive resource for bringing transparency to the many challenges and opportunities of Korean unification. Beyond Parallel investigates the broader implications of unification, but also the specific issues that Korea and the world face. These critical issues are explored through expert analysis, satellite imagery, and cutting-edge methods of data collection. Welcome to Beyond Parallel.
Hit-to-kill ballistic missile defense is the ultimate precision guidance challenge. Many elements of a defense must come together to achieve a long-range intercept. One of the most important and difficult parts is known as mid-course discrimination. After a ballistic missile launches, its engines burn hot and can be detected by infrared satellites. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, the missile engines burn out and it reaches its peak velocity. At this point, the missile's payload, a warhead, usually separates from the rest of the body. The warhead is also accompanied by the flying junk pile of debris created by launching a missile, as well as by decoys or other countermeasures designed to complicate the missile defense job. All of these objects move together through space as part of a threat cloud. So for a missile defense system to successfully destroy the warhead, its various sensors must first discriminate it from among the various other parts of the cloud. The key to successful discrimination is the sensor architecture. Sea and land-based radars provide one picture of the threat cloud. Lower frequency radars are able to track the threat cloud, but have trouble distinguishing within it. Once cued, higher frequency or X-band radars provide much sharper images of the objects within the cloud. But radars are limited by their vantage point and by their technology. Multiple phenomenologies can provide a more complete rendering and classification. Air or space-based sensors provide still other perspectives with greater persistence, potentially allowing for birth-to-death tracking. And infrared sensors show not just objects but their heat signature, especially low-orbit satellites looking sideways, comparing...
If everyone can take their seats, we're going to get started with our final event of today, the live debate. Before we do that, I want everyone to look in the middle of your tables. You will see a white clicker. It looks like this thing in my hand. You're going to need this for today's debate. If any of you are familiar with intelligence squared or the Munk debates, that's the basis for our format today. So audience voting is going to determine who are the winners of this debate. Our team affirmative, Stuart Baker, or team negative, Jamil and Greg. So if you'll all pick up your remote from the center of your table, and then press the power button, the yellow button with the little power symbol on it right here. A light next to the power button should go on. The A button will blink twice, and then all the lights will blink. At that point, you are good to go and ready to vote. When it comes to voting, A is agree, B is disagree, C is undecided, and we'll have slides up there to remind you, but that's how you're voting, and we'll get started with our moderator, Shane Harris.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shane Harris with the Wall Street Journal. I understand the bar is open, so hopefully you're in an argumentative mood for this debate. Don't throw anything until later. This is going to be an Oxford-style intelligence squared debate, as we said, and the question here before us is the following proposition. U.S. companies should be authorized to hack back against attackers in cyberspace. I probably don't have to explain that proposition too much to this audience, but essentially what we're asking here is the question of, if you are an organization, an entity that gets hacked, should you have the authority to then go after the people who did that to you and take some measure of justice, which our various debaters will probably spell out what that might mean as well. But that is the basic proposition. U.S. companies should be authorized to hack back against attackers in cyberspace. I'm going to start by introducing our debaters. For Team Affirmative, we have Stuart Baker. Stuart's filling in admirably for Jeremy Rabkin, who couldn't be here, so you're going to get the full Baker on this today. And for the Team Negative, U.S. companies should not be authorized to hack back against attackers in cyberspace. We have Greg Nojheim with the Center for Democracy and Technology, and Jamil Jaffer from IronNet Cybersecurity. The basic format will be the following. Each side will give its opening statements. Then there will be a period of rebuttals, followed by questions from the audience, which I will moderate. I will say preemptively, please make your question concise. Make it a question that is a series of words that ends with a question mark, not a comment. I'm here to editorialize, you're here to ask questions, they're here to answer them. Then we will have closing statements, and then we'll have a final voting. But before we begin, I am to ask all of you to go ahead and now initially vote for your view on the proposition. And again, that proposition is U.S. companies should be authorized to hack back against attackers in cyberspace. You can vote yes, no, or undecided on that. And what will happen is those are being tallied now, and at the end, I will read the results of how things stood before we began the debate, and then I will give you the count after that, and we'll see which side was more persuasive. So, without further ado, we're going to go to the first affirmative speaker, Stuart Baker, who will have 5 minutes for an opening statement.
1 second, Shane. I want to make sure everyone's voted. Let's give them another 30 seconds.
Voted first.
1 second.
A for the proposition, B against the proposition, C undecided.
Voter fraud.
No, I'll give you all another 30 seconds to vote. Get your votes in so we can get the debate started.
If you haven't voted, go ahead.
And if you're in Russia, you can vote twice.
Sure.
We'll keep the voting open for a few seconds, but we can get started.
Okay, all right.
Shane, real quick, so that the winner is who convinces more people to switch sides. It's not who has the total votes at the end of the process.
I mean,
right?
You may have been so persuasive that that you obviously read the crowd and they were with you all along. We'll see.
There you go. Awesome.
All right. So, Stuart, in that case, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
All right. So, what I thought I'd do is start out by defining the terms, because hackback is not perfectly obvious. And what am I asking you to vote affirmative on. Hacking, I think it's the easiest way to define it is the way the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act defines it, what it makes illegal, which in essence is to take action on a network without authorization, to take data from the network, to cause the network not to function, to cause the data to disappear. All of those things are fine on your network and a felony on anybody else's network. That's the basic rule. And so the fundamental rule that we've had for the last 30 years with the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act is stay in your network, defend yourself, and don't leave. And I'm arguing, in essence, that hope you will agree, that that is the wrong rule for today's world. What are the things that we ought to be able to do outside of our network? Let me give you some concrete examples from historical practice. It was very common, still happens, that cyber attackers, spies and the like, who are stealing data, package it up inside your network, and they have a server located outside your network. It may not belong to them, or it may belong to them, and they log onto that network and pop your data into it. And often now, with the tools that we have, you can actually see their logon credentials for that server, which means you have this like golden moment, if you're fast enough and good enough, where you can log on too, and you can see your data there. You can take it back, or you can re-encrypt it, or you can put a beacon on it so that when it's finally opened by the guy who is actually paying for the espionage, you know who he is, because the beacon tries to crawl out and phone home. Or you can sit on that server and look around and say, who else has been victimized by this same team? So other companies are having their data downloaded. And you can warn victims who don't even know they're victims yet and stop the crime in progress. Or best, you can sit there and wait for the guy who's collecting all this stuff to log on from wherever he's logging on from, Moldova or Shanghai, and start collecting information about him. Now, all of those things are things we ought to be doing. The more of that we do, the less cybercrime is going to pay. And every one of those things is a violation of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act today. So if you think, God, those are things that I'd sort of like to at least try some of them, you should be voting in the affirmative. Now, you might say, well, how about the cops do it instead of the private sector? And well, I gave this speech before to the Justice Department. They were very good and very responsive, and they went and worked on that problem and found some districts where they had a lot of cooperation. They very proudly came back to me and said, we have some districts. If you have a client who has this problem and they bring it to us, we can get a warrant in 48 hours. Now, you know, the NRA has a slogan in favor of self-defense. When seconds count, the police are only minutes away. But in cyberspace, they're like 48 hours, if you're lucky, away. That's not going to work. And there's more fundamental reason why they're that far away, and it is this. There are no cops checking doorknobs and looking for suspicious activity and crimes occurring in cyberspace. There's nobody walking a beat, because all of the territory where the crimes are occurring and the suspicious activity is occurring is inside private networks, and they're not going to invite the cops in to wander around looking for suspicious activity. The people who are doing that are private sector professionals charged with providing cybersecurity. If you want the kind of instant response and that hot pursuit of people who are engaged in these activities, you're going to have to ask the professionals who are already there. You may have to regulate what they do, you may have to license what they do, but you're going to have to ask the people who are actually close to the data to gather it rather than expecting 48 hours the cops to find it. Thank you.
Okay. So now, Greg Nojheim, you will have 5 minutes to make your opening statement to the audience.
If only things were so simple. If only they were that simple. Stuart, you get to have your opinions, but you don't get to have alternative facts. We need to talk about what actually happens in the real world. What happens in the real world is that it's very hard to attribute attacks to a particular person or to a particular entity. The problem with hacking back is that there's a huge risk of harm to innocent third parties. Remember, they're the ones through whose systems the attack has been routed. If you vote for this proposition, you're voting for making them victims twice. First of the original attack, and then of the hackback attack. Attribution is at best imperfect, and countermeasures directed against an attacker often fall on an innocent third party. Let's think about a cyber attack that's actually routed through one of those innocent third parties. I'm going to pick a hospital. Data could be stolen from the hospital. Data could be stolen from a company, parked at the hospital's network, where it goes through the hospital, the attack goes through the hospital, and then the counterattack comes back toward the hospital. How does the hospital interpret that company's effort to find its data? To the hospital, that is a cyber attack. It's going to record an intrusion, it's going to implement an incident response program, it's going to call up its cyber insurer, it might call the FBI, it might call the state attorney general, it's going to engage its legal consultants, we're going to call them the hackback firm for this example, and it's going to expend a lot of money dealing with this, what it perceives to be an attack. Now the hackback firm that the hospital the hackback firm that's hired by the company, it might identify an encrypted file on the hospital's network that it thinks contains the client's stolen data. And they're going to take steps to either delete the file or retrieve the file. But sometimes the hackback firm is going to get it wrong. And they're going to actually be deleting or retrieving encrypted data that it thinks belongs to its client, but in fact does not, belongs to the hospital. And in our case, the hospital is going to suffer, and so are the patients, because that data could be critical to patient care. Even if the hackback firm gets it right and deletes the right piece of data or retrieves the right piece of data, we're still not out of the woods. Because in the typical attack, in the real world, the stolen data file is copied to multiple servers. They could be in multiple countries. And it's not good enough to identify one and deal with that one file. Now we have a twice injured victim, the hospital. We also have an injured client of the hackback firm. Their data hasn't been retrieved because it's in many different places. And we don't have a solution. Now, who's going to pay the hospital for the loss it suffered? Who's going to pay the patient if that patient gets damaged because information necessary to care was deleted? I can guarantee you this: if hacking back is authorized by law, it won't be that hackback firm. They're going to get legal liability immunity, and nobody's going to pay. These companies are going to be left to suffer. And the story gets even worse, because a hacking operation might well violate the laws of a foreign country through which the attack was launched. Now we have a very unhappy company indeed. Not only do they face possible liability for the damage that its hackback firm caused, but it could face criminal liability as well under the laws of foreign countries. Current law prohibits hacking back, but it doesn't leave companies defenseless. They can monitor communications passing over their networks. They can intercept and use them to protect their property. And they can engage in defensive measures to mitigate these attacks. Congress just passed legislation, the Cybersecurity Act of 2015, that allows companies to detect, prevent, and mitigate attacks. But after years of consideration, after years of debate, they decided not to authorize hackbacks. The law specifically prohibits destroying, rendering unusable, or providing unauthorized access to a network or information shared on a network. And I want to leave you with one last thought. Remember the Sony hacks? Sony's data was stolen, put out in public. Imagine if Sony had hacked back. Sony doesn't get to make that decision.
Okay. Now you will channel Jeremy Rabkin for 5 minutes.
Okay. So Jeremy Rapkin has written a great article called Hacking Back Without Cracking Up. And these remarks are drawn from it. He essentially says that most of what Greg has told you about the terrible consequences of hacking back is bogus if you just do what he's suggesting, which is not just authorize random attacks back, but licensing professionals who have a vested interest in observing the rules that you have set so that they will exercise a special care to avoid the kinds of harms that we're being told are imminent if hackback is allowed. Remember, I only have to persuade you that something outside of your network should be permitted, and having licensed investigators who can lose their licenses if they act improperly, but are authorized to act outside the network to collect evidence about who's carrying out the attack is action outside of your network. He spends a lot of time talking about the question that Greg raised, which is, what are the international consequences here? What if we anger people by allowing our private sector to engage in this kind of investigative activity? And he says, well, supposedly it causes a big international incident. But in fact, we've seen reports, some of the best reports, the reports that really told us how screwed we were. The GhostNet report from 2008, or the Mandiant report on Unit 61398. Those are things that broke ground that the federal government was afraid to break and change the nature of our debate. Those were done by private sector entities about the activities of the PLA. I don't remember the PLA suddenly changing its posture toward the United States because they'd been outed, other than to retreat. There's real value in doing this, and we should not assume that doing this will create international incidents. Sometimes, if you spend all your time worrying about provoking the other guy, it's indistinguishable from surrender. Sometimes you might want to say, maybe the Russians who've been doing the hacking, maybe the Chinese who've been doing the hacking, or the Iranians should worry about whether they're provoking us, rather than us saying, well, if we do anything to defend ourselves, we might provoke them. Last, he talks about the value of engaging in this activity, and analogizes it to something I think is interesting, which is human rights reports. Now, Amnesty International and Human Rights First gather intelligence about human rights abuses by governments all across the world. And much of the time, when they're out in country gathering this information, they're probably breaking local law, which protects government agencies from having their activities exposed. We do not say, it could be a terrible international incident about that. We say, great, we think this is a valuable contribution to the public debate about what government should be doing. And the State Department doesn't say shut it down because it might create an international incident. They say, this is great, we're going to rely on these reports to make our own reports about human rights. Let me close with this. In cyberspace, as I said, the cops are at a great disadvantage. But even when the cops have all the advantages in physical space, we recognize there are things that the cops can't do, won't do, and that the private sector has to step up and pay for additional protection. If ever there was a circumstance where we needed the cyberspace equivalent of the private investigators we license, the repo men we license, the mall and hospital security guards that we license, cyberspace is the place where we need additional authorities subject to careful regulation. Thank you.
Okay. And now Jamil Jaffer for the final opening statement. 5 minutes to you, Jamil.
Great. So Shane, thanks for having me, and to CSIS and Denise, thanks for having me here. It's a real treat for me to be here today because I'm on the same side for the first time in history as Greg Nojheim on topics of cybersecurity and surveillance. So this is an exciting moment for me.
That should give you some pause.
Well, no, we are on the side of right and good here today, Stuart. Because look, the thing about it is, Stuart, first of all, you guys should always look out for this trick. When a lawyer tells you I'm going to define the terms, they're going to define the terms in a way that ends the debate and lets them win, okay? So that's the Stuart trick, right? The trick is we're going to talk about hackback as being this very limited set of things that are non-destructive. We're just going to go look around, maybe have a little beacon. We're not going to do anything bad. Nothing's going to happen. It's all going to be fine. Oh, and by the way, he's going to tell you what the law allows you to do and doesn't allow you to do, and he's going to be able to then manipulate your decision. He's going to tell you the CFAA stops you from doing anything outside your network. Well, that's just not true, right? The reality is that you can install a beacon on your files before they leave, before they're stolen. If they then go out and beacon out, it is not a CFAA violation. Now, Stuart, I know, debates this with his clients and helps his clients. I'm pretty sure, and I don't know this for a fact, but I will bet you anything, Stuart has probably helped his clients do that very technique. Right? So the notion that somehow that's barred by the law, now, it is barred by the law when it's on somebody else's server, and then you go creeping over to it and install your beacon then. And there's very good reason for that. You can also, by the way, Stuart talks about, well, you might want to go re-encrypt on that server. Well, why would you re-encrypt it? Just encrypt it the first time on your system so when they steal it, they can't access it, right? This is a good argument for strong encryption that I know that Greg has made quite a bit. I share that view on strong encryption. So there are a lot of things you can do without going into somebody else's network that would give you the same protection that Stuart talks about that you can do on your own network and that don't violate the CFAA. But why do we have these rules, right? I know with a lot of us technologists and those of us who work in the industry, there's a conceit that cyber is different. It's really different than the real world. But in a lot of ways, it's not that different. And the rules we apply are not that different, right? Today, you have your home and you're secure in that. You can guard it with a gun. The Second Amendment protects that right. And the same thing is true in cyberspace. You can guard your own network up to your borders. And in fact, you can even go outside your network as long as you're not crossing into somebody else's network or into somebody else's system. Just like you can't go into somebody else's home to take back your purse if stolen. If a mugger mugs you and starts running down the street, you can chase him. You can tackle them. What you can't do is tackle them once they're inside their own house or somebody else's house. Why? That's their property. Same thing in cyberspace. There's a concern that you might harm that other person's property, that you might harm that other person, and the right people to do that job are law enforcement or other federal authorities or state and local authorities. Well, Stuart says, well, there's no authorities in cyberspace. Nobody patrols cyberspace looking for crime. Well, of course, that's true, and that is the way, in fact, we want it. We want a free and open internet, right? But guess what? There's no cops running around Sony Corporation either. They have private security inside their company on their own property. There's no cops roaming around looking for intruders on Sony's property. Yes, they're looking at the boundaries, but not inside Sony's property. What does Sony do when they find an intruder? They hold them temporarily and they call the police. Same thing here. If that intruder gets off their property with Sony's property, what do? They chase him. But when they roll into the next company, Sony can't come barreling through with their private security guards and knocking them out, can they? Of course not. Why? Because we believe in protecting private property. We believe in not causing externalities to others who may not even be the actual culprits, right? Our laws protect them. And it makes sense. And that's why the CFAA is written the way it is. That's why our rules are the way they are. That's why the rules should stay the way they are. Right? And so this notion somehow, by the way, that 48-hour warrants and a gun protects you in seconds and it takes minutes for the cops to arrive. To be sure, that's why we let you defend yourself well. That's why CISA allows you to defend yourself inside your network. But it draws that line on once you cross into somebody else's network. And that's a sensible line, always has been. And so you can pursue people. You can pursue them. You just can't pursue them once they're inside someone else's network, and that's all right. And so, this notion somehow that we're in a different place today, and this whole provocation notion, right? This whole notion of provocation. Well, to be sure, we're being provoked in cyberspace. We're being provoked every day. We have our IP owned by Chinese companies and by the Chinese government. We have our elections manipulated by the Russians. And we do little about it. But that is not, and the answer to that is not authorize IBM to go do it, authorize Sony to go do it, authorize Target to do it. It certainly is an argument for the US government to do better, but it is not an answer to export that out to the private sector.
Okay, those are the opening statements. You guys are doing such a good job staying on time, by the way. It's almost like I don't even have to be here. No. Now, for the rebuttals. Now, each side is going to have 4 minutes to respond to these opening statements and to counter and rebut each other's arguments. So now you get to talk directly to each other if you want as well. And I reserve the right now as the moderator to interject questions and responses as we go at my discretion. So Stuart is going to speak first to rebut for 4 minutes, and then Greg and Jamil are going to take 2 minutes each for their rebuttals. So we will now have 8 minutes of rebuttal total. So Stuart, the floor is yours for 4 minutes.
All right, so I do appreciate Greg saying that you're not entitled to your own facts, certainly not alternative facts. But in fact, you are going to need to withdraw some of your arguments. The idea that you should keep everything on your network encrypted all the time is a recipe for never being able to use the data. It has to be decrypted to use it, and that's when it gets stolen. And so that's a red herring. The notion that a server that has been set up by bad guys to take all of the stuff that they're downloading from 50 other companies on some hospital server, as you'd like to imagine it, and that the only logon that has them freaking out is the one that comes from a victim who's following their data is crazy. There would have been hundreds of logons from the bad guy to both to collect the data and then to download it again. And so you're making up a hypothetical that is unlike anything that would happen in the real world. And I have to say, you've got a choice of equities here. There's the person whose stuff was stolen, who is pursuing his stuff. And then there's the, I will not characterize him, the person who managed to set up a server that is so poorly secured that it looks like a great place to act as a hub for cyber espionage. As between the two of them, who deserves more of our sympathy? Apparently, you'd reserve your sympathy for the person who was so negligent in setting up their own security that all the rest of us are victims of that person. I'm not sure that's the person who deserves the greatest sympathy among the folks that we're talking about here. And finally, the claim that, of course, there will be immunity from these people is making up the facts in the way that Jamil suggested a lawyer would. This proposal guarantees immunity. It doesn't at all. In fact, the whole point of it would be to say, one of the things you have to be worried about is if you cause damage to an innocent party, you're going to have to pay for it. That's part of the deal. And I think people would take that deal in a heartbeat because there are many ways to avoid causing harm and very few ways in the hypotheticals I've laid out where actual harm is going to occur. And finally, the idea that you aren't going to be able to actually stop cybercrime because the data will be passed on. That's possible, I grant you. That does not mean you will not be able to identify the guy who's logging on, that you won't be able to identify other victims, that you won't be able to re-encrypt or beacon data that's there. If one of those tactics doesn't work, then people will stop. You don't need to say, we got to make it a felony to do that because it might not work. You know, if it doesn't work, it won't happen. Thank you.
Stuart, can you just take 30 seconds that you have left and address the point of why is being able to put a beacon on the data that you have now, which is perfectly legal, why is that insufficient?
So you're right. I have given advice on this, and I would say it is, if you are a risk-averse general counsel, you will not take the risk that the Justice Department's view will be, you knew that the effect of this was going to be felt in somebody else's network. Consequently, you are extracting information from that network and sending it back to you. Many people will
Stuart, if you're a risk-averse general counsel, you're not going to take advantage of your bill either, where you've got victim liability.
Okay, well, now, it's coming off your tongue.
Yeah, let's step outside.
All right, now Greg is going to rebut for 2 minutes, and then Jamil will have 2 minutes also.
So at the end of the day, I think what we're talking about here is a disagreement between what should be the role of a private company that has suffered an attack and what should be the role of government. And what Jamil and I think is that once you are going outside your own property and you're entering the property of someone else, that's government land. I don't want to license some private party to do that. I don't want to do that, Stuart. I just don't trust the private party. They have this incentive that is different from what the government's incentive would be as it's fighting that criminal attack. And I understand that incentive. It's very basic to us humans, you know. They stole my stuff. I want to go get it. I want to destroy that stuff so they can't use it. I might even want to hurt them. Yes, that's very human. But we don't allow that in our society. We don't. We say, if you're going to go outside into somebody else's property, that's a police function. And in this world where the other person's property might be the property of a foreign government, a government that has weapons, and a government that would interpret that entry onto its property and that destruction of data on its property as an attack, I don't want companies making that decision, Stuart. That's a governmental decision, and we have to reserve it to them. Stuart never did respond adequately, in my view, to this problem of effectiveness, the effectiveness of the proposal. That once the data is copied and sent out to multiple different servers, the counterattacking company has to find every copy. That is very hard to do. And if they don't find every copy, then the result is going to be that they don't succeed, and we've taken a big risk, and we've gotten no return.
Okay. Now, Jamil will have 2 minutes, and maybe I'll posit a question, and maybe you can take this in your response too, but you're talking about creating, not wanting to create incentives for companies to go do this because that's not what we do. Why not just create powerful disincentives for them not to screw up and hold them liable if they do mess up in the hackback? In other words, what Stuart is essentially saying is hold them accountable if they break something or they do something wrong in the process. But Jamil, over to you.
So I'll answer that question, Shane, and also I'll first leave off or start off where Greg left off, which is, the problem is if this data gets distributed very rapidly, you're playing a game of whack-a-mole. Right? And you're not going to succeed, right? Ultimately, the data's gone. It's been distributed. You're not getting it back. This whole taking your data back, it's not a real thing, right? And so we've got to look at the downside of taking it back and weigh that against the real potential you're going to stop the problem from expanding and getting out there. So I don't think it's a real solution. But to answer Shane's question, right, why not just disincentivize bad action or mistaken action, right? Which is a compelling point. Stuart made a similar point, right? The problem, of course, is particularly in this environment, as Greg talks about, what we have here is a lot of nation-state activity. We have massive theft by China. We have massive intrusions by the Russian government setting themselves up for a potential conflict, right? We have destructive attacks carried out by the Iranians and North Koreans, actual destruction of physical devices, making them unusable through cyber-enabled means, right? These are all nation-states. Now, as a traditional matter, right, we don't expect Target to have surface-to-air missiles on their roof to protect against the Russian missile threat, right? Yet today in cyberspace, we expect Target to protect against script kiddies, nation-states, and criminal groups all alike. And so yes, Stuart makes a good point. We have a real problem today. But the answer to that problem is not deputize every single company in the economy to solve your problem like we're in the Wild West and there are sheriffs. The answer is get the government better. Make the government work with the private sector. Collaborate. Figure out a solution to this problem that's realistic and capable and not just a simple short-term solution that's going to lead to worse outcomes for everyone. Because at the end of the day, the Wild West was great for what it was, but it didn't last. And why didn't it last? Because it's unstable. And so Stuart makes an argument that we need to bring stability to the system, but his solution is ultimately fraught with instability. And so we need to ensure the government and the private sector get better, but not transfer roles.
Okay. Now we're going to move into questions from the audience. So I will invite folks. Do we have a mic that's going around? Or okay. If you have a question, please put up your hand now. And then the teams are each going to have 2 minutes for a response or rebuttal to those questions. Do we have a question back here? I saw your hand up first or in the back. Yeah. And please make it a concise question. Thank you.
So my name is Ken Rogers. My question is, what standards would you put in place to make sure that the corporate cyber cops wouldn't become the mall cops?
That's a question for both. You're directing both of these. Okay, great. Who would like to take a first response at that?
Why don't I start?
Okay. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. The reason, my fear is they are mall cops today because all they can do is act inside their network, and people can stand outside the network and thumb their nose at them and get away with the activities. And because the police are not there and never will be there, that's the problem. It's not a matter of resources. We're just never going to put the FBI in our networks to watch for suspicious activity and crimes in progress. I'm kind of surprised to hear that that's a proposal from that side, although I recognize that Greg didn't make it. So I would suggest that we, and maybe it's more appropriate that Jamil did, the way to make sure that they are not ineffective is to give them cautiously, incrementally, under regulation and with scrutiny, authority to take action and see what works and what doesn't work, what risks we're running and what risks we're not. And if we see things that work, we should expand their authority. I do want to take respond to one thing that Greg said. He said, this is not something for the private sector. We can't trust the private sector with this. We have to trust government. I've spent a lifetime in Washington, as has Greg. Greg has always been on the civil liberties side of the debate. That's the first time in my life I've heard him say, oh, this is a job where we have to trust government. And I do kind of wonder, you can tell me, in Maslow's hierarchy of, is government's no longer at the bottom? Victims of crime are down there a little further. Is that
come
right?
on, be serious. Be serious. When I'm saying,
you'll get a response. I'll stop there and let you respond.
Okay, and respond to the audience member's question too, please. 2 minutes, please.
Obviously, this is a governmental function. That's what I'm talking about, Stuart. I'm not saying trust the government to destroy other people's data. I'm saying if I have to choose, and I think we do, between whether it's a governmental function to do something as risky as going onto another person's property, I think it's a governmental function and not a private sector function. Jamil?
Look, I'm glad that Stuart admitted that the corporate defenders today, I don't think they're all mall cops, but I'm glad he admitted they're mall cops because it makes us win this debate right here. Do you really want Paul Blart going and attacking the North Koreans and starting a land war in Asia? I don't think so. It's exactly why we don't let Paul Blart go running outside his mall. By the way, he's the cop in Mall Cop, the movie, right?
That's the actual mall cop.
Yeah, the actual mall cop. So you don't want that buffoon, right, running outside the network and blundering around inside of other people's houses, God forbid, or God forbid, foreign nations who, as Greg points out, have real weapons, right? Because everyone thinks, we have this conceit in cyberspace that, if it happens to me in cyberspace, I have to respond in cyberspace. Or if it happens to somebody else in cyberspace, they'll respond in cyberspace. No, not at all. To the contrary, we can and will, and have made it a declared national policy to use all means available to us to respond to attacks in cyberspace. And the same is true of other nations. So it's great that that Stuart's telling us, we don't know. They probably won't respond. Well, God forbid they do, and God forbid that Paul Blart starts that war with North Korea or Iran or China or Russia. Right? That is the fundamental problem we're talking about. And it's too easy to say, they haven't responded yet. What makes you think they're going to respond here? Well, that's exactly the problem. The government should be making that judgment call. They've got the resources and the tools. The fact they don't do it well, the fact that we don't collaborate well today, the fact that we don't do law enforcement well online or don't do deterrence well online, that's a problem to be sure. The answer is not deputize every company in the country like we're in the days of piracy or the Wild Wild West.
Okay, we have a question over here, yeah? Well, you have the mic. You have your hand up, though. You guys are going to have to fight it out.
My question is for the against team. So if you take what Stuart said as true, that a number of companies are already engaging in these types of activities, collecting digital evidence, in the Sony hack, Mandiant, in the PLA hacks, would you argue that we should stop those companies from what they are already doing? Should we prosecute those companies then?
Oh, not at all. To the contrary, I think that Stuart will point out that all of that information is gathered completely lawfully. There's no suggestion that in identifying the PLA or identifying the Russians in the case of crowdstriking the elections, right, that what took place was a violation of the CFAA. Was it, Stuart? No, right? No, not at all. So the proof is actually in the pudding. You can do all the stuff Stuart wants to do, all the attribution, all the identifying, all that stuff without violating the law. Right? And so there's no need for prosecution. There's no problem here. There's no problem to solve that Stuart gives you. Now, what Stuart really wants to allow you to do, and this is the dirty secret, this is the defining the terms problem, right, is what Greg was talking about. It's the punch back. It's to go destroy that data. And maybe you destroy your data, maybe you destroy somebody else's data. Maybe you intentionally, because you're pissed off, because you should be. Right? They took your data, they took your IP, all that time and effort and R&D and money, billions of dollars you spent on R&D. Right? Maybe you go delete their data a little bit too. Because, they did this bad thing to me. Right? That is exactly what you do not want. We don't let the average American take the law in their own hands. Why should we let corporate America? It doesn't make any sense. And by the way, I have a lot of faith in corporate America. I have more faith in corporate America than I do in the government, right? I believe the government tries to do the right thing, doesn't always get it right? And I think we should have a healthy skepticism of government power, as I think Greg does, right? That's where we came from as a nation, but it doesn't mean hand it all over to the private sector in an area that we've always traditionally thought of as a governmental role.
No, I think you said it all.
All right, Stuart, you want to take 30 seconds to respond in here too? Actually, take a minute because you were invoked.
Okay.
So provoked.
What a weird argument for international retaliation. We, the People's Liberation Army, have just discovered that we've been embarrassed by somebody who actually was violating U.S. law to collect the intelligence. That changes everything. Fuel the missiles. We're likely to violate international law pretty much whatever we do to gather intelligence about the PLA or the Russian acts. And they have, private sector companies have published information that I'm sure would get them prosecuted if the Chinese could have reached them, but isn't going to. The Russians attacked Estonia, and when people objected to it, they said, wasn't us, it was our private sector, so no harm, no foul. That's the international reaction thus far, and in this context, we've provided diplomatic options to the U.S. government, which says, we're shocked that this has happened. We're going to go tell our private sector to stop doing stuff like that.
Okay. Sir, now we are going to come to you. Go ahead.
Okay, so my question is for both teams, and it touches on what Stuart just said, and it may be a way to square the circle that's been raised. So in the 16th century, there was something called a privateer. And Sir Francis Drake was the most famous one. He was a pirate, but he did missions for the Queen and the Crown of Ast. And the mechanism for authorizing a pirate to do a mission was called a letter of marque. Letter of marque is a way to authorize a private actor to do missions for the government. And let's call it the public-private partnership of the age of the mercantilism, okay? So letters of marque are actually in the U.S. Constitution as enumerated power for the federal government. They can issue letters of marque to private companies to do government missions. Is this not a way to square the circle in the cyber age, especially since our adversaries are doing it? There was a piece in the New York Times a day or two ago about a prominent Russian cyber criminal who has given all of the access to his to the information in his network to the FSB. You can talk about the attack on Estonia, that this is all they were working with half of the Russian government. So is this antique concept, in fact, not suited to the cyber age, and if our adversaries are doing it, why should not we?
I can't believe we got this far with nobody mentioning piracy and the letters of marque. I failed as a moderator. Good for you, sir. All right, we're going to do 2 minutes on that question to each side, then we're going to move to closing arguments. So you guys, 2 minutes.
So yeah, look, letters of marque reprisal, to be sure in the Constitution, to be sure we've used them with respect to piracy, doesn't mean they're the appropriate tool here, right? And by the way, it's not just letters of marque, it's letters of marque and reprisal. So you can not just go back and take your property back, you can go attack their property if granted that authority by the U.S. government. And we've done it in the past, right? We've allowed U.S. Private ships to go take French ships and Spanish ships during the wars. You know what happened back then, by the way? The wars continued on and on and on because people were making money capturing these ships. The exact reason we built an entire navy, a U.S. Navy, was to avoid that very problem. We didn't have an effective navy. We didn't have a blue water navy back in those days. That's why we use that tool. Today, we don't have a blue water navy in cyberspace. True. doesn't mean the answer is let's go create the pirate situation, let's go create the Wild Wild West. It means let's build the Blue Water Navy. And by the way, it doesn't have to be a navy. It can be collaboration between the private sector and the government. I agree with Greg that we don't want the US government all of our networks. That's not what we think as a nation. It's not what we want as a nation. At the same time, there is a role for government to play. It's working with the private sector. It's building interoperability. It's building capabilities. So when there's a national crisis, they can act. It's not privatize the Navy into using letters of marque and reprisal.
When was the last time that we issued a letter of marque and reprisal? You know, I think that we have largely abandoned that because of the risk. And it doesn't make sense to insert that risk into the cybersecurity context, particularly where the government isn't going to know or might not know how that authority is being used. I mean, who knows what the company that has that permission would do with it? This idea of licensing these attacks, I think it's very, very risky, and it's just not necessary or wise to go down this road.
All right, Stuart, letters of marque.
So,
and do you want one?
Obviously, if you think letters of marque are worth trying, you're on my side of this debate. But I'm not sure that letters of marque directly make the right contribution. They are a great model in this regard. They were designed to solve a particular problem, which we didn't have a Navy, and we were getting beat up. And this was a way, and worked for the English because they were up against a not very competent Navy in Spain. And they designed it so that it would achieve the goals they were trying to achieve within the limits that they were trying to make sure were enforced. I think that's the right approach. You should design a regulatory approach that says you can go this far and no further. And we can set the limits very close while we experiment to see what works and what doesn't, or we can set them farther away as we get more comfortable with it. This debate is a little, there's a modern piracy debate, right? There are real pirates. They're taking over oil tankers for real. And we had a long debate. I seem to remember somebody in the no-jime school saying, oh, if you put guns on these oil tankers, anything could happen. They could fire them, blow up. Terrible, terrible. Hospitals. And
did it sound like that?
And finally, we said, that's enough oil tankers getting taken over by Somali pirates in motorboats. We're not going to allow it. We're going to have people have weapons on their oil tankers. And that has had a dramatic impact on the success of piracy. It's a success story that didn't involve putting the FBI on the tankers. It didn't involve having the Navy accompany every single oil tanker. It's a solution that was calculated to solve the problem and no more than the problem that we faced.
Okay.
Shane, real quick on that.
Very, very quick, because you have closing statements.
That's exactly right. And where were those guns? On their own property. They weren't allowed to go jump on somebody else's ship and go kill people. They were on their ship to defend their ship. It's just like the home, just like the network, not like your theater where we're going to other people's ships.
The bullets were hitting the pirates' craft. It was their property, for God's sake.
Oh, come on. Come on.
And it was international water, probably, too, but okay. All right, now we're going to move to closing statements. Each side is going to have 4 minutes to summarize their main arguments in support of or in opposition to the proposition. Team Affirmative, Stuart Baker, you will go first for 4 minutes for closing statements.
So, I don't know about you, but I have had my phone stolen from time to time, or actually probably lost it, and then it was picked up by somebody. And I expect most of the people in the audience have had that experience. And I've drawn on software that after the first time I installed on my phone so that the phone would do a whole bunch of things once I realized that it was in somebody else's hands. It would lock down. It would start making noise and display a message saying, this is a stolen phone, belongs to Stuart Baker, or it's a lost phone. Here's how to get it back to him. It would delete the data that was on there. It would give me the geolocation of where that phone was, so either I, or more likely in this case, the police could go looking for it. I'm really glad I had those options. And I expect that if you've ever had this encounter, you've had the same options and are glad to have them. What I think is interesting here is, If what was stolen was my data from my network instead of my phone, every one of those options would be a violation of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. You know, and there could be some grandma in the hospital with a phone that she bought secondhand on her bedside that we're waking up with that big noise. She might have pictures of her grandchildren that we're locking her out of. Terrible things could happen to innocent people. We don't say, oh, what about innocent grandmas who buy secondhand phones? We say, Grandma, stop buying phones off the back of the truck because this is what's going to happen to you. We did not spend 30 years agonizing over the possibility that dubious innocent third parties might conceivably suffer some damage, so let's make all of these tools illegal. We said, this is an important task, we ought to stop the theft of phones, and we mostly have made it a bad career choice to steal phones for a living. This is great. I would like to see us do the same thing for cybersecurity. Now, last point. Raise your hand if you think that in the last 30 years of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, cyberspace has gotten safer. So if you got your hand up, you should be voting for Team Negative because they're the proponents of the status quo. Stand pat, don't do anything because bad things might happen if you change. But if you thought, God, it hasn't gotten better under 30 years of the regime that they're advocating for, maybe we ought to take a few steps in a different direction. Cautious steps, carefully regulated steps, but steps that use the authorities and the resources in the private sector to address this problem. You know, DHS's budget for the entire civilian sector cybersecurity is about $1 billion. That's the budget of the two biggest banks for cybersecurity in the United States, and which means that there is massively more resources out in the private sector than there will ever be in government, no matter how many budget increases you get. Budget for cybersecurity in the federal government is going up 11% a year. This is a great deal. Except in the private sector, it's going up 25% a year. We need those resources doing something other than wandering around the mall waiting for something to happen. We need them investigating these crimes and taking the profit and the enthusiasm out of the people who are victimizing us all. Thank you.
Okay. Now for the negative team, 4 minutes. Jamil, you're going to make, or is Greg going to make the closing statement? Great. You can spend your 4 minutes however you like.
Thanks. I'm tired of this argument that we need to blame the victims for all these cyber attacks. The reality is that a lot of people have devices that they haven't adequately secured. I acknowledge that. But that doesn't mean that they should become victims not just of an original attack, but of a cyber attack launched on them by the company that was attacked. Twice victimizing people cannot be the answer to this problem. Second, nobody is advocating that we leave in place the current status quo. We never said that. That's right. Stewart made that up. What we're talking about is having the government respond to these attacks instead of having the private sector do it. And yes, it needs more resources to do that. It needs more resources in the civilian sector and in the armed services sector as well. And Stewart, it might need more resources even in the intelligence sector.
Mark this
sector.
You heard it here first.
You heard it here first. I'm not saying that we should loose the government on everyone and let the government do whatever it wants. It operates under legal standards that aren't the same as those that apply to private companies. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, look, I think what Greg has said is exactly right. We're not arguing for the status quo, Stuart. We're arguing for a new paradigm where, in fact, the government works with the private sector to do its job. Now, I get it. Stuart has worked with the government a long time. He doesn't believe the government can do its job. All right, noted. I believe the government can do its job. I believe the government should do its job. I believe the government should privatize its duties out to the private sector at all times, right? I do believe, by the way, in privatization a lot of the time, just not when it comes to actual security. If there's one core thing that we can all agree the government does, it's security. It's national security. And today, the real no BS cyber threat is nation states. The real concern about private action in cyberspace is not grandma in the hospital, although that's admittedly a good problem, right? It's the nation state. And Stuart would have you just give everybody in the country license to go running around and conducting war, conducting pirate wars all over the oceans, all over cyberspace with nation states. That's great if you want to continue wars forward and forward and forward. If you like the Wild Wild West, and if you like the old days of piracy, well, then you should definitely vote for Stuart. If you like law and order and you believe in a regularized society where the government does its job, the private sector does its job, and by the way, they work together like private cops on Sony's property and the FBI or the local PD do. They work together. It works fine. It's not a massive problem. Oh, and by the way, one last thing about Stuart's point. All those things, his iPhone wiping itself out and the screen alerting and it buzzing and beaconing out telling you where it is, that's all part of the CFA. He just told you earlier he's given that advice to people. He just told you it's not a violation of the CFA. So which is it? It clearly isn't. You know it. We all know it. The reality is all the things your iPhone can do are perfectly legal in the CFA. What it can't do is detonate itself, all right, and kill grandma or the hacker, which is what you want to allow us to do, and we're not going to let that happen.
Unless it's a Samsung Note 7.
All right. That brings us to the end of formal remarks. If only presidential debates were this civil and informed and easy to corral. All right, so now comes the moment of decision. Find those little clickers that you have that have been sitting there in front of you the past hour, and you are now going to give your final vote, and I will repeat the proposition one more time. U.S. companies should be authorized to hack back against attackers in cyberspace. U.S. companies should be authorized to hack back against attackers in cyberspace. Vote A if you are for the proposition, B if you are against, or C if you are still undecided after this debate.
Turn them on.
Turn them on. Yes, please turn them on. Thank you. So you'll do that, and they will be tallied up as you do that, and then they will bring me the results here in a matter of seconds.
Should we hum the Jeopardy theme song?
Is this a cyber attack? Because it seems to be a whole bunch of...
It depends. How much did Stuart pay you? A for be against, C undecided.
And if you enjoyed this, we will replay this as the interview section of the Steptoe Cyber Law podcast coming out next Monday.
Don't let that sway your vote.
D.
All right, the results are being officially documented.
It's not Price Water.
It's not. I don't know. They're using pen and paper. What could that mean?
It's not hackable.
Yeah.
There you go.
Jeremy. I hope I held up your end of the debate.
I think we're doing some quick math here. It's the anticipation. The waiting is the hardest part.
Carry the two.
Yeah, exactly. Little Jeopardy.
I've forgotten it.
Anybody know any sea shanties?
Jeremy, any last comments since you have joined us and did not get to speak?
I think we should give him a hand for civility, at least.
Oh, you made it. That's okay. It's out of your hands now. You can come up here for the unveiling, though.
The unveiling. Well, if he wins, he'll take credit, and if he loses, he'll blame Stuart.
Right.
So it's a perfect.
You win either way, Chairman.
That's it. It's the perfect scenario. There appears to be some sort of fraud taking place right now. Not sure what's happening here.
They're
calculating the handicap.
There you go, exactly.
It might be a problem of hanging chads.
There we go.
Uh-oh. Is it the right envelope?
Okay.
Pricewaterhouse style.
Thank you. And the winner is La La Land. I want to know, whoever wrote that, that was going to be my joke, and you actually wrote it. So whoever did that, good for you. Very, very good. Well done. You get my vote. All right. Make sure I can read this. Am I reading? These are percentages, right? Wait, hold on. Somebody's going to... I can't actually read your writing. Okay. You want me to just go ahead and reveal that first? Yeah. Okay, the winner is Team Affirmative.
Oh! Thank you.
Do you want me to read the percentages? Okay, so if I read this correctly, before, so when you voted in the beginning, agree was 25%, disagree 62.5%. Am I getting this right? Undecided 12.5%. This looks like but the degree has more. What am I reading? I'm misreading your math here.
Here we go. All right. Team Affirmative that's Stuart, went from 25%.
Oh, I see, before, after. There we go. There we go.
Making him the winner of today's debate.
There we go. All right. That was the delta. There we go.
We still won overall.
Yes, I guess.
Well, thank you all for being here. Are you pleased with the outcome? Yeah. All right. Seriously, thank you all very much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Let's shake hands.
All right, thank you.
Well done.
Great job. Great job. You still won.